Chapter 1701. A spatial ring required a drop of blood to claim ownership over it in order to control the space inside and store items. Usually, once a spatial ring had claimed ownership, unless the owner took the initiative to cancel the claim or the owner died, nobody else would be able to open it. Currently, Duan Lingtian could not open the spatial ring that belonged to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. For this reason, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Impossible. However, when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he thought it was impossible. Previously, when he killed Su Jing, he had used the sword ray consolidated from the 10,000 swords territory and the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword shadow following the heart, and his powerful physical strength to cast his most powerful sword strike and directly pierce through the space between Su Jing's brows. The space between the brows and the heart was a human's Achilles heel. The heart controlled the body while the space between the brows controlled the soul. Piercing through the space between the brows was equivalent to destroying the soul. This was also the safest way to kill. If he attacked the heart, there was still a certain risk since some people's hearts were slanted. At that time, if Duan Lingtian could not kill Su Jing with just one strike, Su Jing would have admitted defeat the moment he regained his senses. For this reason, he did not attack Su Jing's heart since he did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, he chose the safest way and pierced through the space between Su Jing's brows with his sword to destroy Su Jing's soul. At that time, I had extended my divine consciousness to investigate as well. Su Jing's soul had clearly dissipated as his body fell. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to survive since his soul has already begun to dissipate. However, why can't his spatial ring claim ownership over him? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly grave. Perhaps, there were many good things in Su Jing's spatial ring, including the flowery monk, Jing Su Zi, and Zhonggu's spatial rings, but Duan Lingtian was not thinking about taking the things out. Instead, he was thinking about the reason why the spatial ring could not claim ownership over him. After thinking about it for a long time, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Huo Lao. Duan Lingtian, who was unwilling to believe that Su Jing was still alive, immediately contacted Huo Lao, who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to ask for the reason. When Huo Lao was at his peak, he was a powerful existence in the Devata realm. Perhaps, he might be able to tell him something useful. After listening to Duan Lingtian's story, Huo Lao pondered for a moment and asked, "You said he's a demonic cultivator?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, "I heard from other people that Su Jing wasn't a devil cultivator a year ago. Moreover, he was only at the early refined saint stage. When he reappeared a year later, not only had he become a devil cultivator, but his cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the refined saint stage." Truth be told, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Jing's progress. In fact, even with the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 5 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. He was not confident he could cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in a year outside. Before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, he had stayed in the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for almost 4 years. Although he had spent part of his time comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword, most of his time was spent on raising his cultivation base. However, he had only managed to stabilize his early refined saint stage cultivation base and break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Duan Lingtian was currently at the intermediate refined saint stage, he was very close to the mastery refined saint stage. Apart from that, his battle strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. This could be seen from the fact that he could kill Su Jing. He managed to improve so much in such a short time and even became a devil cultivator. I think the Devil Dao cultivation method he cultivated must have recorded the soul congregation technique. Huo Lao's voice resonated in the air. Soul congregation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time hearing this term. Yes, it's soul congregation. Huolao replied, some of the brilliant devil Dao cultivation methods and Daoist celestial methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Soul congregation refers to the ability to reform one's soul after it's destroyed. Naturally, even if it's reformed, it'll take some time for it to fully recover. Then, does this mean he can come back to life? Duan Lingtian gasped. You can say that. Huolao replied again. Upon hearing Huolao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. Then, not only is Su Jing still alive, but he can even reform his destroyed soul and come back to life with the soul congregation technique? How could this be? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his face began to twitch. The reason he had traveled so far to the Rising Sky Mansions district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing and save Xuan'ai. Initially, he thought he had killed Su Jing, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Now, Uncle Han also thinks Su Jing is dead. If he finds out Su Jing is still alive, I wonder how disappointed he'll be. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Duan Lingtian, who originally planned to look for Han Xuan'ai to report the good news, did not look for Han Xuan'ai when he recalled Su Jing was still alive. Instead, he left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate alone. He needed to calm down now. Huolao, you said it'll take some time for his soul to recover even if he uses the soul congregation technique. How long will it take? Duan Lingtian asked Huolao again. How long will it take depends on the soul congregation technique he has mastered. There are different grades of soul congregation techniques as well. However, even if it's the best soul congregation technique I know, it'll take at least 1.5 years to gather the soul of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage and possess a body for rebirth. Huolao replied. 1.5 years? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Earlier, he was most worried that Su Jing would be able to recover immediately and the engagement between Su Jing and Xuan'ai would still go on. However, it seemed like he would not be able to fulfill this engagement for the time being. Duan Lingtian felt more at ease for the time being. 1.5 years. It's the best soul congregation technique Huolao has ever seen. The technique that Su Jing has mastered shouldn't be that powerful. It'll take him at least 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt even more at ease. However, his gaze gradually turned sharp. Su Jing, I can't believe you're still alive. However, since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. In 2 to 3 years' time, it'll be as easy as killing a dog for me to kill you. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence regarding this. After 2 to 3 years' time, even if Su Jing had completely gathered his soul and possessed a body for rebirth, his cultivation base would at most be at its peak. Currently, Duan Lingtian could kill him. In another 2 to 3 years' time, it would be even easier for Duan Lingtian to kill Su Jing if his cultivation base remained the same. At that time, I'll use Li Feng's identity as an excuse to make a move on him. I'll just say that I'm unwilling to accept the fact that I didn't manage to kill him in the Rising Sky ranking battle and that a demon has appeared in my martial Dao heart, causing my path to the martial Dao to be blocked. Therefore, I'll use his life to clear all the obstacles in my path. In this way, the Greenwave Han Mansion won't be implicated. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. No matter what, the Rising Sky Mansion would not link Li Feng to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Due to this reason, he was not worried about implicating the Greenwave Han Mansion. In another month's time, the Rising Sky Mansion will come to fetch the bride. However, now that Su Jing's soul has dissipated and he's in a coma, it's impossible for him to marry Xuan'ai no matter what. Xuan'ai will be safe for the next 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed in relief. It seemed like his trip to the Rising Sky Mansions district was not in vain after all. After thinking it through, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Han Xuanai. Brother Ling Tian. When Han Xuanai saw Duan Ling Tian appearing in front of her again, she was, naturally, pleasantly surprised. A smile appeared on her originally gloomy face. However, this smile was bitter no matter how one looked at it. Brother Ling Tian, where have you been in this 1 year? Han Xuanai did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply and continued to ask. I went to the Rising Sky Mansions district. Duan Ling Tian smiled. You went to the Rising Sky Mansions district? Upon hearing this, the smile on Han Xuanai's face froze immediately. The 3 words Rising Sky Mansion were no different from a curse to her. In a month's time, she would be marrying that good-for-nothing rich kid in the Rising Sky Mansion. When Duan Ling Tian saw Xuanai's expression froze and pain could be seen in her eyes, he immediately dismissed the idea of teasing her. He said bluntly, Xuanai, don't worry. The Rising Sky Mansion won't be coming to pick you up after a month. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Han Xuanai was completely stunned. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead? He died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? This news was no different from a heavy bomb to Han Xuanai. It caused her heart to be in a mess. She, naturally, did not doubt Brother Ling Tian's words. Although she did not know who had killed Su Jing, this surprise had come too quickly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai calmly. From the beginning until the end, he did not miss the changes in Han Xuanai's expression. In the beginning, it was shock. Then, it was disbelief. After that, it was a pleasant surprise. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. For the time being, he did not plan to tell Han Xuanai that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was still alive. After all, the crisis at hand had temporarily been resolved. Brother Ling Tian, his death, has something to do with you, doesn't it? Although Han Xuanai also felt her thoughts were a little wild, she had a strong feeling that the death of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had something to do with her brother Ling Tian. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle had just ended a while ago. Yes. Chapter 1702. Although Han Xuanai was already mentally prepared, she was still shocked when she heard this from her big brother Ling Tian. Originally, she thought this matter had something to do with her big brother Ling Tian. It did not cross her mind that her big brother Ling Tian was the one who personally made the move. However, now that she heard her big brother Ling Tian said he was the one who personally made the move, how could she not be shocked by this? Big brother Ling Tian, your strength. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. Other people might not understand Duan Ling Tian, but Han Xuanai knew him very well. Although Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was not bad, she did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Su Jing at all. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was already at the early refined saint stage a year ago. After a year, with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was not difficult for him to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, her big brother Ling Tian had killed Su Jing? Did this not mean her big brother Ling Tian's strength was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above? My cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, due to my unique true origin, I can cross a stage to fight my opponent. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Intermediate refined saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Han Xuanai sighed in relief. Compared to his cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, this cultivation base was still acceptable. However, when she regained her senses and recalled the second half of Duan Lingtian's words, she could not help but exclaim in shock, Cross a stage to fight your opponent? At this moment, Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian as though she had just seen a ghost. Was there such a true origin in this world? Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be a match for Su Jing. However, Xuanai, I've only told you about this. As for Uncle Han, I told him that I asked a friend from a quasi-third-rate force to help, and that friend of mine is called Li Feng. If father knew that it was you, brother Ling Tian, who did it personally, he would definitely be dumbstruck. After learning that Su Jing was dead, Han Xuanai's gloominess was swept away. She seemed to have returned to the mischievous Han Xuanai of the past. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was also very happy, because this was the ending he wanted. Of course, it was still too early to talk about the end. It'll take at least 2 to 3 years for Su Jing to recover. For this reason, it won't affect me from going to the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had stood Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang up and returned to the Greenwave Han Mansion first because he had learned that the mystical sky mansion would be recruiting saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. Not only was the mystical sky mansion a good springboard for him, but he was also very curious about the Saint Martial secret zone that would open in a year's time as well. Although Duan Lingtian planned to go to the mystical sky mansion, he was not in a hurry. I'll wait for another month. If nobody from the Rising Sky Mansion comes, I'll return to the Windfall Nation to visit senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others. I didn't even inform Tian Wu before I left. I wonder if she's unhappy or not. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh, that's right. Brother Ling Tian, sister Tian Wu came to look for you not long after you left. When Duan Lingtian thought about Feng Tianwu and smiled wryly, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something and said in a timely manner. Tianwu? She came to look for me? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be taken aback. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. Originally, I planned to ask Sister Tian Wu to stay and let her wait for you in the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, she didn't wait for long before she left because even I wasn't sure if you would return. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, she felt a little embarrassed. Tian Wu actually found the Greenwave Han Mansion? Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. At the same time, his heart was filled with gratitude. Since Tian Wu left the Drift Blaze sect, her cultivation base must have broken through to the pristine saint stage. I wonder where she went after leaving the Greenwave Han Mansion. Forget it, when I arrive at the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion, I'll just have to announce my name as Ling Tian. Tian Wu will definitely guess it's me. Although the Dao Martial Saint Land was only in the lower province, it was still extremely vast. Due to this reason, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to look for Feng Tianwu without any clues. Doing so would be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, even though Feng Tianwu had left the Windfall Nation in the southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district, Duan Lingtian did not dismiss the thought of returning to the Windfall Nation. There were many people he cared about in that place. Not only were there his elders, but there were also his senior brothers and his friends. Naturally, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not think of bringing Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others to the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, if he did that, it would undoubtedly be announcing to everyone that he, Duan Lingtian, was related to the Greenwave Han Mansion. In fact, at this moment, the name Duan Lingtian had already spread through the entire Debussy subterranean. In the Debussy subterranean, apart from some ignorant people, almost everyone knew about Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength did not garner much attention, but the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was something that everyone in the Debussy subterranean paid attention to. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 famous Super Saint artifacts on the 10 Great Saint artifact ranking. Even someone from a quasi-third-rate force would covet it. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to reveal his true identity before he had a certain level of strength. In the future, he would be known as Ling Tian. This was also his name in his past life. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that many people must have their eyes on the Windfall Nation now. His family and friends would be the first to bear the brunt. If he brought them over now, the Greenwave Han mansion would definitely be implicated. This was not something he was willing to see. Due to this reason, in his opinion, letting them stay in Windfall Nation was undoubtedly the best choice. After bidding farewell to Han Xuanai and asking her to bid farewell to the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zheng Tian, on his behalf, Duan Ling Tian left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate under Han Xuanai's reluctant gaze. As for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, they were still in closed-door cultivation, so Duan Ling Tian did not meet them. After leaving the Greenwave Han Mansion, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. While Duan Ling Tian was returning to Windfall Nation, in the faraway Rising Sky Mansions district, the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was also in an uproar. After the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Zhen, was not in a hurry to bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he called out to a vice mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion who happened to be in a nearby city. Both of them led their men to search the Nimble Valley in all directions, searching for the whereabouts of Li Feng, whom Duan Ling Tian had disguised himself as. Not only that, but the vice mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, who was good at hiding, even boldly followed Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang all the way to the transverse mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. In the transverse mountain range, he noticed Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's expression was extremely grave. At that time, although he was far away, he could still hear the discussion between the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. The content of their discussion was none other than scolding Li Feng, saying that Li Feng had stood them up. When the vice mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion and Grand Elder Su Zhen saw the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion leaving in anger, they once again began to search in all directions. After searching for many days, they still could not find Li Feng's whereabouts at all. At this time, Su Zhen could only bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate dejectedly. He knew what awaited him would be the wrath of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. It was fine that the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, had died. Among the 3 of them, his grandson was the most outstanding. Although his grandson's death was a great blow to the Rising Sky Mansion, not only did the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials not blame him, but they even comforted him because he was his grandson. However, other than the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, there was another person who had died. That person meant a lot to the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only was Su Jing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, but based on the strength he had displayed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was obvious how monstrous his innate talent was. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely become the pillar of the Rising Sky Mansion. It was not impossible for him to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to become a quasi-third-rate force. Now, Lord Mansion Master must have found out about young Mansion Master's death through his shattered soul pearl. The moment Su Zhen thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although this matter did not have much to do with him, as the leader this time, he would not be able to escape the blame for failing to protect the juniors. Although he would not be sentenced to death, he would definitely be punished by facing the wall for many years. Due to this reason, Su Zhen was extremely anxious when he entered the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. His gaze would occasionally shift to the back. There was a hunchbacked young man carrying a body. That body was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Huh! All of a sudden, Su Zhen came to a halt as though he had sensed something. With just a glance, he saw a group of people led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was flying toward him in a majestic and menacing manner. This posture caused him to feel a wave of fear in his heart. However, what happened next stunned him. "My condolences, Grand Elder. My condolences, Grand Elder." After the group of high-ranking officials led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion appeared in front of Su Tsun, they began to console him softly. It was apparent they already knew about the death of his grandson. Su Can's soul pearl was in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Due to this reason, when Su Can's soul pearl shattered, everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew he was dead. God is really jealous of geniuses. If nothing happened to Su Can, he would have been able to compete with the young mansion master in the future. It's not impossible for him to become the next mansion master. Many high-ranking officials sighed emotionally. All of you, when Su Tsun saw the group of people, including the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, only mentioned the death of his grandson, Su Can, and did not mention the young mansion master, Su Jing, at all. Su Tsun was stunned. At the same time, he felt something was amiss. Chapter 1703. Don't tell me they haven't noticed that the young mansion master's soul pearl has shattered as well? Su Tsun thought to himself as the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion comforted him. However, he did not think it was possible. At this moment, this was the only thing he could think of. Otherwise, he would not be able to figure out why these people were only comforting him. It was obvious the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion, including the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not know about the death of young mansion master Su Jing. Lord Mansion Master, Su Can was not as strong as others. He sacrificed himself for the Rising Sky Mansion. I've already gotten over it. However, the young mansion master. Su Tsun looked at the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Initially, when he mentioned his grandson, he suppressed his grief. However, in the end, he could not help but smile wryly as he turned to look behind him. What happened to Jing? Su Can's words caused Su Yicheng, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to turn pale immediately. He immediately looked in the direction Su Tsun was looking at. With just a glance, he saw the body the hunchbacked young man was carrying. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, the hunchbacked young man took a step back. The body on his shoulder had already fallen into Su Yicheng's arms. Young mansion master. When the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion who followed Su Yicheng saw the dried blood on the body with a bloody hole between his brows, horror dawned on them. With such injuries, it was impossible for him to survive. Impossible. At this moment, Su Yicheng looked at his son in his arms in disbelief. At the same time, he freed his hand and took out a soul pearl. The soul pearl belonged to his son, Su Jing. The soul pearl was not damaged at all. This meant his son was not dead. When Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, saw Su Yicheng taking out a soul pearl with an expression of disbelief on his face, he could not help but feel chills running down his spine. Lord Mansion Master, the soul pearl in your hand this is Jing's soul pearl. He's not dead. Su Yicheng's tone was firm. A soul pearl would not lie. What? He's not dead? The space between his brows is pierced, and his soul is destroyed. The young mansion master is still alive after suffering such heavy injuries? That's impossible. At this moment, Su Tsun was not the only one who was stunned. The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and the group of Rising Sky Mansion's disciples behind Su Tsun were stunned as well. This was especially true for the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who had returned with Su Xian. They had personally witnessed Su Jing being killed. A sword pierced through the space between his brows, causing his soul to dissipate. Even a great overarching golden celestial would not be able to save him. And now, the mansion master was saying that the young mansion master was still alive? Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has lost his mind after seeing the Vice Mansion Master dead? Many of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples thought to themselves. Of course, they only dared to think such words in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. Of course, most people's eyes were still on the soul orb in Su Yicheng's hand. Their hearts were filled with confusion. Is this really the young Mansion Master's soul orb? Vice Mansion Master is clearly dead, so how could his soul orb be intact? Did Lord Mansion Master take the wrong soul orb? At this moment, they only thought that the Mansion Master had mistaken someone else's soul orb for the young Mansion Master's. The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Yicheng, was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. At this moment, he extended his divine consciousness and entered his son's body. Soon after, he sensed a faint aura in the depths of his son's head. It was the aura of a soul. It was very weak, but it was extremely familiar to him. This was because the aura of this soul was exactly the same as the aura of the soul in the soul orb in his hand. Although Su Yicheng did not know why his son was still alive after suffering such a heavy injury, this was not what he was concerned about. He was more concerned about whether his son would be able to recover. Such a weak soul aura, if he was not careful, it was very likely that it would dissipate completely. Father. I need a quiet room. 3 years at most. I'll definitely be able to recover. As Su Yicheng's consciousness wrapped around that wisp of spiritual aura, a voice was transmitted through his consciousness. After the voice sounded, the soul that was already weak seemed to have weakened even more. Good. When Su Yicheng heard his son's voice and found out his son was still alive and had a chance to recover, he immediately threw everything else to the back of his mind. He immediately carried Su Yicheng back to the mansion he usually stayed in and placed him in a quiet room in the basement. Everyone, including Suitsun, was stunned when they saw the mansion master suddenly leaving with the young mansion master's body. However, they soon saw Su Yicheng had returned. They noticed the Lord Mansion Master's expression was extremely gloomy at this moment. However, they were not surprised by this at all. After all, nobody would be in a good mood when their only son was dead. Grand Elder, what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle? Why is my son injured to such an extent? Moreover, why did your grandson, Su Kan, and 2 other people die? Su Yicheng asked in a deep voice as soon as he returned to the mansion. Injured? Upon hearing Su Yicheng's words, not only Suitsun, but everyone present on the scene was stunned as well. Lord Mansion Master said the young Mansion Master was injured. Was the young Mansion Master not dead? Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master, at this moment, one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Rising Sky Mansion could no longer hold it in. He looked at Su Yicheng and asked, he's only injured? He's severely injured. He'll need at least 3 years to fully recover, Su Yicheng said coldly. Based on his tone, it was obvious he was in a bad mood. It made sense. How could a father be in a good mood when his only son was injured to such an extent? However, Su Yicheng's gaze did not leave Suitsun from the beginning until the end. He really could not figure out what had happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle that caused 3 of the most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion to die and 1 to be injured. He's only injured? Upon hearing Su Yicheng's words, whether it was Suitsun or the others, they looked as though they had just seen a ghost. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. In fact, they had seen Su Jing's body before. His head was pierced from the center of his brows. Logically speaking, his soul should have dissipated as well. It was impossible for him to be alive. However, the Lord Mansion Master actually said he was only injured and would recover in 3 years? Lord Mansion Master, why you're telling the truth? Suitsun asked in disbelief. At the same time, the others also looked at Su Yicheng, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. They were also curious about this since they thought it was impossible. However, since the Lord Mansion Master had said so, there must be a reason. I don't know what happened to Jing or either. Although he was injured and his soul was severely damaged, his soul didn't disperse or vanish. Not only that, he even used his weak soul to contact me. He said that he would recover in 3 years at most. Due to this reason, I really want to know what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle and what happened to Jing. When Su Yicheng reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Su Zhen again. He's really not dead. However, at this moment, Su Zhen and the others were not paying attention to the second half of Su Yicheng's sentence. This was because they were completely shocked by the first half of Su Yicheng's sentence. His soul did not dissipate even though he was severely injured. What kind of monster was the young mansion master? Could it be that the young mansion master knows the soul congregation technique? At this moment, an old vice mansion master said hesitantly. Soul congregation? Everyone, including Su Yicheng, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, immediately shifted their attention to the vice mansion master. They knew this vice mansion master very well. Although his strength was not the best in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was extremely knowledgeable. He had read almost all the books that were passed down in the Rising Sky Mansion for generations. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if he claimed to be the second most knowledgeable person, nobody would dare to claim to be the first. Yes, it's the soul congregation technique. The old vice mansion master nodded. Then, he said solemnly, I've read about it in an ancient book that has been passed down for generations in the Rising Sky Mansion. It said that some of the top devil cultivation methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Even if the soul is temporarily destroyed, it'll be able to reform in a short time. However, the process of reforming one's soul is extremely difficult. Moreover, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for one's soul to completely recover and for one's soul to fuse with one's body again. It might even take longer than that. When he reached this part of the sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing, just like that devil cultivator who caused our Rising Sky Mansion to fall from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. According to the ancient book, the vicious devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, is a top devil Dao cultivation method. It also contains the soul congregation technique. Devil cultivator. The devouring dark devil technique. Upon hearing the vice mansion master's words, the scene fell silent immediately. Almost everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew about the past of the Rising Sky Mansion. The devil cultivator who cultivated the vicious devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, was also someone everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion hated to the core. It was because of that devil cultivator that the Rising Sky Mansion had fallen to such a state. If the young mansion master is a devil cultivator and has cultivated a top devil Dao cultivation method, it's not surprising that he knows the soul congregation technique. However, the problem is, as far as I know, the young mansion master is not a devil cultivator. The old vice mansion master continued to say. The moment the old vice mansion master's words left his mouth, Su Yicheng and the group of people who did not go to the Rising Sky ranking battle nodded one after another. However, the group of people who had just returned from the Nimble Valley, including Su Zhen, looked at each other in confusion. This was because only they knew the young mansion master was a devil cultivator. Nobody noticed. Chapter 1704. As the lackey of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew about Su Jing's matter from the beginning until the end. In the entire Rising Sky Mansion, apart from Su Jing himself, he was the only one who knew about Su Jing cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Initially, he thought he would lose his backer since the young mansion master was dead. He did not expect things would take a turn for the better. First, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion confirmed the young mansion master was still alive. Then, the old vice mansion master even mentioned the devouring dark devil technique and the soul congregation technique in the devouring dark devil technique. With this, he knew that his young master's life was saved. This was because his young mansion master cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Although he knew this, he did not dare to say it out loud even if his young mansion master was still alive. This was because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath not to reveal the young mansion master's secret. Lord Mansion Master, there's something I must tell you. Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, looked at Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, and said solemnly, during the Rising Sky ranking battle, the young Mansion Master was already a devil cultivator. I think young Mansion Master must have obtained a top Devil Dao cultivation method and fell into the Devil Dao to become a devil cultivator. Not only that, but his strength has also increased greatly. When Su Tsun recalled the powerful strength Su Jing had displayed during the Rising Sky ranking battle and the old Vice Mansion Master's words, the doubts in his heart were cleared up. As it turned out, young Mansion Master Su Jing's fortuitous encounter was to obtain a top Devil Dao cultivation method. When he recalled Su Jing had only spent a year to cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage, his heart trembled. The top Devil Dao cultivation method he cultivates is too heaven-defying, right? The moment Su Tsun's words left his mouth, apart from the group of people who followed him back, everyone, including Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was stunned. In the end, Su Yicheng was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Su Tsun and said in a deep voice, Grand Elder, tell me everything that happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle, including how your grandson, Su Kan, and the other two people were killed. Of course, tell me about my son as well. His son had become a devil cultivator, but he didn't know about it. This made Su Yicheng a little depressed. Yes, Manor Lord. Facing Su Yicheng's gaze, Su Tsun didn't dare dally and slowly explained the sequence of events. When they learned that one of their Rising Sky Mansion's disciples was killed by Zhonggu, a few of the high-ranking officials from the Rising Sky Mansion were enraged. How dare that Zhonggu kill our Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Lord Mansion Master, our Rising Sky Mansion will definitely not let Zhonggu go. As they finished speaking, they spoke to Su Yicheng with righteous indignation. There's no need for that. Su Tsun shook his head. After that, he faced the gazes of the majority of the people, including Su Yicheng, and said, Zhonggu was killed by the young Mansion Master. Upon hearing this, the few Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials' anger dissipated. According to the script, they should be praising Su Jing, the young Mansion Master, at this moment. However, when they thought about Su Jing's current situation, they did not say anything. Go on. Su Yicheng urged. Then, Su Tsun mentioned Li Feng and told them how Li Feng had killed his grandson, Su Kan, after killing a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. When Su Tsun reached this part of the story, his expression turned grave immediately. No matter what, Su Kan was his grandson. For a time, the flames of hatred in his heart could not help but rise, and it was difficult to extinguish for a long time. Li Feng? A sectless cultivator? The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Yicheng, frowned when they heard this. I've never heard of such a sectless cultivator in our Rising Sky Mansion's district before this. He's actually able to kill Su Kan, who's at the intermediate refined saint stage. His strength is definitely not inferior to Zhonggu. Humph. This Li Feng actually dares to kill someone from our Rising Sky Mansion. He must be tired of living. Don't worry. This Li Feng must have been killed by the young Mansion Master as well. That's right. There's no point in arguing with a dead person. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people, including Su Tsun, heard the words of the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the corners of their mouths twitched. Huh. As the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Yicheng's observation skills were, naturally, incomparable to others. Soon after, he noticed the strange expressions on Su Zhen and the others' faces. His heart jolted immediately. Don't tell me Jing Er's injury has something to do with Li Feng? Yes. Su Zhen nodded with a wry smile on his face. Then, under Su Yicheng's cold gaze, he continued to recount what happened. He told them about how Su Jing, the young mansion master, had appeared and killed Zhong Gu, the flowery monk, and Jing Su Zi who had joined forces. What? The young mansion master killed the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi? He even killed them when they joined forces? The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials broke into an uproar when they heard this. In fact, Su Zhen had mentioned earlier that the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi's cultivation base were at the mastery refined saint stage. However, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion actually managed to kill two intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses when they joined forces? Unbelievable. This was exactly how they felt at this moment. Even Su Yicheng was shocked. It did not cross his mind that his son would become so strong after a year. The young mansion master is a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. When Su Zhen said this, the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Yicheng, were stunned. After a year, he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage? What kind of terrifying progress was this? Fortunately, Jing Er is still alive. At this moment, Su Yicheng was not the only one rejoicing. Even the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Zhen, were rejoicing as well. Su Zhen, in particular, felt as though he had regained something he had lost. Moreover, since Su Jing was still alive, this meant he would not be punished anymore. After Su Zhen finished recounting what happened, the entire place fell silent again. The sectless cultivator, Li Feng, whom they had never heard of before, was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not even 40 years old yet. Such innate talent was as rare as a phoenix's feather and Qilin's horn in the Debussy subterranean. However, he had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. That Li Feng really doesn't know what's good for him. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials learned that Li Feng had rejected Su Zhen's invitation, they began to curse one after another. However, when they learned that Li Feng did not go to the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, they felt slightly better. Since we can't recruit this Li Feng, we can only kill him. Su Yicheng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, "He killed two of my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and injured my son to such an extent. I won't be at ease if this Li Feng doesn't die." Then, Su Yicheng asked Su Zhen to draw a portrait and ordered the Rising Sky Mansion's forces outside to search for Li Feng and kill Li Feng. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Li Feng was actually just an alias. Moreover, the person in the portrait was just a disguise. It was not certain if this face would appear again in the future. Due to this reason, no matter how the people from the Rising Sky Mansion searched, they would not be able to find Li Feng. Suddenly, the old Vice Mansion Master seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Su Yicheng and asked, "Lord Mansion Master, now that the young Mansion Master is severely injured and will need at least 3 years to recover, how should we arrange the wedding of the eldest miss of the fifth-rate force, the Greenwave Han Mansion, in a month's time? Should we give them a heads-up?" The others immediately looked at Su Yicheng as well. They knew a little about this matter. "Since my son is injured to such an extent, the wedding can only be postponed. There's no need to inform a mere fifth-rate force. Moreover, it won't take long for the news of my son's death to spread to the entire Rising Sky Mansion's district and the Greenwave Han Mansion. At that time, they'll naturally know the reason why we didn't go to the wedding." Su Yicheng said proudly. As the leader of the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, he really did not think much of a fifth-rate force like the Greenwave Han Mansion. That's true. At that time, even those guests who have been invited by the Rising Sky Mansion will be able to guess the wedding has been cancelled when they hear about the young mansion master's death. Su Tsun nodded. Everyone present, please swear on the lightning penalty oath that nobody is allowed to spread the news that the young mansion master is still alive. Just tell the public that the young mansion master is dead. Soon after, Su Yicheng's eyes turned cold as he looked at the people present on the scene and said in a deep voice. The people present on the scene were not surprised by Su Yicheng's decision. Currently, the young mansion master, Su Jing's condition was clear. He must have cultivated a top devil Dao cultivation method that saved his life. If the news of Su Jing's survival spread out, it was inevitable that someone would link it to the top devil Dao cultivation method. At that time, Su Jing would definitely become a target for everyone. Even those quasi-third-rate forces would be interested in a top devil Dao cultivation method. To the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, this day was undoubtedly an unforgettable day. This was because the entire Rising Sky Mansion's estate was completely shrouded by the sound of thunder. The sound of thunder was so loud that it was deafening. Those who had not entered the saint stage almost had their eardrums ruptured. Some of them even bled from all 7 orifices and were on the brink of death. After all, so many people had sworn on the lightning penalty oath at the same time. When the 9-9 heavenly tribulation from the oath tribulation overlapped, it was extremely terrifying. As time passed by, the news of the Rising Sky ranking battle had also spread to the Greenwave Han Mansion's district and the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. What? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, actually died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? When the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian, heard this news, horror dawned on his face as a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. In this case, that girl Han Xuanai has managed to escape this calamity? No. Chapter 1705. Han Xian, what are you trying to do? When Han Xuanai saw Han Xian had killed Qing Nu who was protecting her with just a lift of his hand, horror dawned on her as she asked in a loud voice. What am I trying to do? Han Xian smirked. Han Xuanai, I've always treated you well, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. I only asked you to tell me the origin of the person who killed my grandson, but you kept evading me. Now, I've lost my patience. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the origin of that person. Otherwise, you can go with Qing Nu. When Han Xian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Han Xuanai. Qing Nu. Qing Nu. Han Xuanai squatted next to Qing Nu's body. Her eyes were red as tears streamed down her face. Qing Nu had been by her side since she was young. In her heart, she had long regarded Qing Nu as her family. However, Qing Nu had died in front of her. Moreover, she had died protecting her. Han Xuanai's heart was filled with guilt. When he saw Han Xuanai ignoring him, the sneer on Han Xian's face deepened. Don't think you can stall for time by not replying to me. To tell you the truth, whether it's your father or your Uncle Mu, they're currently discussing with my men about the Rising Sky Mansion's lack of marriage proposal. It's impossible for them to come and save you in such a short time. When Han Xian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder. It made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Qing Nu, Han Xuanai was slightly dazed as she looked at Qing Nu's body. Unknowingly, the words her mysterious master had once told her began to echo in her ears again. Xuanai, our red dust progeny has to train ourselves in the mundane world. Only by experiencing the warmth and coldness of life and seeing through life and death can we completely comprehend the profundity of the red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. Soon after, the words that her master had said to her before she left also echoed in her ears. If you encounter the dragon tribe, all you need to do is channel your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. At that time, her master was worried that she would encounter dragons when she went to Cloud Continent, so she gave her a small, exquisite sword. Because she did not encounter any dragons when she returned to Cloud Continent, she did not use the exquisite small sword. As time passed, she had forgotten about it. Even Han Xuanai herself did not know the origin of her master. The only thing she knew was that her master claimed to be the successor of the Red Dust lineage, and her master had passed down the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method to her. In the beginning, her master did not allow her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method, saying that it was not the right time. It was not until her master left that she officially allowed her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method. However, even though the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method was profound, she could not see anything special about it because she had only cultivated it for a short time. Unknowingly, a small, exquisite sword appeared in Han Xuanai's hand. Although Han Xuanai's movement was small, it was still noticed by Han Xian. No matter what, Han Xian was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. What? Don't tell me you want to fight me? With this little sword that's the length of a pinky? Han Xian sneered. In the next moment, Han Xuanai circulated the true energy in her body and channeled it into the small, exquisite sword in her hand. At this moment, the small, exquisite sword that had been channeled with true energy instantly shattered into countless pieces with a loud crack. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that at the instant the small, exquisite sword shattered, a silhouette appeared beside Han Xuanai. It was a human-shaped silhouette. Upon closer inspection, one would see that it was a woman. To be more precise, it was a beautiful woman. Xuanai. As soon as the beautiful woman appeared, she looked at Han Xuanai with a faint smile. Then, she saw Qing Nu's corpse on the ground and could not help but frown slightly. It was obvious she knew Qing Nu as well. Master? As soon as Han Xuanai saw the beautiful woman's silhouette, she had already recognized her master. She was stunned for a moment and only regained her senses when the beautiful woman called out to her. She looked at the silhouette in front of her in shock. At this moment, Han Xuanai's heart was filled with confusion. Martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage could form silhouettes. It was called the innate illusory body. The innate illusory body could only be used to confuse people. However, the innate illusory body was usually limited by distance. But now, she didn't even know where her master was, but the phantom had appeared in front of her. Furthermore, it had appeared in front of her through that exquisite little sword. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but my duplicated avatar can only exist for a limited time. I'll explain it to you after I've dealt with him. The beautiful woman nodded at Han Xuanai before she turned around to look at Han Xian. Although she did not know what had happened earlier, she could tell from the killing intent in Han Xian's eyes that he wanted to kill her disciple. For a moment, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. There were not many disciples in the Seven Absolute sect to begin with. Due to this reason, everyone in the sect was extremely protective of their disciples. Naturally, she was no exception. Duplicated avatar? Han Xian was shocked when he saw the small, exquisite sword in Han Xuanai's hand shattering and a silhouette appearing. The innate illusory body could be mastered by martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage. However, once they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, the energy in their bodies would transform and they would no longer be able to use it. For this reason, he did not think it was an innate illusory body. When Han Xian heard the beautiful woman say it was an duplicated avatar, he felt the term was familiar. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled it. Dao cultivators whose cultivation base had surpassed the eminent saint stage could master the duplicated avatar divine ability. This divine ability was not very useful in a real battle. Its greatest use was to seal it in a special amulet. When someone channeled their energy into the amulet, the duplicated avatar would be released. When a Tao cultivator reached that level, if they had disciples or descendants, they would usually pass the amulet that contained their duplicated avatar to them for self-defense. The moment Han Xian thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He looked at the beautiful woman's silhouette in shock. Why, you're a Tao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage? It did not cross his mind that Han Xuanai had such a master. Good heavens! Would it not be easy for a Tao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage to kill him? You're quite knowledgeable to know about the duplicated avatar. The beautiful woman sneered. All of a sudden, Han Xian seemed to have recalled something. His expression gradually calmed down before he said with a murderous gleam in his eyes, "Humph. So what if you're a Tao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage? Since you've left your duplicated avatar with Han Xuanai, I'm sure your true body won't be able to make it back in time. Don't tell me a mere duplicated avatar is trying to stop me?" Han Xian sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. The reason the duplicated avatar of a Tao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage was useless in a real battle was because it was too weak. The strength of a Tao cultivator's duplicated avatar was usually 2 to 3 stages lower than his true body. For example, the strongest duplicated avatar of a Tao cultivator at the divine saint stage who was above the eminent saint stage would only be at the refined saint stage, while the weakest would only be at the pristine saint stage. Only the duplicated avatar of a Tao cultivator at the exemplary saint stage or above would have the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse. As for Han Xian, as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, unless it was a powerful great Tao cultivator at the quintessential saint stage, he would not be threatened by the duplicated avatar. However, there were no quintessential saint stage Tao cultivators in the Wuxia subterranean. Even the strongest powerhouses in the few quasi-third-rate forces in the Wuxia subterranean were only at the exemplary saint stage. Above the eminent saint stage was the divine saint stage. Above the divine saint stage was the exemplary saint stage. Above the exemplary saint stage was the quintessential saint stage. Powerful powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage only existed in the upper province of the Tao martial saint land. There were none in the Wuxia subterranean. At the very least, Han Xian had never heard of any quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Wuxia subterranean. A frog at the bottom of a well. The beautiful woman smirked when she heard the disdain in Han Xian's words. She did not seem to make any movements, but the space around Han Xian suddenly trembled as though it was being squeezed. At this moment, Han Xian, who had a disdainful expression on his face, suddenly narrowed his eyes. An expression of disbelief and despair could be seen on his face. At this moment, Han Xian discovered he could not move his body at all. The space around him seemed to have been sealed, and he could not mobilize the true origin in his body as well. At this moment, Han Xian finally realized how terrifying this beautiful woman was. Just a duplicated embodiment was enough to render him powerless. "Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life." At this moment of life and death, Han Xian's arrogance had disappeared and was replaced by fear. As a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, only he knew how many hardships he had to go through to reach this point. At this moment of life and death, the scenes of the past flashed in his mind. Due to this reason, he was terrified. If he died, he would lose everything. His cultivation, his consciousness, everything would vanish into nothingness. For this reason, he no longer cared about his arrogance. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to survive. Unfortunately, at this moment, was it even possible for him to survive? Humph! The beautiful woman snorted coldly as she clenched her delicate hand into a fist. At this moment, the space around Han Xian began to tremble violently. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a calm lake, setting off waves of ripples. As the ripples spread out in the air, Han Xian, who was standing in the middle with a despairing expression on his face, was also distorted by the ripples. In the next moment, his body was torn into pieces before it finally turned into nothingness. Apart from the spatial ring, there was nothing left of him at all. Gasp. Chapter 1706. In the past, Han Xuanai only knew her master was very mysterious. Moreover, her master seemed to be very powerful. At the very least, she felt she was more powerful than her father. However, even then, she did not expect her master to be so powerful. With just a mere duplicated incarnation, he was able to kill Han Xian with just a wave of his hand. The entire process was completely one-sided. From the beginning until the end, Han Xian did not even have the strength to fight back. In fact, as the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian was a mastery eminent saint stage powerhouse. Xuanai, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. Master's duplicating embodiment can only last for another 30 breaths of time at most. At this moment, the beautiful woman's words jolted Han Xuanai back to her senses. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai jolted and regained her senses. She immediately asked, "Master, this duplicating embodiment of yours. What exactly is it?" As long as a Tao cultivator makes a breakthrough from the eminent saint stage to the divine saint stage, they'll be able to master the duplicating embodiment divine ability. However, this duplicating embodiment divine ability is able to. In the face of Han Xuanai's question, the beautiful woman patiently explained in simple terms. The duplicating embodiment is 2 to 3 major stages weaker than the original body. After listening to her master's words, Han Xuanai's eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful woman in shock. "Master, you're only a duplicating embodiment now, but you can kill Han Xian who's at the mastery eminent saint stage with just a wave of your hand. Don't tell me your original body's cultivation base has already entered the quintessential saint stage." Quintessential saint stage. Although Han Xuanai had heard of the quintessential saint stage before, that cultivation base was too elusive to her. It was said that in the Wuxia subterranean, even the strongest powerhouse in the few quasi-third-rate forces had yet to make a breakthrough to the quintessential saint stage. The beautiful woman smiled faintly. She did not say yes or no. However, Han Xuanai thought the beautiful woman had tacitly agreed to it. She could not help but ask, "Master, as far as I know, there's no quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Wuxia subterranean." Now, it's time to tell you." The beautiful woman interrupted Han Xuanai and said slowly, "I'm from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land." The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although Han Xuanai already had some guesses in her heart when she said those words just now, she could not help but feel a wave of shock when she heard her master admit it personally. "Master, is your actual body in the upper district now?" Han Xuanai took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and asked. "Yes." The beautiful woman nodded and smiled faintly. "Xuanai, Master will come to bring you to the upper province in half a year. The cultivation environment in the upper province is much better than the lower province. Go to the upper city." Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Xuanai's heart skipped a beat. To her, the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was undoubtedly a mysterious and unpredictable place. She did not find it strange that the cultivation environment there was better than the lower province. After all, the upper province was the place where the true powerhouses were as numerous as the clouds in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Wuxia subterranean, a mere quasi-third-rate force could dominate the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, third-rate forces were not allowed. There were even third-rate forces, second-rate forces, and first-rate forces. "Master, didn't you say only powerhouses at the eminent saint stage and above can travel between the upper and lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land? With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go there, right?" Han Xuanai asked. If she had a choice, she would, naturally, want to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with her master. The recent events had made her deeply aware of her own weakness. If she was as strong as her master, would the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion dare to force her to marry him? Silly girl, you're alone. Without a cultivation base at the Eminent Saint stage or above, naturally, you won't be able to go to the upper province. However, as long as you're at the Divine Saint stage or above, you'll be able to bring people to the upper province. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more people you'll be able to bring with you. The beautiful woman shook her head and explained patiently. All right. Master, I'll go to the upper province with you in half a year's time. Han Xuanai was excited when she found out she would be able to go to the upper province in half a year's time. After a while, she remembered the three little fellows. Master, I want to bring little gold, little black, and little white with me. Is that all right? Of course. It was obvious the beautiful woman knew about the existence of the three little fellows. When the beautiful woman saw Han Xuanai's eyes darting around as though she had thought of someone, she quickly said, apart from your brother Ling Tian, I'll allow you to bring the others to the upper province as well. Why? Although Han Xuanai did not know how her master managed to guess her thoughts, she could not help but frown when she heard her master's words. Based on her master's words, it seemed like she had something against her brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, why was she unwilling to bring her brother Ling Tian to the upper province? All right, I don't have much time left. Just remember my words. As for your question, I'll answer you in half a year's time. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the silhouette gradually disappeared as though it had never appeared. At this moment, only Han Xuanai and Qing Nu's corpse were left in the spacious room. When Han Xuanai saw Qing Nu's corpse again, she could not hide the sadness on her face. However, she knew there was nothing she could do to change the situation. Qing Nu, did you see that? Master has avenged you. Han Xuanai muttered. Unknowingly, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks again. In just a few days, the news of the death of the Greenwave Han Mansion's Supreme Elder, Han Xian, spread throughout the entire Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. It caused those who were originally on Han Xian's side to panic. Although Han Xian had died, nobody was sad at all. This was because he had only himself to blame for trying to kill the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xuanai. I can't believe that the Supreme Elder would be so crazy to actually want to kill the eldest miss. It's a good thing that the eldest miss master appeared in time. Otherwise, the eldest miss would have already died. That's right. Why didn't I see the Supreme Elder being so heartless before this? However, I wonder where the eldest miss master came from. To think that she's able to kill the Supreme Elder who's at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. If she's willing to stay in our Greenwave Han Mansion and work for us, even if our Greenwave Han Mansion can't become a 4th-rate force, we'll still be able to suppress the other 5th-rate forces. Similar discussions were spreading in the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. Unlike Han Xian's death that nobody cared about and was even spurned by others, Qing Nu's death was given the highest standard of burial in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian who had left the Greenwave Han Mansion was unaware of the matter that had happened. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the Windfall Nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. I'm back again. Looking at the capital of Windfall Nation from afar, Duan Lingtian's eyes were a little misty. To the capital of Windfall Nation, he was just a passerby. To him, the capital of Windfall Nation was just a relay station on his long journey. And now, the reason why he returned here was because his family and friends were still here. Currently, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself with a new face. The name he used was still Li Feng. However, his current face was no longer the face he used to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Instead, it was a very ordinary face. After entering the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the Siddha clan. Before he left, he had arranged for his family and friends to stay here. After more than a year, there were not many changes in the Sida clan. However, when Duan Lingtian entered the Sida clan, he did not enter through the front door. He did not even greet anyone. From the beginning until the end, he had entered quietly as though he was an uninvited guest. During this time, Duan Lingtian also noticed many people were watching the Sida clan. However, the most powerful person among these people was only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried he would be discovered. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the purpose of these people. It was none other than the devil seal tablet in his hand. All of Duan Lingtian's acquaintances were in the Sida clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place whereby Li Hong, Sima Changfeng, and the others stayed. Apart from senior brother, everyone is here? Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wudao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were sitting in a circle in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. However, their current expressions were somewhat unsightly, and their brows were furrowed. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. At the same time, Duan Lingtian appeared. He extended his divine consciousness to monitor the situation outside. Feng Wudao and the others who were frowning seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. They did not make a sound for a long time. They only regained their senses one by one when Duan Lingtian appeared. Who are you? Feng Wudao asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian had changed his face. Naturally, Feng Wudao could not recognize him. Uncle Feng, it's me. Under the watchful eyes of Feng Wudao and the others, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a drastic change in an instant. It had returned to his handsome face. This is, Feng Wudao and the others were stunned. They had never seen such a disguise before. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, they quickly regained their senses and were pleasantly surprised. When Duan Lingtian left, they did not know when they would be able to see him again. However, they did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would return. They should be happy that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, when they thought about Bai Li Hong's current situation, they could not bring themselves to be happy. Uncle Feng, Master. Where's my senior brother? When Duan Lingtian saw the worried expressions on Feng Wudao and the others' faces, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Master Bai Li is in the imperial palace. Sima Changfeng smiled wryly. The imperial palace? Duan Lingtian frowned. Why is senior brother in the imperial palace? Isn't he the interim saint inscription master of Sida clan? What the hell is going on? Chapter 1707. Well, this is what happened. Feng Wudao sighed and told him everything in detail. After you left, not only did the Windfall Nation's imperial family set their eyes on us, but even the powerhouses sent by the foreign forces had their eyes on us as well. After all, we're the only people they know who's related to you, the person who possesses the Devil Seal tablet. However, after we swore on the lightning penalty oath that we didn't know where you were, they didn't make things difficult for us. Perhaps, in their opinion, if they killed even one of us and the news spread, it would scare you, causing you to hide even more secretly. Feng Wudao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long guessed this. This was also the reason he left his family and friends behind when he left. As long as he was not exposed and was not found, his family and friends would not be in trouble. Apart from knowing him and his origin, they did not know where he had gone. Then, what's going on with senior brother? Why is he in the imperial palace? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He really could not figure out what the Windfall Nation's imperial family was trying to do. Master Bai Li had broken through to the pristine saint stage some time ago and became a 4-star saint inscription master not long after he broke through. This is undoubtedly a joyous matter to the Situ clan. After all, Master Bai Li is their interim advisor. However, not long after the news spread out, someone from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came and took Master Bai Li away. Sima Chongfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he said, at that time, the person from the imperial family was extremely arrogant. After Master Bai Li refused to enter the imperial palace to become the imperial family's exclusive saint inscription master, he actually forcefully took Master Bai Li away. The clan leader of Situ clan and his son repeatedly tried to stop him, but it was to no avail. Just like us, they could only watch as Master Bai Li was taken away. However, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son can't be blamed for this matter. When Sima reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and added as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on the clan leader of Situ clan and his son. Tell me everything that happened back then in full detail. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Then, with Chen Xiaoshui and Nan Gongyi's indignant narration, Duan Lingtian also understood the ins and outs of the matter. 3 months ago, Bai Li Hong had broken through to the pristine saint stage and became a 4-star saint inscription master. 2 months ago, the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came. The leader was a revered elder who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. After he arrived at the Situ clan, he was extremely arrogant. He ignored Bai Li Hong's objection and ordered his men to capture him. The Situ family patriarch and his son tried to stop him, but they were both injured by him. If it weren't for the fact that you and your father are relatives of the emperor, you would have died without a doubt. This was what the person said to the Situ family patriarch and his son before he took Bai Li Hong away. How arrogant! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. He was merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Did he really think he was invincible? I know senior brother's character very well. If he's unwilling, it's useless even if the Windfall Nation's imperial family forces him again and again. It has already been 2 months, but the Windfall Nation's imperial family still hasn't released him? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wudao and the others were hesitating to speak. His heart skipped a beat as he asked anxiously, could it be that something has happened to senior brother? A terrifying killing intent immediately surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. When the killing intent spread out, even Feng Wudao and the others felt chills running down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's fury. Duan Lingtian, according to the news from the imperial palace, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is still torturing Master Bai Li to force him to become a 4-star saint inscription master. However, Master Bai Li has yet to agree to it, and it has been dragging on until now. Although Master Bai Li's cultivation base has entered the pristine saint stage, he's still a mortal after all. I heard he can't hold on any longer. Nan Gongyi said with grief and indignation on his face. Senior brother. The moment Nan Gongyi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly trembled. His eyes turned red as the killing intent on his body became even more intense. He gritted his teeth as he said word by word, Windfall. Wind. Nation. Emperor. Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fury had reached its peak, and he was on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, although I know it's unbearable to stay calm, I still have to advise you to calm down. Actually, Uncle Feng has already asked sect leader Zi Yun of Drift Blaze sect for help regarding this matter. Initially, sect leader Zi Yun said the strongest person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family is on par with her in terms of strength. However, who would have thought after you left, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage came to the capital of Windfall Nation? He came for the Devil Seal tablet in your hands. Then, the imperial family treated him as a guest of honor. Sect leader Ziyun wanted to save Master Bai Li, but she was heavily injured by him. When Chen Xiaoshui reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with rage. The peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian sneered. Although he had only killed one devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, that devil cultivator had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. However, he did not rely on any external force when he fought with that devil cultivator. If he used the devil seal tablet, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Even if he did not use the devil seal tablet and only used the jasper celestial sword, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blow. With his current cultivation base, he could even kill an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse if he channeled the Sun True Origin into the jasper celestial sword. However, Duan Lingtian was still touched when he heard sect leader Ziyun of Drift Blaze sect was injured because of his senior brother. After all, he was not related to sect leader Ziyun at all. She had only helped him because of Tian Wu. After this matter is over, I'll go to the Drift Blaze sect to express my gratitude and visit Tian Wu. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Don't tell anyone about my return, including the clan leader of Sidu clan and his son. As for senior brother, he'll definitely return to the Sidu clan today. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's imperial family won't dare to touch all of you anymore. Faced with Feng Wudao and the others who were looking at him worriedly, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air in front of Feng Wudao and the others. Feng Wudao and the others who were not prepared for this were stunned. They only regained their senses after a long while. What did Duan Lingtian mean by that last sentence? He'll be able to save Master Bai Li? Nangong Yi asked in disbelief. That's impossible. The Windfall Nation's imperial family is already powerful. There are a few refined saint stage powerhouses guarding them. Now that there's another powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage from another force, saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family is no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has improved a lot, it's still impossible for him to be a threat to a refined saint stage powerhouse, right? Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. He did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Perhaps, he'll be able to think of another way or look for help from other powerhouses. Nangong Chen chimed in. It was rare for him to speak. No matter what, since he said so, we'll just wait for the news. From the beginning until now, he has never done anything that he's not confident in. It should be no exception this time as well. Although Feng Wudao was also shocked and found it hard to believe, the moment he recalled Duan Lingtian's past, he subconsciously felt he should trust Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Feng Wudao's words, the others finally understood. That was right. Duan Lingtian had never disappointed them. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian's life was like a heavenly book. Sima Changfeng, in particular, was the person who knew Duan Lingtian's background the best. Once upon a time, Duan Lingtian was just a disciple with another surname from a small clan in a remote corner of the mortal continent. However, in the end, he became a person who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Now that he had arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he continued to soar as though nothing could stop him. Due to this reason, Sima Changfeng was also very confident in Duan Lingtian. As for Xiongquan and Gold Thug, although they could not stay by Duan Lingtian's side like before due to the gap in their strength, they had unconditional trust in their young master and master since they were once by his side. If he said he could save Master Bai Li, he would definitely be able to save him. Regardless of what Feng Wudao and the others thought, after Duan Lingtian left the Sidu clan's estate, he went straight to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The Windfall Nation's imperial palace was also the residence of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had used the disguising secret tactic to change his face to the face that was so ordinary that no one would be able to recognize him in the crowd anymore. With his current strength, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to enter the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. Soon after, he found the dungeon in the depths of the palace where Bai Li Hong was locked up and met with him. Senior brother. Although Duan Ling Tian was prepared for this, he could not help but tremble when he saw Bai Li Hong, who was covered in wounds and blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Who's there? Duan Ling Tian appeared like a ghost, so the people who were watching Bai Li Hong did not notice him at all. It was only when he called out Bai Li Hong's name that the people from the imperial family who were watching Bai Li Hong snapped out of their daze. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would not show mercy to these people who heard him calling Bai Li Hong senior brother. Among these people, there was only one intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator. To Duan Ling Tian, killing them was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Soon after, more than 10 people who were watching Bai Li Hong fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Chapter 1708. After rescuing Bai Li Hong from the rack, Duan Ling Tian noticed something was amiss. With senior brother's current cultivation base at the pristine saint stage, it's impossible for him to pass out from such a small injury. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian began to investigate the situation in Bai Li Hong's body. Soon after, he discovered that there was a strange force in Bai Li Hong's body that was firmly suppressing his true origin. This energy was being depleted by the impact of the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body. Once this energy was completely depleted, the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body would regain its freedom. Origin sealing pill? A thought immediately appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He thought of a pill that could seal the true origin in a saint stage powerhouse's body. Unless one was forced to take this pill, no one would be willing to take it. It was impossible for one to take it when one was unprepared. This was because this pill was very special. It was so special that one would be able to smell its pungent smell as soon as one got close to it. No matter how many other things were mixed with it, it would not be able to cover up its smell. It was similar to the qi-holding powder. As its name suggested, the qi-holding powder was a pill that could seal the true qi of powerhouses at the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage. The origin sealing pill, on the other hand, could seal the true origin of saint stage powerhouses at different cultivation bases according to its grade. Naturally, it could only seal for a period of time. After a period of time, the medicinal effect would completely dissipate. To be more precise, as the medicinal effect was depleted, it would gradually lose its ability to suppress the true origin in the body of the person who took it. No wonder senior brother passed out after being tortured. As it turns out, he took the origin sealing pill. Duan Ling Tian, who was enlightened, had a murderous expression on his face. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the origin sealing pill, was no different from an ordinary person. If this torture continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention returned to the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill in Bai Li Hong's body. Looking at the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill, it can only suppress the true origin of a pristine saint stage powerhouse at most. As long as it's the true origin of a refined saint stage powerhouse, it can be removed. Although my son true origin is only at the pristine saint stage, it's not inferior to the true origin of an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Perhaps, it might be able to help senior brother expel the medicinal efficacy of the origin sealing pill. With this in mind, Duan Ling Tian began to move. After a while, Duan Ling Tian realized that he was right. As the tyrannical sun true essence in his body poured in, the essence sealing pill's medicinal power was like a mouse that had seen a cat, retreating little by little. In just a few seconds, Duan Ling Tian had completely removed the effects of the energy sealing pill from Bai Li Hong's body. Bai Li Hong's true origin was no longer restricted. With Bai Li Hong's true essence no longer restrained, he quickly regained consciousness with his current cultivation. When he saw the unfamiliar and ordinary face in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. "You are, senior apprentice brother." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he changed back to his original face. "Junior brother." When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "You! Why are you here?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Bai Li Hong saw the corpses on the ground. He recognized one of them. It was the intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator who was usually in charge of entertaining him. He was a revered elder in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. "Junior brother. You killed them?" Bai Li Hong asked with a stunned expression. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Senior brother, I'm here to bring you back." "Bring you back?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong regained his senses. He instantly shook his head and said, "Junior brother, I know you're not weak, but there are many people who are much stronger than these people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Apart from that, there are also a few refined saint stage powerhouses. Apart from that, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is also entertaining a guest. It's said that he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He even injured sect leader Zi Yun." When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, a guilty expression could be seen on his face. "For this reason, it's best for you to leave before they discover you. If anything happens to you because of me, I won't forgive myself even if I'm lucky enough to survive." Currently, Bai Li Hong was urging Duan Lingtian to leave. He was afraid he would drag Duan Lingtian into this matter. "Senior brother, I've already heard about sect leader Zi Yun." Duan Lingtian shook his head as his eyes shone coldly. "However, it's precisely because of this that I don't plan to leave after saving you. Senior brother, if you trust me, please do as I say." "Junior brother, how can I not trust you? However, what do you mean by the first half of your sentence? What do you mean by, because of this you don't plan to leave after saving me?" Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. However, in the end, he became even more confused. However, when Duan Lingtian spoke again, he finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant. He was so shocked that he was stunned. "Junior brother. Are you really confident?" Bai Li Hong gasped. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a huge change in his gaze. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother, don't worry. Even if I lose my life, I won't risk your life," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Although he was smiling, he could not suppress the killing intent in his eyes. "All right. I'll go all out today and go crazy with you." In the end, Bai Li Hong still chose to believe Duan Lingtian. After 15 minutes, an old man walked out of the prison deep in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The old man was dressed in blood-stained clothes. It was only natural that the people guarding outside were shocked when they saw him. "It's Bai Li Hong. Why did he come out?" Although the people outside the prison did not know what had just happened in the prison, they recognized Bai Li Hong and knew the reason why Bai Li Hong was imprisoned here to be tortured. When they saw Bai Li Hong swaggering out of the prison, they, naturally, went up to stop him. However, it did not cross their minds that this old man who had consumed the origin sealing pill would be so lively that he could easily send them flying. He did not seem like someone who had consumed the origin sealing pill at all. "What's going on?" They were instantly stunned. The origin sealing pill is consumed once every 2 weeks. I remember he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It's only been 3 days, how's it possible for the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect to disappear? They found it hard to believe. However, faced with an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator whose true origin was not sealed, naturally, they did not dare to go up to him. When they saw Bai Li Hong swaggering out of the prison, many people entered the prison. After they entered, they discovered the ground was littered with corpses, including the person in charge of the torture chamber, the intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator. *T. Lord Xiao has been killed by him. How's this possible? Isn't he an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator? How's it possible for him to kill Lord Xiao? Lord Xiao is an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? I also want to know why Bai Li Hong is still so lively after consuming the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It doesn't seem like his true origin is sealed at all. We must report this matter to revered Elder Hua as soon as possible. While the prison was in chaos, Bai Li Hong swaggered through the depths of the palace and walked out. Along the way, whenever he encountered any obstacles, he would make a move. In the beginning, those who tried to stop him were martial cultivators who had yet to enter the saint stage. He could easily get rid of them. However, with the addition of pristine saint stage powerhouses, it began to become difficult for him. Bai Li Hong, His Majesty has sincerely invited you to become the interim advisor of the imperial family, but you've repeatedly rejected him. Today, you even escaped from the prison without permission. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? As some pristine saint stage powerhouses joined in, an old man with an arrogant expression appeared at the right time. He looked down at Bai Li Hong condescendingly as he said in a low voice with a cold expression. This old man was the one who brought Bai Li Hong away from the Sidu clan 2 months ago. To be more precise, he was the leader of the group of people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At the same time, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. He had a high position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It made sense. There were only a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In this world where the strong ruled, as a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, his position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family was only second to those few powerhouses. When the pristine saint stage powerhouses saw this old man, they bowed at him one after another. Revered Elder Hua. Hua Jin. Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave when he saw this old man. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. When the old man brought him back to the imperial palace, he did not know much about the old man. However, after staying in the imperial palace for some time, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of this old man. Not only was this old man a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but he was also the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family's imperial family. This meant that the other few powerhouses at the peak of the pristine saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family were no match for him. Bai Li Hong, I was the one who brought people to invite you back that day. However, I only realized today that I've really underestimated you. Although I don't know how you managed to escape, you still dare to swagger through the streets and injure the people from the imperial family. You're really bold. As Hua Jin spoke, he stepped out in the air and arrived near Bai Li Hong in just a few moments. Oh no! Lord Xiao is dead. At this moment, a panicked voice resonated from afar. It came from the direction where Bai Li Hong had come from. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present on the scene was shocked as they looked at Hua Jin in unison. As far as they knew, Hua Qiu was Hua Jin's nephew. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Hua Qiu was addressed as Lord Qiu. Whoosh! At the instant when everyone was looking at Hua Jin seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he grabbed the person who reported the news. His eyes were cold as he asked, "What did you say?" Revered Elder Hua. The person was only an ordinary guard in the prison. Naturally, he was so frightened that his body trembled when he was grabbed by Hua Jin. However, when he saw Bai Li Hong from the corner of his eye, he immediately pointed at him. Revered Elder Hua, it's him. He's the one who killed Lord Qiu. Chapter 1709. Swoosh. 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 When the prison guard in Hua Jin's hand pointed at Bai Li Hong and said that Bai Li Hong had killed Wuxia, everyone, including Hua Jin, shifted their attention to Bai Li Hong in unison. Damn! He killed Wuxia? That's impossible. As far as I know, Bai Li Hong is merely an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, he had just made a breakthrough 3 months ago. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for him to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage now, even if he did, he's still not a match for Wuxia. That's right. Wuxia had already broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage a few years ago. He's not far away from breaking through to the mastery pristine saint stage. Whether all of you believe it or not, I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for Bai Li Hong to have the strength to kill Wuxia. Even if he does, he has to consume the origin sealing pill every once in a while. It's impossible for him to mobilize the true origin in his body, let alone kill Wuxia. Origin sealing pill? If he really consumed the origin sealing pill, do you think he'll be able to swagger his way here? The group of pristine saint stage powerhouses present on the scene whispered among themselves. Similar to Wuxia, they were ordinary revered elders in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Naturally, they did not dare to offend Wuxia even though they were ordinary revered elders. This was because Wuxia was Hua Jin's nephew. Although there were a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, they were usually aloof from worldly affairs. Due to this reason, most of the matters were handled by the other revered elders. As the strongest person below the refined saint stage in Windfall Nation, Hua Jin was, naturally, the leader of the other revered elders. After all, in this world where strength was everything, the strongest person had the right to speak. Hua Jin looked at Bai Li Hong, his eyes were as cold as a blade. However, he only glanced at Bai Li Hong before looking at the prison guard in his hand again. He said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Tell me everything you know, in full detail." When the prison guard heard this, he immediately took a deep breath and told them everything he knew in a trembling voice. When they heard Bai Li Hong had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago, let alone the other revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, even Hua Jin's expression changed drastically. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the vitality sealing pill 3 days ago, appeared in front of them full of energy today. Judging from Bai Li Hong's previous moves, how did he look like a person whose qi was sealed by the medicinal power of the vitality sealing pill? Refined saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, Hua Jin also realized there must be someone who had helped Bai Li Hong to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from his body. The person who could remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from Bai Li Hong's body must be someone at the refined saint stage or above. He couldn't think of a second possibility. Although the pill that Bai Li Hong consumed was the lowest grade origin sealing pill, it could even seal the true origin of a peak pristine saint stage powerhouse, let alone an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator like Bai Li Hong. An early pristine saint stage martial cultivator would need at least 20 days to consume the lowest grade origin sealing pill before the medicinal effect would gradually disappear. Although an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not need such a long time, it would still take half a month. Due to this reason, Hua Jin did not think Bai Li Hong would be able to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage. Even if Bai Li Hong had really broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage, it was impossible for him to be completely fine since he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. Moreover, other than the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body being removed, his nephew, Wuxia, was also dead. If a refined saint stage powerhouse really made a move to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body, it would be logical for him to kill his nephew. Due to this reason, the moment Hua Jin thought of this, he looked around frantically with a hint of dread on his face. What a joke! That was a refined saint stage powerhouse. If he wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. At this moment, a detail that Huajin did not think about seriously before began to appear in his mind. For example, why did Bai Lihong dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? If it was him, if it was not for the fact that he had someone backing him up, he would have left this troublesome place immediately after he was released. How would he dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? Was he not seeking his own death? The moment Huajin thought about this, he gasped inwardly as cold sweat broke out on his back. At this moment, he had even forgotten that his nephew was killed. Currently, he did not even have the time to care about himself, let alone the life and death of others. When he thought about how there might be a refined saint stage powerhouse watching him in the dark, he could not help but panic. If Huajin could think of this after listening to the prison guard's words, how could the other revered elders not think of this as well? Following Huajin's actions, they began to look around with a panicked expression on their faces. Refined saint stage powerhouse. It would be easy for a powerhouse at that level to kill Huajin, let alone them who were not even as strong as Huajin. Do you think that refined saint stage powerhouse is Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? In the end, a revered elder from the Windfall Nation's imperial family broke the silence by asking in a low voice. That's impossible, right? Not long ago, sect leader Zi Yun was severely injured by Master Yun. I'm afraid she hasn't even recovered yet. How is it possible for her to come to our Windfall Nation's imperial family again? Moreover, young Master Yun has already said that he doesn't mind killing her if she dares to come again. That's right. Unless she's not afraid of death, she won't dare to come again. However, if it's not sect leader Zi Yun, who's the one who removed the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Lihong's body? In our Windfall Nation, there are only a handful of refined saint stage powerhouses. The only one who's related to him is sect leader Zi Yun. I don't get it as well. The group of revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Bai Lihong still heard everything. Bai Lihong's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he finally recalled that the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in his body had been removed. Although he had only heard about the origin sealing pill, he knew it was difficult to remove it. Moreover, although a sixth-rate force like the Windfall Nation's imperial family might have a higher-grade origin sealing pill, the origin sealing pill that was used on him would not be of a higher grade. This was because the lowest-grade origin sealing pill could seal the true origin in his body. However, even the lowest-grade origin sealing pill would require a powerhouse at the refined saint stage to remove it. Don't tell me Junior Brother has a helper behind him? Bai Lihong thought to himself when he thought of this. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to kill an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator, he was not too shocked since he knew his junior brother's innate talent very well. Perhaps it would be difficult for ordinary people to have such an improvement after more than a year. However, his junior brother's strength could not be judged by common sense. However, he did not even dare to think that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, he felt Duan Lingtian had brought a helper with him this time. In fact, when his junior brother asked him to strut out, he already had a guess in his heart. Now that he was reminded by the group of revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family, he immediately confirmed his guess. I wonder if the helper behind junior brother can compare to that Master Yun. Bai Lihong thought to himself. Master Yun was the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage whom the Windfall Nation's imperial family treated as an honored guest. Recently, he had been staying in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, treating the imperial family as his home. Naturally, Bai Lihong also knew the reason he was staying in the Windfall Nation. He was waiting for his junior brother to appear so he could snatch the Devil Seal tablet from his junior brother's hands. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air and woke everyone up, including Bai Li Hong. As the crowd looked over, they discovered a revered elder of the Windfall Nation's imperial family was walking away at some point in time. However, at this moment, his body suddenly came to a halt because there was a bloody hole between his brows. Gasp! 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 At this moment, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rang in the air. How fast! Among the people present on the scene, only Hua Jin could vaguely see the golden sword ray that appeared briefly. The speed of the sword ray was so fast that he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. This was because it had already surpassed the pristine Saint stage. A refined Saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, Hua Jin's guess was confirmed. At the same time, the other revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family looked at each other, but none of them dared to make a move. It was as though their feet were filled with lead. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, naturally, they did not want to make the same mistake again. They did not want the powerhouse hiding in the dark to kill them as well. Master, I wonder what's your relationship with Bai Li Hong? Hua Jin took a deep breath and cupped his hands at the air. His tone was filled with humility. Although he was asking a question, his posture was very humble. So, you're the one who brought Bai Li Hong into this *T Windfall Nation's imperial palace? The moment Hua Jin's words left his mouth, a slightly hoarse voice resonated from all directions and clearly entered Hua Jin and the others' ears. It caused horror to dawn on Hua Jin's face. The other revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family could not help but glance at Hua Jin with a hint of pity in their eyes. Based on the powerhouse's tone, it was obvious he was displeased with Hua Jin's actions. Master, Hua Jin is only following the orders of our Windfall Nation's emperor. Hua Jin could hear the displeasure in the powerhouse's voice and quickly explained. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to stall for time and wait for the few refined Saint stage powerhouses from the Windfall Nation's imperial family to arrive. Naturally, there was also Master Yun, who was powerful and had an extraordinary background. Is that important? The voice resonated from all directions again. The hoarse voice was filled with indifference. It was precisely these indifferent words that caused horror to dawn on Hua Jin's face. The true origin in his body surged out as though he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 17:10. My lord, although true origin was surging out of his body, Hua Jin did not feel safe at all. His voice was trembling as he spoke to the air. His body was trembling uncontrollably as well. He was terrified. When one's cultivation base had reached his level, it was extremely difficult for one to make a breakthrough. The gap between one's strength was huge as well. Even if one was at the same stage, the gap between one's strength was like a chasm, let alone the gap between two major stages. Although there was only a fine line between the peak of the pristine Saint stage and the early refined Saint stage, the gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. Due to this reason, Hua Jin was extremely anxious when he saw the refined Saint stage powerhouse hiding in the dark, especially since the powerhouse seemed to be dissatisfied with his previous actions. Humph! A cold snort sounded and interrupted Hua Jin's words rudely. In the next instant, the hoarse voice resonated again from all directions. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. This Bai Li Hong is Duan Lingtian's senior brother. If he's tortured to death by all of you, Duan Lingtian will definitely raise his guard and hide even deeper. It might even be impossible for him to return to the capital of Windfall Nation. The Devil Seal Tablet is something that I must obtain no matter what. Your Windfall Nation's imperial family's actions have angered me. When the hoarse voice reached this part of the sentence, the group of people, including Hua Jin, finally understood everything. Only now did they realize the Saint Stage powerhouse hiding in the dark was not Bai Li Hong's friend. Instead, he was a powerhouse who wanted to obtain the Devil Seal tablet. The reason he saved Bai Li Hong was because Bai Li Hong was related to Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian was the person who had disappeared with the Devil Seal tablet. My lord, your strength is profound. You'll definitely be able to obtain the Devil Seal tablet in the future. Hua Jin quickly flattered him, hoping the powerhouse hiding in the dark would shift his attention elsewhere. It would be fine as long as he did not stare at him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be dreaming. If the person hiding in the dark was really someone like he had said, perhaps, he would not be so calculative with Hua Jin at this moment. However, the person hiding in the dark was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was Bai Li Hong's junior brother. At the same time, he also regarded the clan leader of Situ clan and his son as his friends. When he found out that Bai Li Hong was taken away by Hua Jin and that the clan leader of Situ clan and his son were injured by Hua Jin, he had already sentenced Hua Jin to death in his heart. Therefore, no matter how much Hua Jin flattered him, it was useless. Of course, Hua Jin was unaware of all this. If he had known, he wouldn't have admitted defeat and flattered him. Instead, he would have fled as far as he could, even if he didn't think that he could escape from Duan Ling Tian, who was hiding in the dark. Because that was his last life-saving straw. Even if that straw was not very sturdy, he had no other choice. You, Hua Jin, are just the beginning. Duan Ling Tian pretended to be hoarse as his voice reverberated in the air again. The moment his words left his mouth, the hearts of the people present on the scene jolted. Horror dawned on Hua Jin's face as the true origin on the surface of his body spread out in an attempt to consolidate his territory. Unfortunately, before he could consolidate his territory, a sword ray that was even faster than the previous golden sword ray appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Before he could react, the sword ray pierced through the space between his brows, leaving behind a terrifying bloody hole. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hua Jin fell. When he fell, a horrified expression was still plastered on his face. Hua Jin, the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine saint stage, had died in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, although the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family who were present on the scene were not sad about Hua Jin's death, they could not help but grieve for him. Even Hua Jin, who was more powerful than them, had died in just a blink of an eye. Their strength was nothing in the eyes of that powerhouse. Run! If we don't run, we'll die. While many people were still in shock from Hua Jin's death, someone cried out. His voice was filled with terror and despair. The moment this voice rang in the air, despair spread and shrouded everyone's hearts. In the next instant, nobody knew who took the lead, but the group of revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family began to flee in all directions. Naturally, not all of them fled. Some of the revered elders remained on the spot. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move at all. These people were more rational people. After witnessing the strength of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark, they did not dare to think about fleeing at all since they knew it was impossible for them to do so. However, when they saw the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark did not make a move even though many of them had fled, their minds instantly became active. Soon after, they joined the ranks of those who fled. Soon after, all of the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family had fled. Only a group of imperial palaces' imperial guards with low cultivation bases remained. They looked at each other and did not make a move for a long time. It was only when someone took the lead that they gradually dispersed. Nobody knew when, but Bai Li Hong was the only one left. To be more precise, there were only 2 people left. Apart from Bai Li Hong, there was also Duan Ling Tian who was hiding in the dark. Senior brother, continue to walk out. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Bai Li Hong in a timely manner. If Duan Lingtian intended to stop the group of people who had fled earlier, with his current strength, none of them would have been able to escape. The reason they were able to escape was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to make a fuss about it. To him, those people were merely bait. He had let them go so he could catch a bigger fish. Yes. It was only when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission that Bai Lihong finally snapped back to his senses. The scene of Hua Jin being killed earlier had also shocked him. 2 months ago, Hua Jin had brought his men to the Situ clan to kidnap him. How domineering was he? Relying on his cultivation base, he was fearless. When he faced Bai Lihong, he even looked at him condescendingly. However, today, such a person was killed in just a blink of an eye. Where did junior brother find such a helper? Bai Lihong was shocked. He did not expect his junior brother to know a refined saint stage powerhouse. Although the refined saint stage powerhouse had said that he had saved him because he was afraid his junior brother would be scared out of his wits if he died, it was just a perfunctory remark. But he knew that it was only perfunctory words. If that person really wanted his junior brother's devil seal tablet, then that person would have made a move to seize it long ago. Why would that person help his junior brother and save him? After witnessing the strength of that powerhouse, Bai Lihong's confidence was boosted. He continued to walk toward the entrance of the imperial palace without any fear. Fortunately, Bai Lihong still did not know his junior brother was the powerhouse who killed Hua Jin. Otherwise, who knew how frightened he would be? Although Bai Lihong knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent was monstrous, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a refined saint stage powerhouse. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage who had an extraordinary origin. While Bai Lihong continued to walk out, the news of Hua Jin's death finally reached the ears of the Windfall Nation's emperor. The Windfall Nation's emperor was a middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe. There was an awe-inspiring look on his face. Hua Jin is dead? The moment the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, heard the news of Hua Jin's death, his expression turned grave immediately. Cold killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Hua Jin was not only the revered elder of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also Zhu Yuan's right-hand man. There were many things that he had to rely on Hua Jin to do. Killing Hua Jin was no different from severing his right-hand man. How could he not be enraged? At the same time, the dragon robe on Zhu Yuan's body fluttered in the wind. The divine dragons embroidered on it seemed to have come alive at this moment as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws majestically. At the same time, the aura of a powerhouse swept out from Zhu Yuan's body, causing the revered elder who came to report the news to take a few steps back. This revered elder was an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator, but he was forced to take a few steps back by Zhu Yuan's aura. One could just imagine Zhu Yuan's strength. The Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land. It was a sixth-rate saint nation. A country like this was completely different from some countries on the mortal continent. Those who could become the emperor were all outstanding people in the imperial family without exception. As the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan was one of the few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Not only that, but he was also the youngest refined saint stage powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It was only natural that an ordinary early pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his aura. It's an unknown powerhouse who killed revered elder Hua without even showing himself. The imperial family's revered elder did not dare to hesitate and quickly answered Zhu Yuan's question. Killed Hua Jin without even showing himself? Refined saint stage powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan's expression turned even graver. He's at least at the refined saint stage. Moreover, it seems like he's not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Under the circumstances where he didn't show himself, he killed revered elder Hua with just one strike. The imperial family's revered elder began to sweat again when he recalled the scene earlier. What? The moment these words left his mouth, Zhu Yuan's expression changed immediately. He was confident he could kill Hua Jin without even showing himself. However, he did not have the strength to kill Hua Jin with just one strike when he did not show himself and Hua Jin was already prepared. Such strength. He's at least at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. The moment Zhu Yuan thought of this, his heart jolted. In fact, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family only had one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. He was also the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. What's so special about that person's attack? Could it be Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? Zhu Yuan asked in a deep voice. Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was also the only person in Windfall Nation who was on par with the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I don't think it's sect leader Zi Yun. Based on that person's attack, he should be a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Yes. Did that person say anything? Chapter 1711. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the two people who were blocking Bai Li Hong's path calmly. One of the two people was wearing a dragon robe. His identity was obvious. He was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. Although this was also Duan Lingtian's first time meeting Zhu Yuan, he could guess his identity based on his attire. After all, the dragon robe was the emperor's exclusive attire. Although this was his first time meeting Zhu Yuan, it did not mean Duan Lingtian did not know him. Not only that, when he was still a revered elder of Sida clan, he had heard of Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, more than once. He knew he was one of the most powerful people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a refined saint stage powerhouse. The other person was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. Coupled with his messy long hair, he looked like a human-shaped lion from afar. Since he's standing next to Zhu Yuan, this person must be one of the refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. While Duan Lingtian was speculating, Zhu Yuan and the other person who blocked Bai Li Hong's path did not make things difficult for him. Instead, they looked around as though they were looking for something. After a while, Zhu Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Friend, I'm the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I wonder if you can come out for a chat." Zhu Yuan's tone was very polite. He did not seem like the emperor of a sixth-rate saint nation at all. The Windfall Nation's emperor? At the same time, when Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan's self-introduction and saw the dragon robe he was wearing, he immediately regained his senses. The person who was blocking his path was actually the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. However, he was only slightly surprised when he found out the other person was the Windfall Nation's emperor. He did not feel anything else. So what if he was the Windfall Nation's emperor? Behind him was a powerhouse who was not afraid of Master Yun, who was treated as a VIP by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. That was his junior brother's friend. Let's talk about it when everyone's here. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, said faintly. His voice was still pretending to be hoarse, and no one could associate this voice with his real self. The voices came from all directions and entered the Zhu Yuan duo's ears, causing them to involuntarily frown. Wait until everyone is here. What did he mean? Soon after, a middle-aged man and an old man appeared. Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him finally reacted and understood what the hidden powerhouse meant. Master Yun. Uncle. After the middle-aged man and the old man appeared, Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him hurriedly bowed. The first person they bowed to was not the old man, but the middle-aged man. After bowing to the middle-aged man, they bowed to the old man. Although the old man was an elder of the Zhu Yuan duo, he did not dare to overstep his boundaries in front of the middle-aged man. Therefore, when the old man saw the two of them greet the middle-aged man first, not only was the old man not angry, he even felt that it was normal. In fact, this person was a powerhouse from a quasi-third-rate force. Although his strength was nothing in a quasi-third-rate force, he was almost invincible in Windfall Nation. The peak of the refined saint stage. In the history of Windfall Nation, perhaps there were powerhouses who had broken through to this stage, but there was almost no one who stayed in Windfall Nation after breaking through to this stage. Yes. The middle-aged man merely responded indifferently when Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man bowed to him. On the other hand, the old man responded with a smile. However, when the old man's gaze landed on Bai Li Hong, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a grave expression. "You're Bai Li Hong?" When Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan addressing the old man as uncle, he could already guess his identity. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one person who was addressed as uncle by the Windfall Nation's emperor. He was none other than Zhu Wuxia, the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. Faced with Zhu Wuxia's condescending question, Bai Li Hong frowned but did not reply. Although Zhu Wuxia was very strong and could easily kill him, Bai Li Hong was not someone who was afraid of death. Naturally, he would not bow before Zhu Wuxia. Moreover, he had a backer, so there was no need for him to be afraid of Zhu Wuxia. Huh? Zhu Wuxia's expression turned grave when he saw Bai Li Hong merely glanced at him indifferently after hearing his words before ignoring him. As the strongest powerhouse in Windfall Nation and the imperial uncle of the Windfall Nation's emperor, put aside the fact that he had a transcendent position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, even outside the Windfall Nation's people who knew about his identity were both respectful and fearful of him. However, today, he was ignored by an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. This was undoubtedly a form of humiliation to him. "How dare you?" When Zhu Wuxia's expression turned grave, two loud voices resonated in unison. It was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, and the curly-bearded man next to him who were glaring at Bai Li Hong. Their words were filled with rage. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, not only was Zhu Wuxia the strongest powerhouse, but he was also the pillar of support for the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man's eyes, Zhu Wuxia was not only the guardian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also their senior. A large part of the reason why they could achieve their current cultivation was because of Zhu Wuxia's unstinting guidance. A teacher was like a father. In their hearts, Zhu Wuxia had long been their father. However, someone actually dared to ignore their father. Moreover, this person was only an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. How could they not be furious? "Zhu Lai, kill him." Zhu Wuxia's eyes gleamed sharply as he shouted coldly. "Yes, Imperial Uncle." The person whom Zhu Wuxia addressed as Zhu Lai was the curly-bearded man next to Zhu Yuan. When he heard Zhu Wuxia's words, he immediately flew out and dove toward Bai Li Hong. He was like a goshawk that saw Bai Li Hong as its prey. No matter what, Zhu Lai was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. The moment he made his move, Bai Li Hong felt pressured, causing him to feel a little suffocated. Even his waist, which was as straight as the shaft of a spear, was gradually bending down. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air as a golden sword ray flashed across the sky. It appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye before disappearing in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, Zhu Lai, who was originally charging toward Bai Li Hong, retreated in a wretched manner. What a fast sword! After retreating, Zhu Lai only felt that his back was full of cold sweat. Just now, that golden sword light had almost brushed past his head. Fortunately, he did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Bai Li Hong earlier, so he managed to stop himself in time. If he had unleashed his full strength, he would not have been able to stop himself due to the inertia. If that was the case, he would have definitely died. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, whether it was Zhu Lai, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Mu Ci, or Master Yun, all four of them were looking at Bai Li Hong in unison. Naturally, they were not looking at Bai Li Hong. Instead, they were looking at a young man who appeared after the golden sword ray appeared. The young man had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, other than Master Yun, who claimed to be from a quasi-third-rate force, who was looking at the young man with disdain, Zhu Mu Ci and the other two had a solemn expression on their faces. This was because they knew this ordinary-looking young man's cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Zhu Mu Ci was a match for someone whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. However, faced with this expressionless young man, Zhu Mu Ci did not feel confident at all. Even he could clearly feel the threat contained in the golden sword light that flashed by just now. When one's cultivation base reached his level, one would have a particularly sharp sense of smell in many aspects. This ordinary-looking young man before him gave him a dangerous feeling. Humph! A refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family actually dares to kill a pristine saint stage martial cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Finally, the young man Duan Lingtian disguised as spoke. His voice was still hoarse. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Lai's expression turned grave. That's only if you can leave the palace alive and spread the news. Zhu Mu Ci sneered. You're that intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Zhu Mu Ci indifferently. So what if I am? Zhu Mu Ci continued to sneer. If it was said that he was still wary of Duan Lingtian in the beginning, after he obtained the support of the middle-aged man next to him, he no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a threat. Perhaps, this young man was stronger than him, but he could not be compared to the person next to him at all. The person next to him was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, the person next to him had even transmitted his voice to him earlier, saying he was confident he could deal with this young man. For this reason, he was not worried at all. It seems like you've taken him as your backer? Earlier, he had seen the hint of fear in Zhu Mu Ci's eyes when he looked at him. That was the behavior of a weakling. At the very least, Zhu Mu Ci had admitted he was no match for him. However, Zhu Mu Ci had acted out of character. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess why Zhu Mu Ci acted out of character. It was most likely related to the middle-aged man next to him. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai had addressed this middle-aged man as Master Yun. The middle-aged man was none other than the martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was also the guest of honor of the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the person who severely injured Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Chapter 1712. Zi Yun was Tian Wu's master. She was also his senior. The reason Zi Yun was heavily injured was because she had helped Duan Lingtian's senior brother out of the predicament for Tian Wu. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Zi Yun a favor. So what if I am? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Mu Ci smirked. He looked as though he was certain he had Duan Lingtian under his control. Although you're not related to Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't have coveted the Devil Seal Tablet. In fact, the Devil Seal Tablet is something that our Master Yun is determined to obtain. In terms of strength, Master Yun is a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. You're no match for him at all. In terms of the force behind him, Master Yun is from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Debussyi subterranean, a quasi-third-rate force is the top first-rate force. It's not something the force behind you can compare to. When Zhu Muci reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's important to know one's own strength. You might be strong, but you're still lacking if you want to get your hands on the Devil Seal tablet. Zhu Muci had heard about Duan Lingtian's objective before he came here. Naturally, what he knew was made up by Duan Lingtian. A quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing Zhu Muci's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then, he began to size up the middle-aged man, Master Yun, next to Zhu Muci. You're from a quasi-third-rate force? Humph. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the middle-aged man raised his head proudly and looked down at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. I'm Yun Kuan, a disciple of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Kuan's tone was filled with arrogance. This was his pride as a disciple of a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. If it was the Azure Cloud Mansion in the past, although it was also a quasi-third-rate force, its deterrence in the Debussyi subterranean was limited. After all, there was still a certain distance between quasi-third-rate forces. In the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion could only be considered as the weakest among quasi-third-rate forces. However, ever since the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new mansion master, it began to prosper. Currently, it had even become a giant in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, Yun Kuan, naturally, did not expect the young man standing in front of him was none other than the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the only son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master who was revered by everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was all because of Duan Rufeng that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to achieve its current status in the Debussyi subterranean. If Yun Kuan knew Duan Lingtian's true identity, he would have been scared out of his wits. In fact, in the eyes of the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, Duan Rufeng was a godlike existence. He was supreme and inviolable. However, Yun Kuan was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. Similarly, Duan Lingtian was unaware of his own identity as well. Although he knew his father was in the Dao Martial Saint Land and had recruited some powerhouses, it did not cross his mind that his father was the leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, his father was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion that had risen to prominence in recent years. In the Debussyi subterranean, the only quasi-third-rate force that could contend with the Azure Cloud Mansion was the Mountainshade Black Market. Even the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, that Duan Lingtian planned to join, was slightly weaker in comparison. Naturally, the difference was not that big. Perhaps, the Azure Cloud Mansion could annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion if they fought. However, in this battle, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely lose more than 80% of their strength. Due to this reason, even the Azure Cloud Mansion would not rashly provoke the Mystical Sky Mansion. If they really fought, the result would be a loss of 800 of their own men. Even if they managed to annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion whose strength was greatly reduced would still fall. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Put aside the other quasi-third-rate forces, as the archenemy of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mountainshade Black Market would definitely not let go of any opportunity to strike the Azure Cloud Mansion when it was down. Naturally, it was a little far-fetched to talk about this now. Don't tell me you think you're the only disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yun Kuan indifferently and smirked. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only was Yun Kuan stunned, but even Zhu Muci, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai were stunned as well. Could it be that this ordinary-looking young man with extraordinary strength was also a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? You're a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force as well? Yun Kun raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly. Although he was polite, he could not hide his arrogance. The Azure Cloud Mansion was an outstanding quasi-third-rate force. Unless they were the juniors of some high-ranking officials in the quasi-third-rate forces, he did not take any disciples from other quasi-third-rate forces seriously. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face deepened as a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. How dare you trick Master Yun? Zhu Muxia was the first to regain his senses when he saw the mockery in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. He did not expect this fellow to be so daring. After finding out Yun Kun was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, he still dared to tease and provoke Yun Kun. Was he really not afraid of death? Or did he think he was a match for Yun Kun? Although Zhu Muxia was filled with righteous indignation, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. He was happy to see this scene unfold before his eyes. As for Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, they were also rejoicing in Duan Lingtian's misfortune when they looked at him. The young man in front of them was so powerful that their Windfall Nation's imperial family could not do anything to him at all. However, they were unwilling to let him go just like that. No matter what, he had killed more than 10 people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. They could not wait to kill him. I sent this junior brother. At the same time, Bai Li Hong finally regained his senses. When Duan Lingtian appeared and spoke in a hoarse voice, he could tell it was the voice of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian had found a helper. It did not cross his mind that it was Duan Lingtian himself. It has only been slightly more than a year, but junior brother's strength has already risen to such a level? No matter what, Hua Jin was at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but he was instantly killed by him. How did his cultivation base rise in this 1 year? When Bai Li Hong realized his junior brother's strength had already reached the refined saint stage after more than a year, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. However, he regained his senses quickly this time. Brat, you're seeking death. The thing that caused Bai Li Hong to regain his senses was Yun Kun's angry shout. At this moment, Yun Kun finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he was, naturally, furious. He could not suppress his anger at all. His robe fluttered, and the aura of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage was completely released. In an instant, with him as the center, the space within 100 meters of him shook. Wave-like ripples spread out, like a stone falling into a calm lake, setting off waves of ripples. Yun Kun's territory quickly consolidated. When the 3 men from the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the Zhu clan saw this, a cruel smile appeared on their faces. In their opinion, since Yun Kun had made his move, this young man would definitely die. Junior brother. Bai Li Hong's expression changed drastically as uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he was here to be the bait under Duan Lingtian's instructions. If Duan Lingtian was not confident, would he have asked him to do this? Naturally, the reason Bai Li Hong did not think of this was because he was concerned about Duan Lingtian. As the saying went, the more concerned one is, the more confused one becomes. This was exactly what Bai Li Hong meant. Faced with Yun Kun who had consolidated his territory, a sword suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that looked very ordinary and plain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the Sun true origin in his body began to stir. It flowed through his 99 saint veins and gathered in his hand that was holding the sword in just a blink of an eye. It continued to surge into the sword, causing the originally plain sword to emit a dazzling golden radiance. Whoosh! The radiance grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it looked like a blazing sun hanging in the sky. It's that sword. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was the Jasper Celestial Sword. Apart from him, Bai Li Hong could also recognize it. Even Bai Li Hong did not know why, but when he saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, the restlessness in his heart was strangely suppressed. He calmed down as well. After he calmed down, he recalled the reason he was here. Junior brother. Is he confident he can defeat Yun Kun? Although Bai Li Hong also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable, a trace of longing rose in his heart. Bai Li Hong's eyes were completely focused on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although the sword was shrouded in a dazzling golden radiance, one could still see its outline. Bai Li Hong still remembered the first time he saw this sword. It was in the Moon Illumination sect. He would never forget the scene that happened at that time. His junior brother used this sword with his cultivation base at the Saint Rudiment stage and killed a pristine Saint stage Supreme Elder from the Moon Illumination sect with just one slash. More than a year ago, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, although he did not see it clearly, he was certain it had something to do with this sword. You don't even need to use your territory, and you want to fight me, Yun Kun, with just a lousy sword? You're seeking death. After Yun Kun's territory was formed, he noticed Duan Lingtian had only taken out a sword and did not have any intention of forming a territory. He could not help but have a mocking expression on his face as he sneered. Why would I need a territory to kill you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently in the face of Yun Kun's mockery. Based on his words, it was as though he was certain Yun Kun would win. Duan Lingtian's words entered Yun Kun's ears. When Yun Kun saw Duan Lingtian's indifference, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. You're seeking death. Chapter 1713. Zhu Mu Xiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai smiled when they saw Yun Kun making his move. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the scene of the young man being killed. However, their smiles froze soon after. From the moment they started laughing to the moment their smiles froze, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that ordinary people could not even react in time. The reason their smiles froze was because the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. Yun Kun made his move furiously. His speed was so fast that even the three of them could not catch a glimpse of it. However, in just a blink of an eye, Yun Kun's figure that had disappeared from their sight appeared again as a sword cry reverberated in the air. However, Yun Kun's figure appeared in a different way. To be more precise, Yun Kun's body that appeared before their eyes was split into two from top to bottom. After a while, a dazzling stream of blood spurted out. Upon seeing this, Zhu Mu Xiai and the other two were dumbfounded. Yun Kun, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was killed in just one move. At the same time, Bai Li Hong could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Yun Kun was dead. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The progress of his junior brother's cultivation base was so fast that he was almost numb to it. A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage was killed by him in just one move. In other words, with the help of that powerful sword, his junior brother's attack was comparable to the attack of a great saint stage powerhouse. Only an eminent saint stage powerhouse would be able to kill Yun Kun, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, in just one move. In fact, Yun Kun was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force. Apart from having a powerful cultivation base, his technique was definitely not simple. He might not be the best among the martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was definitely stronger than many people. However, such a person was instantly killed by his junior brother with just one move. He did not know when his junior brother made his move. He did not even hear the sword cry. Naturally, he knew the sword cry must have been there. However, it was too short, and his cultivation base was too low, he did not hear it at all. As it turned out, Bai Li Hong was right. He did not hear the sword cry, but Zhu Mu Ci and the other two whose cultivation bases were at the refined saint stage heard it. Naturally, Zhu Mu Ci's cultivation base was the highest, so she could hear it the clearest. It was precisely because of this that Zhu Mu Ci's face instantly turned ghastly pale when she saw Yun Kuan's corpse falling from the sky. Her body started to tremble involuntarily. Yun Kuan's death was something he had never expected. His heart trembled when he recalled how he had used his connections to provoke the young man in front of him. If the heavens gave him another chance, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke this young man like before. Damn it! It was all Yun Kuan's fault. If he hadn't sworn that he could take care of the other party, I wouldn't have provoked him like that. Thinking of this, Zhu Mu Ci looked at Yun Kuan's body that had been split into two and gnashed her teeth in hatred. I can't believe I'll be able to cast such a powerful sword strike when I activate the Jasper Celestial Sword with my current Sun True Origin. No matter what, Yun Kuan was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was killed by me in just one strike. Unknowingly, the dazzling golden light on the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had completely vanished. Duan Lingtian reached out to stroke the Jasper Celestial Sword gently as he muttered to himself. Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian took Yun Kuan's spatial ring, he shot out like a cannonball and appeared in front of Zhu Mu Ci, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai in just a flash. At this moment, the three of them had a grave expression on their faces. Fear and terror could be seen in their eyes. Why? Are you scared now? When Duan Lingtian saw their expressions and gazes, a devilish smile crept up on the corner of his mouth as he mocked them. My lord, I, Zhu Mu Ci, have eyes but failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, my lord. With your strength, the Devil Seal tablet will definitely be yours in the end. What a joke. That Yun Kuan really thought he was invincible just because he was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Little did he know there's a reclusive expert like you in this world, my lord. Zhu Mu Ci said to Duan Lingtian with a flattering expression on his face after he took a deep breath. At this moment, he no longer looked as majestic as before. He looked like a street boy now. When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw the expression on Zhu Mu Ci's face, they could not help but be stunned. This was their first time seeing their imperial uncle lose his composure like this. It was as though he was a completely different person. However, they did not know Zhu Mu Ci was scared out of his wits. If he did not mock the young man in front of him earlier, perhaps the young man would not have bothered with him with his strength. However, the problem was he had mocked the young man earlier. He knew if he was in the young man's shoes, he would not let him go so easily. In fact, after killing Yun Kuan, Duan Lingtian did not plan to do anything to Zhu Mu Ci and the other two. Moreover, he did not take Zhu Mu Ci's words to heart at all. It was as though he was walking on the street and a dog barked at him. He could not possibly run over and kill it, right? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Zhu Mu Ci's flattering expression, he could not help but feel disgusted. He raised his hand and casually swung his sword. A sword ray swept across the sky and killed Zhu Mu Ci before he could even react. Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by his Jasper Celestial Sword. Let alone an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although he had only casually swung his sword earlier, and the force was far from the sword that killed Yun Kuan, it was still not something Zhu Mu Ci could block or react to. Imperial Uncle. When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw Zhu Mu Ci had died just like that, horror dawned on them as they cried out in grief. However, their eyes were bloodshot, and they did not dare to show any signs of hatred. Who knew if this young man in front of them would also kill them and eliminate them when they were filled with hatred? Although they really wanted to kill him, they knew they did not have the ability to do so. The only thing they could do now was to try their best not to provoke him. Perhaps, they might be able to save their lives that way. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai at all. Although it was as easy as pie for him to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, both of them were refined saint-stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family after all. If both of them and Zhu Muxia died, the Windfall Nation's imperial family that no longer had any powerhouses to restrain them would fall into chaos. If the Windfall Nation's imperial family was in chaos, the complicated relationships would spread out. The entire capital and the entire Windfall Nation would be in chaos. At that time, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son, who were relatives of the imperial family, would definitely be implicated, and the Situ clan would be affected as well. The Situ clan was where his family and friends lived. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to the Situ clan. For this reason, he did not kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li. I'm determined to get the Devil Seal tablet. If I find out that the Windfall Nation's imperial family has made a move on Duan Lingtian's companions and alerted him, I'll definitely kill both of you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li coldly before vanishing into thin air before their eyes. As for Bai Li Hong, he did not bring him away. With his disguise, he was a stranger to Bai Li Hong. They did not have much interaction, so it was not appropriate for him to bring Bai Li Hong away. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that although he had left Bai Li Hong behind, as long as Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, was smart, he would not make things difficult for Bai Li Hong anymore. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Bai Li Hong did not encounter any obstructions when he left the imperial palace. He returned to the Situ clan without a hitch. The entire Situ clan was in an uproar when they saw Bai Li Hong, who was abducted by the imperial family's revered elder 2 months ago, had returned. In fact, nobody thought Bai Li Hong would be able to return. Bai Li Hong could either obediently become the exclusive saint inscription master of the Windfall Nation's imperial family or die. In their opinion, Bai Li Hong only had 2 choices. However, it did not cross their minds that Bai Li Hong would actually return. This was akin to a sheep escaping from a tiger's den. Master Bai Li. When the clan leader of Situ clan and his son learned of Bai Li Hong's return, they personally came out to welcome him. Apart from the joy on their faces, there was also a hint of guilt on their faces. They felt guilty for being unable to stop the imperial family from taking Bai Li Hong away. This was especially true for Situ Hang, the young master of Situ clan. When he saw Bai Li Hong had returned, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He still remembered Master Duan had specifically asked him to take good care of his family and friends before he left. When Bai Li Hong was taken away, he felt very sorry for Master Duan. He even punished himself by kneeling in front of the wall for more than a month. Now that he saw Bai Li Hong was fine and had even returned to the Situ clan, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after the pleasant surprise, everyone in Situ clan, including the clan leader of Situ clan, was curious about Bai Li Hong's experience. In their opinion, it was impossible for the Windfall Nation's imperial family to let go of a 4-star saint inscription master so easily. This could be seen from the fact that Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was severely injured when she went to the imperial palace to ask for Bai Li Hong. It's a powerhouse who saved me. Naturally, Bai Li Hong would not tell them the truth. This was also what his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had told him. That powerhouse was interested in the Devil Seal tablet in my junior brother's possession. However, he was afraid that if something happened to me after I was abducted and tortured by the people from the imperial palace, my junior brother would be even more cautious and hide himself even deeper. For this reason, he saved me and warned the Windfall Nation's emperor not to have any ideas about me. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Situ Hao, Situ Hang, and the others were shocked. Even that was possible? What an eccentric powerhouse. However, it's fortunate that you met this powerhouse, Master Bai Li, otherwise, it's impossible for you to return so quickly. One of the Situ clan's elders sighed emotionally. It was impossible for him to return so quickly. Chapter 17:14. If not for the appearance of his junior brother, not only would he not have been able to return so quickly, he would not have been able to return at all. Perhaps one day, he would have died in that prison. Master Bai Li, it said that the Windfall Nation's imperial family has a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage as their backer. When that powerhouse saved you, the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage from the Windfall Nation's imperial family didn't make a move, right? One of the Situ clan's elders could not help but ask. Everyone from the Situ clan, including Situ Hao, Situ Heng, and the others, looked at Bai Li Hong. They were also curious about this. The powerhouse who was treated as an honored guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was heavily injured by him. He probably didn't do anything. Otherwise, the expert who saved Master Bailey might not have succeeded. Before Bai Li Hong could speak, another Situ clan's elder guessed. That's true. After all, he's a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he really wants to stop us, not everyone would be able to save Master Bai Li, another person said. If there was really an unknown expert who had saved him, Bai Li Hong would only laugh it off when he heard these words. He would not explain it at all. However, it was precisely because he knew that the person who saved him was not an expert of unknown origin, but his junior brother, that he could not bear to hear these people belittling his junior brother. Humph. Are you talking about that, Yun Kun? Not only is his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, but his origin is not simple as well. He's from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. What? Someone from the quasi-third-rate force, Azure Cloud Mansion? My goodness. The Windfall Nation's imperial family actually managed to latch onto the Azure Cloud Mansion? The Azure Cloud Mansion. It's said that this force is one of the two strongest quasi-third-rate forces. The group of people from Situ clan was shocked and they found out Yun Kun, who was treated as a distinguished guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family, was actually from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Situ clan was merely a seventh-rate force. On the other hand, the Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force. Any powerhouse from a force like that could easily annihilate the Situ clan. So what if they're from the Azure Cloud Mansion? In the end, he still died. Bai Li Hong said disdainfully. It must be said that when Bai Li Hong's words entered the ears of the people from the Situ clan, it was like a bolt from the blue. They could not regain their senses for a long time. After regaining their senses, no one spoke for a long time. Instead, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. That Yun Kun is dead? Someone actually dares to kill the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Is he not afraid of death? The people from the Situ clan did not doubt Bai Li Hong's words because this matter was like a ball of fire that could not be contained with paper. Even if Bai Li Hong did not say anything, they would definitely find out later. However, what shocked them the most was not the fact that Yun Kun was from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Instead, it was the fact that someone dared to kill someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Was he not afraid of the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge? The Azure Cloud Mansion was a powerful force that stood at the peak of the Debussy subterranean. Soon after, many Situ clan's elders asked about the incident. That powerhouse only used one sword to slash Yun Kun into two. Although I'm at the early pristine saint stage, I didn't even catch the sound of the sword whistling from the beginning until the end. Based on this, one can see how fast that sword was. Bai Li Hong said again. Yun Kun, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was instantly killed with just one sword? The group of Situ clan's members, including Situ Hao and Situ Heng, were shocked again. Bai Li Hong casually said a few more words to the Sidu clan's members before he bade farewell and returned to his residence. Before this, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others were still unaware of what had happened. However, since Duan Lingtian had said Bai Li Hong would return today before he left, they did not leave immediately and waited in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. All of you, the moment Bai Li Hong entered the courtyard, he saw Feng Wu Dao and the others were all there. All of them had a worried expression on their faces, and he was instantly touched. Master Bai Li. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong had really returned, they were pleasantly surprised. What? Don't tell me all of you didn't believe my words before this? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also returned. After he returned, he removed his disguise and revealed his true appearance. When Bai Li Hong saw the familiar figure in front of him and the familiar face after his disguise, he could not help but feel excited. He walked up and patted Duan Lingtian's shoulder before he sighed emotionally. Junior brother, I can't believe you've already attained the strength of the Eminent Saint stage after more than a year. The strength of the Eminent Saint stage. When Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others heard Bai Li Hong's words, they were dumbfounded. Eminent Saint stage? Currently, they were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, they knew what the three words Eminent Saint stage meant. The Eminent Saint stage was also one of the cultivation stages in the Saint stage. Entering the Saint stage from the Saint Rudiment stage was the Pristine Saint stage. After the Pristine Saint stage was the Refined Saint stage. After the Refined Saint stage was the Eminent Saint stage. Master Bai Li, you're not joking, right? You're saying Duan Lingtian is an Eminent Saint stage powerhouse? Chen Xiaoshui gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, You've really broken through to the Eminent Saint stage? Nangong Yi gulped. He could not help but ask after a long while. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from Bai Li Hong who seemed to be deep in thought, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others sighed in relief. So Master Bai Li is really joking. Master Bai Li, please don't joke about this in the future. My little heart can't take it. Nangong Yi said with a bitter expression. You're saying your little heart is dirty? Who are you trying to fool? Chen Xiaoshui said disdainfully. When Bai Li Hong saw that the atmosphere had become lively again, he shook his head and did not say anything else. I haven't broken through to the Eminent Saint stage yet, but due to certain reasons, I can cast an attack that's comparable to an Eminent Saint stage powerhouse. Of course, it's only limited to an ordinary Eminent Saint stage powerhouse. When Bai Li Hong did not intend to explain, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. Apart from Bai Li Hong who had an expression of realization, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others were dumbstruck again. They only regained their senses after a long time. Monster. Freak. Nangong Yi and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and only managed to squeeze out two words after a long time. In this case, Duan Lingtian, you're the one who personally rescued Master Bai Li? Chen Xiaoshui asked again. Let me tell you. Bai Li Hong took over the conversation and recounted the whole story. Although he was only recounting what had happened, Bai Li Hong felt as though he was in the same situation as Bai Li Hong. Master Bai Li, aren't you too amazing? You actually swaggered out of the Imperial Palace from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Although I wasn't there at that time, I can see the expression on the faces of those fellows in the Imperial Palace. Chen Xiaoshui and Nangong Yi sighed emotionally. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian just like Feng Wu Dao and the others. What shocked them the most was Duan Lingtian's strength. Yun Kun, the disciple of the quasi-third-rate Force Azure Cloud Mansion, whose cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by him with just a strike of his sword. Ling Tian boy, no matter what, Yun Kun is still a disciple of the quasi-third-rate Force Azure Cloud Mansion. I wonder if he's an important figure in the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he is, I'm afraid the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily. Feng Wudao said solemnly. Upon hearing his words, Sima Changfeng and the others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. So what if the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily? Don't forget that I didn't use Duan Lingtian's true appearance to kill him. If the Azure Cloud Mansion wants to find the murderer, they'll have to find him first. Unlike Feng Wudao and the others who were worried, Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was not worried at all. Instead, he was very calm. Feng Wudao and the others were also worried. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were instantly enlightened and relaxed. Uncle Feng, I've already learned about Tian Wu's departure. However, she didn't look for me. May I know if she's returned recently? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Feng Wudao. She hasn't. Feng Wudao shook his head. Although he knew his daughter was protected by a powerhouse, he could not help but feel worried. Perhaps that powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in Windfall Nation. However, he was nothing in the outside world. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Don't tell anyone about my return. With the words I've said in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, the Windfall Nation's Imperial family won't dare to make things difficult for all of you anymore. All of you stay in the Sidu clan properly. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll come and take all of you away. Don't slack off on your cultivation." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong and the others knew Duan Lingtian was going to leave. For a moment, they were very reluctant to see him leave. However, they also knew the Windfall Nation was not Duan Lingtian's stage. The sea was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide. The outside world was the most suitable stage for a monstrous martial Dao genius like Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Sidu clan and the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian went to the Drift Blaze sect. When he arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, he learned sect leader Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate. He instantly realized sect leader Ziyun's injuries were not light. Tell sect leader Ziyun that I've avenged her. Since sect leader Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not disturb her. He asked one of her direct disciples to pass the message on his behalf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, sect leader Ziyun's direct disciple scoffed. She knew who the person who injured her master was. Although this gigolo whom her junior sister had taken a fancy to had a good innate talent and strength, how could he possibly be capable of dealing with a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian could see the other party's disbelief, but he did not bother to explain. He believed the news would spread to the Drift Blaze sect from the capital in 2 days at most. It's time for me to go to the mystical sky mansion now. Chapter 17-15. Duan Lingtian had given it a lot of thought before he asked Ziyun's direct disciple to pass on the message that he had avenged Ziyun. Although he had a different face and identity when he made his move in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide it from Ziyun since she was Feng Tianwu's master. As for the direct disciple who passed on the message, when he met Tianwu in the Drift Blaze sect, he found out from Tianwu that this senior sister of hers was an orphan that her master had adopted since she was young. She treated her master like her own mother and always took care of her. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried that she would leak this matter out. Naturally, not many people would believe her even if she leaked this matter out. When he made his move in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace and killed Yun Kun and Zhu Mu Ci, Duan Lingtian had used a different face. He had used the disguising secret tactic that Hualao had passed on to him. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, who were present at that time, had also used their divine consciousness to examine him. They would definitely know that his face was not fake. How miraculous was the disguising secret tactic! Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, there might not be a second person who knew about it. Other people would not even think that such a miraculous disguising secret tactic existed in this world. Due to this reason, Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai would be the first to jump out and clear Duan Lingtian's name when the time came. After leaving the Drift Blaze sect, Duan Lingtian left the Windfall Nation and did not return to the capital of Windfall Nation. I wonder where Tian Wu is. Until now, there's still no news from father and mother. If I didn't destroy the jade token in the exquisite jade box, I'm afraid I would have reunited with them by now. Little Fei was actually taken away by father's people. I wonder how father found out that little Fei is in the Greenwave Han mansion. After leaving the Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian's emotions began to drift away. His heart was filled with longing. There's also Kerr. I wonder how she's doing now. Is our child safe or not? When Duan Lingtian learned that Li Fei had been taken away by his cheapskate father's people, he immediately felt relieved. However, compared to Li Fei's safety, Kerr's situation was still a mystery. Due to this reason, he was very worried. After leaving the Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian did not go to the Greenwave Han mansion. Instead, he went directly to the Mystical Sky Mansion. As one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, the Mystical Sky Mansion was located in the north of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Even if Duan Lingtian traveled at his current speed, it would still take him almost a month to reach there. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, it was fine even if he did not sleep or rest. Due to this reason, in less than a month's time, he entered the area where the Mystical Sky Mansion was located. This place was also known as the Mystical Sky Territory. The Mystical Sky Territory was so vast that it encompassed two great fourth-rate forces. One of the fourth-rate forces was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. It was the fourth-rate force, the Raging Wave Mansion. Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, was one of the two hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Rising Sky ranking district. Initially, he planned to join either the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion. However, when he heard the news of the Mystical Sky Mansion recruiting disciples, he quickly changed his mind and stood Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong up. Ren Zhong was the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty about this. If he had the chance, he would definitely return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong. After entering the Mystical Sky Territory, Duan Lingtian randomly found a city to settle down in. He even found a restaurant to sit down. Before Duan Lingtian could even warm his seat, two voices entered his ears. Hey! Did you hear? The young mansion master of the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, is dead. Moreover, he was killed by someone during the Rising Sky ranking battle. I've heard about this as well. It's said that a monstrous sectless cultivator appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district some time ago. Moreover, he was chosen by both the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion at the same time. However, that sectless cultivator is really something as well. He actually stood up the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Actually, this is understandable. With his innate talent and strength, let alone a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to recruit him. Moreover, it just so happens that the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone is going to open soon. Not only that, but they're also recruiting Saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. That person's decision to join the Mystical Sky Mansion was the right choice. I don't think he stood up because of the Mystical Sky Mansion. As far as I know, before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, the news of the mystical Sky Mansion recruiting Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 had yet to spread to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The two of them discussed animatedly. When their words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. It did not cross his mind that the matter he did in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had spread to the mystical Sky Mansion's district. Not only that, but his name, Li Feng, had also attracted many people's attention. It said that the mystical Sky Mansion recently announced that if Li Feng, the person ranked first on the Rising Sky ranking, is willing to join the mystical Sky Mansion, the mystical Sky Mansion will directly give him a spot to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone. There's no need for him to compete with the others. Moreover, the mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort in nurturing him. The mystical Sky Mansion is really generous. However, this also shows how desperate the mystical Sky Mansion is for talented people. That Li Feng has a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. Even if the mystical Sky Mansion doesn't directly give him a spot to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone, with his strength, won't it be a piece of cake for him to obtain a spot? Due to this reason, the mystical Sky Mansion's promise is useless to Li Feng. Perhaps, Li Feng doesn't care about this promise. However, the mystical Sky Mansion has already announced that as long as he's willing to join the mystical Sky Mansion, they'll spare no effort in nurturing him. With the mystical Sky Mansion's resources, with Li Feng's innate talent, he'll definitely improve even faster. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes a pillar in the mystical Sky Mansion. That's right. I really didn't expect such a monstrous genius like Li Feng would appear in our Debussy Subterranean. It said that not only the mystical Sky Mansion, but the other quasi-third-rate forces have also extended an olive branch to Li Feng. With Li Feng's innate talent, no matter which third-rate force he joins, he'll definitely be able to receive the best nurturing. Although I've never been to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in my opinion, even those young geniuses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land might not be a match for Li Feng. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle ended, Li Feng seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. That Rising Sky Mansion has racked their brains to look for him and avenge their young mansion master, but to no avail. Someone said that a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land took a liking to Li Feng and brought him to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There's also someone who said that Li Feng was originally a genius martial cultivator from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and he came to the lower province to train. As for the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Duan Lingtian noticed that most of the customers in the surroundings were talking about him. Naturally, he knew this was because the news about the Rising Sky ranking battle had just spread to the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. After a while, this topic would naturally die down. However, even so, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. He did not expect that he had unexpectedly become a celebrity by participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle for Xuanai. Moreover, a few quasi-third-rate forces had even extended an olive branch to him. Why don't I just join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. However, he dismissed this thought as soon as he thought about it. With my current strength, even if I don't join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng, I'll still be qualified to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. As long as I display enough innate talent and value, the cultivation resources in the mystical Sky Mansion will naturally lean toward me. Most importantly, if I join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng, Tian Wu definitely won't know I'm in the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, it's better for me to use the name Ling Tian. With Tian Wu's intelligence, even if she's not certain Ling Tian is me, Duan Ling Tian, she'll definitely come and investigate. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he made up his mind and entered the mystical Sky Mansion as Ling Tian. However, there were still 10 months before the mystical Sky Mansion would recruit disciples. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry. He found a remote mountain nearby and dug a small hole that would not be exposed to wind and rain before placing the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda inside. Soon after, he entered the 3rd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda with just a thought. 10 months in the outside world would be more than 4 years in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Even if Duan Lingtian did not have time to go to the mystical sky mansion, he would still be able to stay in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda for about 4 years. During this period of time, his cultivation base would definitely improve. He was confident he would be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the pristine saint stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian completely immersed himself in his cultivation. Naturally, apart from cultivating, he did not forget to hug the Jasper Celestial Sword and further comprehend the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian had already witnessed the might of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Due to this reason, he decided to fully immerse himself in the Sovereign Heart Sword and no longer study or cultivate other martial tactics. After all, the other martial tactics in the Tao martial saint land were nothing compared to the Sovereign Heart Sword. There was no need for him to neglect the essentials. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that a few months later, Han Xuanai's master had returned to the Greenwave Han mansion and brought Han Xuanai and the 3 little fellows away. Brother Lingtian, Han Xuanai, who was heading to the upper province of the Tao martial saint land, turned around and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression on her face. Chapter 17-16. In the deepest part of the mountain range behind the clouds, there were 4 steep mountains standing there. They were like 4 pillars that pierced through the clouds. If one looked closely at the sky above the 4 mountains, one would see a huge island hovering in midair after the clouds drifted to the side with the wind. The island was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a celestial island. The island did not have any support, and it just hovered in the air. With just a glance, it was visually stunning. That island. It's actually hovering in the air? Goodness! How did they do it? Many people were gathered near one of the steep mountains. Some of them had a shocked expression on their faces as they stared at the island hovering behind the clouds. In their opinion, this hovering island seemed to defy common sense. Naturally, there were also many people who remained calm. Some of them could not help but mock, "What a bunch of country bumpkins. Don't you know that a powerful formation can support an island to hover in the air for a long time? This is the mystical Sky Mansion's estate after all. It's not strange for such a formation to appear here." The formation was supporting the island. In the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Lingtian, was also looking at the hovering island. The island floating in the air gave him a visual shock. How strong is the array formation to hold up such a huge island? Not only that, but the number of saint stones required to support the operation of the formation must be an astronomical figure as well. Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding of formations. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the crowd, had disguised himself as a handsome young man. He was dressed in green, and his arms were wrapped around a simple and unadorned sword that looked extremely ordinary. This sword was none other than the Jasper Celestial Sword. Due to the fact that today was the day the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion, recruited saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, Duan Lingtian had also awakened from his closed-door cultivation and made his way to the mystical Sky Mansion's estate in time. Naturally, the mystical Sky Mansion's estate was not open to the public, so it was difficult for ordinary people to enter. Today, due to the fact that the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, the mystical Sky Mansion's estate was also open to the public. Not only could saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 enter, but their friends and family could also enter. Naturally, the entrance was limited to the foot of the mountain in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The mystical Sky Mansion's estate was divided into 5 locations. One of the locations was the floating island where the high-ranking officials of the mystical Sky Mansion usually stayed. The cultivation environment there was much better than the other 4 locations as well. The other 4 were the 4 steep mountains that were like pillars that supported the heavens. On top of each steep mountain, there was a hall. The mystical Sky Mansion was divided into the Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Between each palace, there was also a competitive relationship. For example, the saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 that the mystical Sky Mansion was going to recruit would be divided among the 4 palaces. As for the saint stage geniuses who were divided up, they would have to fight for the qualification to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in their respective palaces. The quota for entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the same for every palace. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something as he raised his head abruptly. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure walking in the air from afar. Behind this person were 2 young men. Based on the faint aura they emitted, it was obvious they were at the saint stage or above as well. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. He was none other than the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang. Previously, when Duan Lingtian participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle, Lu Hongguang was one of the hosts, and he took good care of him. At that time, Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, both of them wanted to recruit him into their respective forces. In the end, when Duan Lingtian found out the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, he stood Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong up. Now that Duan Lingtian saw one of the people involved, he could not help but feel his cheeks burning even though he had disguised himself. It seems like the temptation of the Saint Martial Secret Zone is so great that even Elder Lu has brought people here. The 2 people behind him must be at the pristine saint stage or above as well. Judging by their ages, they're not even 40 years old yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the 2 people behind Lu Hongguang. It's Elder Lu from the Raging Wave Mansion. Lu Hongguang's appearance quickly attracted many people's attention. No matter what, the Raging Wave Mansion was still a 4th-rate force in the mystical sky region. As the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, it was only natural that many people recognized Lu Hongguang. Many of them even stepped forward to greet him. The Raging Wave Mansion is the first 4th-rate force to come today. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 young men following behind Elder Lu should be the 2 most outstanding people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion. They're called Lu Jian and Li En respectively. I've heard of Lu Jian before. He's Elder Lu's nephew. Not only is his innate talent high, but due to the fact that Elder Lu has spared no effort in guiding him, he can be considered as one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion. Lian is not simple as well. Although he's a rising star, his innate talent is not inferior to Lu Jian at all. Although he's not as strong as Lu Jian now, it's only because he's younger than Lu Jian. These 2 people are also saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Raging Wave Mansion. I'm sure they followed Elder Lu here for the mystical Sky Mansion Saint Martial Secret Zone. Of course. Even a 4th-rate force would be tempted by the Saint Martial Secret Zone. As the crowd discussed among themselves, another person from a 4th-rate force appeared. This 4th-rate force was another 4th-rate force in the mystical Sky Mansion. It was called the Tyrannical Saber Mansion. There were a total of 3 people from the Tyrannical Saber Mansion who came. The person in the lead was a burly man with a curly beard who looked similar to Lu Hongguang. However, he was much taller than Lu Hongguang. He was a head taller. The most impressive thing about him was the wide saber on his back. The saber was 3 meters long. It hung on his back, looking majestic and domineering. Elder Lu, the Raging Wave Mansion is really early. The moment the burly man with a curly beard who carried a 3-meter-long saber on his back appeared, he looked at Lu Hongguang and laughed heartily. It was obvious he was familiar with Lu Hongguang. Elder Lin. When Lu Hongguang saw the burly man with a curly beard, he did not hesitate and greeted him with a smile. Elder Lin? At this moment, someone exclaimed in a low voice, "Don't tell me it's the third elder of the tyrannical saber mansion, heaven-splitting saber Lin Kuang? It must be him." Although Elder Lu is only the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, his strength is in no way inferior to the Grand Elder of the Raging Wave Mansion. I'm afraid Lin Kuang is the only elder with the surname Lin in the tyrannical saber mansion who can make him treat him so politely. Although Lin Kuang is only the third elder of the tyrannical saber mansion, even the Grand Elder and second elder of the tyrannical saber mansion don't dare to take his heaven-splitting saber head-on. That's right. I've long heard that the tyrannical saber mansion's third elder, Lin Kuang's strength is in no way inferior to the Raging Wave Mansion's second elder, Lu Hongguang. Judging by Elder Lu's attitude, his strength must be as strong as the rumors say. Otherwise, Elder Lu wouldn't treat him so politely. Many people began to talk about the curly-bearded burly man, Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang was also the tyrannical saber mansion's third elder. Behind Lin Kuei, there were two young men and a young woman. The two young men were still fine. Their bodies were sturdy like Lin Kuang, and they were filled with masculine energy. On the other hand, the young woman at the back was not delicate like an ordinary woman. Her body was hot, and she exuded masculine energy that only men should have. With just a glance, one could tell she was a heroine. Most importantly, she had a devilish face. Her willowy eyebrows twitched as though they could speak. The tyrannical saber mansion actually has 3 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40? In the distance, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. In fact, even the Raging Wave Mansion only had 2 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. Since it was not his first day in the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian also knew about the tyrannical saber mansion. He knew the tyrannical saber mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were fourth-rate forces in the mystical sky region. They were also the only 2 fourth-rate forces in the mystical sky region. This woman, soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there was a woman among the 3 young men from the tyrannical saber mansion. The woman's appearance was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. Coupled with her devilish figure, she attracted the attention of all the young men the moment she appeared. Since the mystical sky mansion was recruiting saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40, there were a lot of young people. Most of them were young men. It's really a small world. With a raised brow, Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently swept across the distance. He saw another familiar figure leading 2 people in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they had already arrived near Lu Hongguang and the other people from the Raging Wave Mansion. The person leading the 3 people was none other than Renzhong, the vice-mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Behind Renzhong, there were 2 handsome young men. As they stood there seemed to be an invisible aura emanating from them. It felt as though a gentle breeze was caressing one's face. It's the people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. The person leading them is the vice-mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Renzhong. Soon after, someone recognized Renzhong. As time passed by, more and more people from fourth-rate forces arrived. They were all led by a high-ranking official from their respective forces. Usually, there would be 2 or 3 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 who came. Naturally, there were also some fourth-rate forces that had 4 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 who came. As time passed by, noon gradually arrived. It's time. The people from the mystical sky mansion should be here soon. All of a sudden, someone said, "That's right." Chapter 17:17. There were a total of 8 people who appeared before everyone's eyes. Among the 8 people, 4 of them were in the lead. These 4 people were either middle-aged men or old men. The other 4 people standing behind them were all young men. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, the 4 people in the lead introduced themselves one after another. The sound of heavy breathing instantly reverberated in the air. As everyone knew, as a quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion was divided into 4 palaces. The 4 palaces complemented each other and competed with each other. Among the 4 palaces, the palace master was the leader, followed by the vice palace masters. Currently, the appearance of the vice palace masters of Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces in Mystical Sky Mansion naturally shocked the people present on the scene. This was because the scene was just too grand. All saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, float in the air. Everyone else, stand on the ground. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, an old man, said in a deep voice as he swept his gaze across the people present on the scene. At once, many young figures rose into the air, including Duan Lingtian. As for the others, they remained on the ground obediently. Including Duan Lingtian, there were a total of 37 people who rose into the air. All of them were Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 40. Even in the Mystical Sky Mansion, such geniuses could be considered as top-notch geniuses. There's a total of 37 people. My Heaven Palace wants 10 people, and each of your palaces wants 9 people each. What do you think? At this moment, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at the other 3 Vice Palace Masters and asked. The Heaven Palace was the most powerful palace in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was even stronger than the other 3 palaces. Due to this reason, although the other 3 Vice Palace Masters were dissatisfied with the domineering attitude of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, they could only nod their heads in agreement. In that case, we'll follow the old rules. Each palace will pick one person and will take turns to pick. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace continued to say, however, since my Heaven Palace wants an extra person this time, the selection will start from the Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces. My Heaven Palace will be the last one. The other 3 Vice Palace Masters of the Heaven Palace had no objections. Each hall will pick one person and take turns to choose. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the Deputy Hall Master's words, they could not help but be stunned. After a while, everyone was curious about how the Mystical Sky Mansion's 4th palace would select them. Just as they were feeling extremely perplexed, they suddenly felt a powerful and majestic pressure coming from above their heads and pressing down on their bodies, causing their scalps to go numb. At the same time, the powerful pressure seemed to want to completely suppress them. However, in the face of this pressure, everyone used their true essence, and the pressure was greatly reduced. Is this the way to select people? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he felt the pressure continue to increase. However, this little bit of pressure was nothing to him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even frown. What happened? This pressure seems to be increasing. If this goes on, even if our strength is not bad, we will still be suppressed. It seems that this pressure is a test. At that time, they'll definitely prioritize those who are not afraid of this pressure. One had to admit that there were still many smart people who could guess the reason for the sudden appearance of the pressure. They gritted their teeth and held on. However, even if they gritted their teeth and gave it their all, many people were still crushed and fell from the sky in a wretched manner. The pressure was still increasing. Gradually, only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, remained on the spot without moving at all. What surprised Duan Lingtian was the female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion actually managed to hold on until now. Moreover, it seemed like she still had some energy left. Not bad. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but praise the female disciple in his heart when he saw how relaxed she was. It seems like there are some good seedlings this time. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace looked at Duan Lingtian and the others who were still standing there. His eyes suddenly lit up as he glanced back and forth between Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as though he was considering who he should select. Soon after, someone could not withstand the pressure anymore. At this moment, there were only 3 people, including Duan Lingtian, who were still standing on the spot. Other than Duan Lingtian and the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion, there was still a sectless cultivator with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. This sectless cultivator was the kind who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. However, the fact that he could still stand until now was enough to show that he was not simple. That female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion is so tenacious. She actually managed to hold on until now. At the same time, many people's gazes landed on the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. They did not expect that the last 3 people standing would be a lady. Moreover, it was the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. In fact, the other 2 male disciples from the tyrannical saber mansion had already fallen from the sky in a wretched manner. Only this female disciple managed to hold on until now. Who said that women were inferior to men? This female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion proudly proved this to everyone. When the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace saw that Duan Lingtian, the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion, and the sectless cultivator did not show any signs of falling, he could not help but frown slightly. Currently, there were 3 people who were the most outstanding. However, he had announced earlier that the Heaven Palace would be the last to pick. Due to this reason, the most outstanding 3 people were destined to have no fate with the Heaven Palace. Time continued to pass by quietly. The pressure continued to increase with every passing moment. Very soon, the sectless cultivator could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion were left. Up until now, Duan Lingtian still acted as though nothing had happened. It was as though he could not feel the pressure at all. On the other hand, the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion was already sweating profusely. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. At this critical moment, the pressure suddenly disappeared. It disappeared as quickly as it came. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the pressure had disappeared. Of course, disappearing or not disappearing didn't mean much to the current him. Earlier, the pressure continued to increase. However, when it landed on his body, it felt like a tickle. Putting aside his current cultivation base, just the strength of his physical body alone was not something that could be affected by the pressure. In fact, the strength of his physical body was even more terrifying than a 6-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base. You come to our Earth Palace. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, a middle-aged man, said with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph. What's so good about the Earth Palace? Little fellow, it's better for you to come to our mystical palace. Chapter 17-18. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace was an old man with a white beard. Coupled with his long white hair and white eyebrows, he looked like a celestial being. Presently, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his childlike face revealed a wisp of an amiable smile. Based on the pressure test earlier, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was the most outstanding saint stage genius below the age of 40. Naturally, he had to fight for such a genius. Old man Tian, what do you mean by this? When the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace saw the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace interfering, he felt slightly embarrassed. He said with dissatisfaction, "Don't forget that according to the order, the Earth Palace is the first to pick a disciple. As for the Mystical Palace, you'll have to wait until the Earth Palace picks a disciple before you can pick another one." I know. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace was called Tian Ji. When he saw the dissatisfaction on the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace's face, not only did he not feel apologetic, but he even said with a smile, "Indeed, the Earth Palace has the right to pick first. According to the rules, it's also before the Mystical Palace. However, he can still reject you when you pick a disciple, right? If he rejects you, you won't be able to pick him anymore. You'll have to pick another disciple. When it's the Mystical Palace's turn, as long as he's willing, the Mystical Palace can also take him in." Tianji smiled. The moment Tianji's words left his mouth, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace was rendered speechless. There was no way he could refute this. Tianji is right. At this moment, the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace also spoke up. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "Young man, what's your name?" Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not expect he would attract the attention of the three palace masters of Mystical Sky Mansion even though he did not do anything special. He was rendered speechless. However, in the face of the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace's question, he still told him his current name. Ling Tian was his current alias. As for his face, it was also disguised. Although he was still handsome, it was not his original face. Due to the ingenuity of his disguising secret tactic, other people would not be able to see through his disguise at all. Ling Tian, what a good name. The Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He nodded at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "Lingtian, as long as you reject the invitation from the first two palaces and enter my Yellow Palace, Sun Lin, promise you that you won't have to compete for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone 3 months later. I can represent the Yellow Palace to give you a spot." Although the voice of the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Sun Lin, was not loud, due to the quiet environment, his words were easily heard by everyone present. Even the group of people standing on the ground could hear Sun Lin's voice. The Vice Palace Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Yellow Palace actually thinks so highly of that young man called Ling Tian. He hasn't even joined the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he already promised him a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Yeah, it's really surprising. Humph. I noticed that Ling Tian was one of the two people who didn't feel pressured from the beginning until the end. Even the female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion began to tremble in the end. He was the only one who didn't move at all. It was as though he wasn't affected at all. To be able to do that, he must be the strongest among the 36 Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. With such a strong strength, even if he participates in the competition for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he'll definitely be able to get a spot. The Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace's promise may sound good, but he's just doing him a favor. That's indeed the case. The group of people discussed among themselves. However, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian had also changed. The fact that this young man was fought over by the three Vice Palace Masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion was enough to show his value. He would definitely have a bright future in the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Renzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. If Li Feng, the person who stood them up, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking, appeared here today, he would definitely receive the same treatment as Ling Tian. They were almost certain about this. Unfortunately, Li Feng did not seem to be interested in the recruitment of disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion, so he was not present. Perhaps, he's really a sectless cultivator from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He must have taken a stroll in the Debussy subterranean and returned because he was bored. This was what the two of them thought. However, whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them would never have imagined that the Saint Stage genius, Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the three great Vice Palace Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, was actually Li Feng. Both of them were the same person. Put aside how shocked the others were, even the group of saint-stage geniuses who were suppressed by the pressure looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. Who did not want their value to be recognized? This was especially true for people like them who had entered the saint stage before the age of 40. Each of them was a prodigy. However, when they gathered together, they felt that they were so ordinary. Under such circumstances, Ling Tian's appearance made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. This was the first time a sense of defeat rose from the bottom of their hearts. Humph. Sun Lin, I thought you were going to make a promise. Our Earth Palace can also agree to this promise. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace snorted coldly before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Lingtian, as long as you're willing to join our Earth Palace, not only will we give you the qualification to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone directly, but we'll also provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Moreover, there are many powerhouses in our Earth Palace who can guide you in your cultivation. If you're willing, I, Zhang Qing, the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, am willing to recommend you to become a disciple of the Earth Palace Master. As long as the Earth Palace Master takes a fancy to you, it's not impossible for you to become his direct disciple. It was obvious Zhang Qing was anxious when he saw how popular Duan Lingtian was. Zhang Qing's promise, naturally, shocked many people. They did not expect a young man who had yet to enter the mystical sky mansion would be so popular. The female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion stood at the side. From the beginning until the end, her eyes never left Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was definitely the most outstanding person of the same age as her that she had ever seen. In the past, whether it was in the tyrannical saber mansion or outside, she had never seen any martial or Dao cultivators below the age of 40 who could compare to her. Moreover, before she came to the mystical sky mansion, she did not think there was anyone who could compare to her. Unless Li Feng from the Rising Sky Mansion's district had come as well. Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The moment he appeared, he immediately charged to the top of the Rising Sky ranking and killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It was said that Li Feng was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If there was anyone among the younger generation that she was completely convinced by, it would definitely be Li Feng. In fact, even she was only at the early refined saint stage and was close to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, when she saw Ling Tian today, she realized she was just a frog in a well. As it turned out, in the Debussy subterranean, apart from Li Feng, there were other people of the same age who could surpass her in terms of innate talent and strength. Earlier, during the pressure test, both she and Ling Tian had persevered until the end. However, at that time, she was already close to her limit. On the other hand, Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face as though he did not feel any pressure at all. It was obvious who was stronger between them. At that moment, a sense of defeat rose in her heart. Due to this reason, she was very interested in this person of the same age who was stronger than her. In fact, as an outstanding woman, she had always been proud and arrogant. Although there was no lack of suitors among the younger generation of male disciples in the tyrannical saber mansion, she did not take any of them seriously at all. In her opinion, only a man who was stronger than her was qualified to be with her. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long noticed the gaze of this female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. However, he could only pretend he did not see it. What else could he do? Look at her and tell her to back off. However, this female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion was obviously not a shy little girl. If he really looked into her eyes, it would most likely backfire. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to ignore her. What an interesting man. If you're outstanding enough, I, Wang Fei Xian, don't mind taking the initiative to pursue you. Wang Fei Xian was the name of this female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. At the same time, she had another identity. The current mansion master of the tyrannical saber mansion was her biological grandfather. The reason she found Duan Lingtian interesting was because this was the first time Wang Fei Xian had seen a man from the same generation as her who could ignore her. It was as though her charm was completely overshadowed by this man. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Wang Fei Xian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked and would have kept a respectful distance from her. Although Wang Fei Xian was extremely attractive to men, as a man with two devastatingly beautiful fiancées and a devastatingly beautiful confidante, he had a certain degree of immunity to her beauty. Whether it was Ke, Li Fei, or Feng Tianwu, in terms of beauty, none of them were inferior to Wang Fei Xian. Tian Ji, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, and Sun Lin, the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace, were dumbfounded when they saw Zhang Qing, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, making such a heavy promise. Since Zhang Qing had already made such a promise, what else could they take out to compete with him for Ling Tian? At most, the things they could take out were on par with Zhang Qing's. Ling Tian, with your innate talent, I think it's best for you to stay in the Heaven Palace. Just when most people thought Duan Ling Tian would accept Vice Palace Master Zhang Qing's invitation, a voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was none other than the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Chapter 1719. The Heaven Palace is the head palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. It's not appropriate for me to promise you too much now that you've come to the Heaven Palace. However, if you're able to stand out in the Heaven Palace, I guarantee you'll be able to obtain much more than the other palaces. I believe that the other three Vice Palace Masters will not deny this. After the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace finished speaking to Duan Lingtian, he glanced at the other three Vice Palace Masters. The three Vice Palace Masters smiled wryly when they saw the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace had spoken. Tian Ji, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, could not help but ridicule, "Old Xiao, you're not being kind. It's one thing for the Heaven Palace to ask for 10 spots, but now, you want to monopolize the most outstanding saint stage genius as well?" In the mystical Sky Mansion, the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were led by the Heaven Palace. The Sky Palace had the most experts and the cultivation resources they possessed were also the best. Therefore, in many aspects, the other three palaces were inferior to the Heavenly Palace. Of course, although the Sky Palace was good, the competition was even greater. Perhaps, with one's strength and talent, one might not be able to enjoy the best treatment in the Sky Palace, but one would be able to enjoy the best treatment in the other three palaces. Therefore, to those who were confident, the Heavenly Hall was undoubtedly the best choice. For ordinary people, the other three palaces were the best choices. If you are willing to give Ling Tian and her to my Heavenly Palace, I will give the others to you. The Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace glanced at Duan Ling Tian before shifting his gaze to the female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion. He then shifted his gaze to the lone cultivator who was eliminated by the pressure. The three people he named were undoubtedly the most outstanding among the 37 saint stage geniuses this time. Thus, after the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace said those words, the other three Vice Palace Masters all shut their mouths and did not respond. What a joke! If they could recruit these three most outstanding geniuses under their wing, they would be willing to only have 3 spots. In fact, Duan Lingtian was already tempted when the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace spoke. The Heavenly Hall was indeed his best choice. Vice Palace Master Zhang, my apologies. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could only apologize to Zhang Qing. It doesn't matter. Even if you didn't come to the Earth Palace, as long as you've entered the mystical Sky Mansion, you're still one of us. 5style_txt, faced with a saint stage genius like Duan Lingtian, even though Zhang Qing was the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, he did not dare to be careless. With this Ling Tian's innate talent and strength, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become one of the mystical Sky Mansion's pillars in the future. It would not be impossible for him to become the mansion master in the future. As for becoming one of the palace masters of the heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow palaces, as long as he could maintain his innate talent, it would not be a problem at all. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had expressed his intention to enter the Sky Hall, the two Vice Hall Masters of the Xian Hall and the Yellow Hall could not help but smile bitterly. Only the Vice Hall Master of the Sky Hall had a smile on his face. Since Duan Lingtian was out of the question, Zhang Qing could only set his sights on the female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the little granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Fei Xian, right? Zhang Qing asked. Yes. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's voice, Wang Fei Xian guiltily withdrew her gaze from Duan Lingtian and turned to look at Zhang Qing. I've long heard about you. A smile appeared on Zhang Qing's face. Speaking of which, your grandfather and I are quite close. Why don't you come to my Earth Palace? In Zhang Qing's opinion, since he had already said so much, Wang Fei Xian would definitely be willing to go to the Earth Palace. However, the moment his words left his mouth, before Wang Fei Xian could reply, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, Tianji, began to poach her again. Girl, in terms of friendship with your grandfather, this Zhang Qing can't compare to me at all. I believe your grandfather must have mentioned me to you before, right? Vice Palace Master Tianji, my grandfather often talks about you as well. Wang Fei Xian nodded. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Tianji laughed out loud as though he had expected it. If that's the case, then come to my Earth Palace. With your innate talent and strength, in addition to your grandfather's face, I'll definitely not treat you unfairly. Old man Tian, aren't you going a little overboard? Zhang Qing frowned in dissatisfaction. In terms of friendship, he had only met the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion once. However, Tianji could be considered as a friend of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In this regard, he really did not have any advantage. He. Upon seeing Zhang Qing's dissatisfied expression, Tianji did not feel apologetic at all. Instead, he chuckled. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. This was because Wang Fei Xian's voice resonated in his ears. Vice Palace Master Tian, originally, based on your friendship with my grandfather, I should have chosen the Mystical Palace. I would have been able to receive more care there. However, I have a choice now, and it's not the Mystical Palace. I'm sorry. Not the Mystical Palace. When these 4 words entered Tianji's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. When Zhang Qing saw Tianji was stunned, he could not help but laugh out loud. Old man Tian, are you dumbfounded? This girl from the Wang clan is an honest person. I invited her first, but she still gave up on your Mystical Palace and came to our Earth Palace. Humph. Tianji glanced at Zhang Qing indifferently and snorted. Zhang Qing's action was no different from rubbing salt on his wound. Vice Palace Master Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't intend to go to the Earth Palace. I want to go to the Heaven Palace. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's scalp to go numb. Could it be that this valiant young miss followed him to the Heaven Palace because he was going to the Heaven Palace? It was no wonder Duan Lingtian had such doubts. When Wang Fei Xian made this decision, she had been looking at him from the beginning until the end. Even the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Wang Fei Xian, did not look at him at all. Zhang Qing, little Wang doesn't want to go to your Earth Palace. Aren't you being too full of yourself earlier? Why didn't I realize you're so thick-skinned before this? This time, it was Tianji's turn to laugh. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, had an awkward expression on his face. Earlier, when he saw Wang Fei Xian had rejected Tianji, he thought Wang Fei Xian wanted to come to his Earth Palace. It did not cross his mind that he had misjudged her. The Heaven Palace welcomes you. When the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace saw Wang Fei Xian had taken the initiative to join the Heaven Palace, he smiled. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. He could see Wang Fei Xian seemed to be interested in this saint-stage genius named Ling Tian. He had heard of Wang Fei Xian before this. Although she was young, she was already an early refined saint-stage martial cultivator. She was not far away from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. With such innate talent, she could be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. That Ling Tian is even stronger than Wang Fei Xian. His cultivation base is at least at the intermediate refined saint stage. There are only 3 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40 in our mystical sky mansion. He can be considered as the 4th one. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. The depressed Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, Zhang Qing, shifted his gaze to the sexless young man who was eliminated in the end. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to the Heaven Palace as well? Although the Heaven Palace is good, I think the Earth Palace is more suitable for me. Although the sexless young man had an ordinary appearance, he was very good-looking when he smiled. It was as though he was bathing in the spring breeze. In his opinion, with his innate talent and strength, although he would receive more resources if he entered the Heaven Palace, it would definitely not be as exaggerated as Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. He still understood the saying, it's better to be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. Huh. Great. The Earth Palace welcomes you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing immediately laughed out loud. At the same time, he looked at Tianji provocatively. Although the latter was extremely annoyed, he could not be bothered with Zhang Qing when he noticed Zhang Qing's gaze. Unlike Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and the sexless young man, the remaining 34 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 were randomly divided among the 4 palaces. Duan Lingtian stood behind the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace with Wang Fei Xian by his side. He looked around and saw 2 familiar faces among the 10 people from the Heaven Palace. One of them was none other than Lu Jian, the disciple of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. The other person came with the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. He was a young genius from Sky Hurdle Mansion. If there's a chance, I'll help them out. Consider this as returning a favor to Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still felt guilty when he thought about the incident where he stood them up. Whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them had taken care of him during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He owed them a favor, and that was why he felt guilty. Disciples of the various palaces, please follow the Vice Palace Masters of the various palaces back to their respective palaces. As for the others, please leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After 15 minutes, there will be patrolling disciples chasing you away. Please leave as soon as you can, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace said as he glanced at the group of people on the ground. The group of people on the ground was here to accompany the saint-stage geniuses. They were basically the friends and family of the saint-stage geniuses. When they heard the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace's words, they immediately turned around and left. Hey! Ling Tian, are you a sexless cultivator? Why don't I see your friends and family? Suddenly, a soft voice resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. A fragrance wafted into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a little restless. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Wang Fei Xian's voice. Sexless cultivators are really amazing. First, there's Li Feng, and now, there's a freak like you. I really don't know how sexless cultivators like you manage to cultivate to this stage without any support. Wang Fei Xian sighed emotionally. Li Feng? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. What? Don't tell me you don't know Li Feng? Wang Fei Xian asked. Of course, I know him. Speaking of which, he's my friend. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes widened as she said in disbelief, Why you said Li Feng is your friend? That's right. Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian nodded as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Li Feng's friend? Chapter 1720. Li Feng. Naturally, this name was not unfamiliar to the people present on the scene. The battle in the Rising Sky ranking battle had made Li Feng famous. Ever since that battle, not only did Li Feng's name sweep through the entire Rising Sky Mansions district, but it even affected the surrounding districts as well. Currently, in the entire Debussy subterranean, as long as it was not in a remote place, most people would know about Li Feng. It was precisely because of this that many quasi-third-rate forces extended an olive branch to Li Feng. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle, Li Feng had completely vanished without a trace. It was as though he had completely vanished before the eyes of the world. However, today, someone actually said Li Feng was his friend. If this person was just an ordinary person, the people present on the scene would not take his words to heart at all. However, the problem was this person was also a young genius martial cultivator with monstrous innate talent and strength. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base was suspected to be at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. You really know Li Feng? Is Li Feng really your friend? Wang Fei Xian asked skeptically as she sized up Duan Lingtian with her bright eyes. Why would I pretend to be Li Feng's friend for no reason? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. When this smile entered the eyes of the people present on the scene, it seemed even more unfathomable. I'm just wondering how Li Feng got to know a friend like you when he's so strong. Wang Fei Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Although Li Feng is strong, it doesn't mean I'm weak. Duan Lingtian's smile did not fade as he said nonchalantly. Don't tell me your strength is comparable to Li Feng's? He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Don't tell me your cultivation base is also at the peak of the refined saint stage like Li Feng's? When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she began to laugh. Wang Fei Xian's laughter was so charming that it seemed to make everything in the surroundings pale in comparison. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but be dazed for a moment. In terms of appearance, Wang Fei Xian was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. Coupled with her seductive figure, she was not inferior to his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Duan Lingtian was only dazed for a moment, Wang Fei Xian still noticed it. Wang Fei Xian immediately had a smile on her face. At this moment, she finally did not have to doubt her own charm. Let alone the peak of the refined saint stage, I haven't even entered the mastery refined saint stage or the intermediate refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and said with a faint smile. He hasn't even entered the intermediate refined saint stage? Who are you kidding? Wang Fei Xian glared at Duan Lingtian. However, this appearance was more like the flirting between lovers. Wang Fei Xian, who had regained her senses, could not help but reveal an alluring blush on her beautiful face. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Seeing that Wang Fei Xian didn't believe him, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, although my cultivation is low, my strength is comparable to Li Feng's. With my current strength, even defeating Li Feng wouldn't be a problem. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of the crowd, including Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, it sounded like he was boasting shamelessly. Fortunately, those who heard Duan Lingtian's words were those who had entered the Heaven Palace. Otherwise, if the people from the other 3 palaces heard it, they would most likely mock Duan Lingtian. At some point, Xiao Yi had begun to frown as well. He hasn't entered the intermediate refined saint stage. His strength surpasses Li Feng's. This Ling Tian's innate talent and strength are not bad. It's just that he's boasting a little too much. However, it's understandable that young people like to show off in front of the opposite sex. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for Wang Fei Xian to believe him since he's boasting so much. As someone who had been through this, Xiao Yi could understand Duan Lingtian's current state. At the same time, he felt Duan Lingtian's words were not true. If his cultivation base had not entered the intermediate refined saint stage, how could he be so calm during the pressure test? In fact, the pressure that appeared during the pressure test was personally controlled by him. Unless it was a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, it was impossible for those below the intermediate refined saint stage to remain calm until the end as though they did not feel any pressure at all. Due to this reason, he was almost certain Duan Lingtian was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. As for Duan Lingtian's claim that he had not even entered the intermediate refined saint stage, he did not believe it at all. As for Duan Lingtian's claim that he knew Li Feng, although he did not doubt it, he still had his reservations. He felt Duan Lingtian might be making things up. The reason Xiao Yi had such thoughts was, naturally, because he did not know Duan Lingtian well. Currently, not only had Duan Lingtian's cultivation base not entered the intermediate refined saint stage, but it was also quite far away from the early refined saint stage. Although it was not far away, he would still need to put in some effort and look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. However, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not high, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin, his strength was extraordinary compared to ordinary people. With his current cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, coupled with his powerful body, he was invincible below the eminent saint stage even without the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even an ordinary early eminent saint stage martial or Dao cultivator might not be a match for him. Naturally, he was not making things up when he said he could defeat Li Feng. This was because Li Feng was him, and he was Li Feng. The Li Feng everyone knew was still the him from a year ago. His cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the pristine saint stage. Naturally, his strength was no longer the same as before. Currently, he would be able to defeat the Duan Lingtian from a year ago with just one blow. Naturally, nobody believed Duan Lingtian when he said he was telling the truth. I can't believe that a person like you who looks decent and has good strength and innate talent actually likes to boast so much. Wang Fei Xian wrinkled her nose and said snappily. Nowadays, nobody believes the truth anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed softly. It seemed like he was telling the truth. However, due to the fact that his words were too exaggerated, the group of people, including Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, did not believe him at all. To think that I really thought you're Li Feng's friend. I can't believe you're just boasting. Wang Fei Xian said in disappointment. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Duan Lingtian said casually. It seemed like he did not care at all. What else could he do? Say he was Li Feng? Let's go. Follow me to the Heaven Palace. At this moment, Xiao Yi opened his mouth and ordered Duan Lingtian and the others to head to the steep mountain in the east. The Heaven Palace stood there. When they got close to the mountain, Duan Lingtian could see the sparse buildings on the mountain. From afar, it looked like the estate of an independent force. However, this was not an independent force. It was the Heaven Palace, one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Pai, take them to get their identity medallions. Tell them about the other things as well. When they arrived at the mountainside of the steep mountain, Xiao Yi said to the young man following behind him. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this young man. When Xiao Yi appeared, he had been following closely behind Xiao Yi. The other 3 vice palace masters also had a young man following behind them. However, from the beginning until the end, the 4 young men did not say anything at all. When the young man heard Xiao Yi's words, he nodded immediately. Yes, master. Master. One must admit that the moment the young man, Wang Pai, left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and the others in a daze. This Wang Pai who had not spoken at all was actually the disciple of Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi. The 10 of you will follow Wang Pai to collect your identity tokens. As for the other matters, Wang Pai will tell all of you in one go. After Xiao Yi instructed everyone, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Lingtian, since you rejected the other 3 palaces and joined the Heaven Palace, I won't treat you badly. After you collect your identity token, follow Wang Pai to the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. I hope you'll have a breakthrough there. Spirit pool? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao Yi's words, he could not help but be stunned. A confused expression appeared on his face. This was the first time he had heard of this term. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that everyone, including Wang Pai and Wang Fei Xian, was looking at him enviously. How could I have forgotten about the spirit pool? If I didn't join the Heaven Palace and joined the Earth Palace or the Mystical Palace instead, I'd definitely be able to enter their spirit pool. Although their spirit pool is not as good as the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's still better than nothing. At least it's better than me not being able to enter the spirit pool now. While Wang Fei Xian was feeling regretful, she glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. In her opinion, if it was not for the fact that Lingtian had ignored her charm, she would not have joined the Heaven Palace due to her desire to excel. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Wang Fei Xian's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would feel even more wronged than Do Yi. After all, he had been shot even though he was lying down. After informing Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yi left. Senior brother Wang Pai, what's the spirit pool? After Xiao Yi left, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Pai and asked curiously. Although Wang Pai had the appearance of a young man, Duan Lingtian could sense that he was not young. Moreover, he could even faintly sense the aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse from Wang Pai. In other words, Wang Pai was most likely a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage. You don't know about the spirit pool? Wang Pai, who was originally looking at Duan Lingtian with an envious expression, was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like this guy still did not know what kind of benefit he was about to receive. The 9 people, including Wang Fei Xian, also looked at each other speechlessly when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, they finally looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Chapter 1721. The Spirit Pool is the source of the spring in the quasi-third grade Saint Stone Reserve. Every 6 months, it'll be filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. If you can cultivate in it, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Naturally, the Spirit Pool is only beneficial to martial and Tao cultivators below the Eminent Saint stage. Those above the Eminent Saint stage won't benefit at all. For this reason, our mystical Sky Mansion Spirit Pool usually doesn't allow powerhouses above the Eminent Saint stage to enter. Wang Pai explained patiently. Naturally, although people above the Eminent Saint stage don't fight for the Spirit Pool, it doesn't mean anyone below the Eminent Saint stage can enter the Spirit Pool. There's a total of 4 Spirit Pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. They're in the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces respectively. Moreover, only one person can enter to cultivate every 6 months. Therefore, unless one's innate talent and strength have reached a certain level, it's impossible for one to enter the Spirit Pool. Wang Pai continued to explain. A spring formed from a quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone Reserve? It'll be filled with heaven and earth spirit energy in half a year? Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Although the cultivation environment in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was better with each level, there was still a gap between the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the spirit pool formed from a quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserve. I was just wondering when I'll be able to break through to the refined saint stage when Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi gave me such a good fortune. Perhaps, I'll be able to break through to the early refined saint stage with the baptism of the spirit pool this time. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was, naturally, excited. At this moment, he finally understood why Wang Fei Xian and the others were looking at him with envy. With the preciousness of the spirit pool, it was indeed worthy of their jealousy. You're really lucky. The spirit pool can only be formed from quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserves. In the Debussy subterranean, only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserves. Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and said sourly. However, as she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes abruptly lit up as she leaned forward and approached Duan Lingtian. I say. Why don't you give me your chance to enter the spirit pool this time? As long as you're willing, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. How about it? If it were any other man, they would probably be very excited to hear Wang Fei Xian's words. However, to Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian was far less attractive than the spiritual pond. His two fiancées, Li Fei, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu, were not inferior to Wang Fei Xian. Not interested. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian only replied indifferently when faced with Wang Fei Xian's temptation. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her so straightforwardly. She glared at Duan Lingtian angrily as she began to doubt her own charm. No. There's no problem with me. It must be him. He definitely doesn't like women. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she felt goosebumps all over her body. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know what Wang Fei Xian was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, he would have slapped her immediately. This woman actually doubted his sexual orientation. Let's go. I'll bring all of you to collect your identity tokens first. From today onward, all of you are Heaven Palace's disciples. In the mystical Sky Mansion, all of you can compete with the other Heaven Palace's disciples and the disciples from the other 3 palaces. However, when you're outside, I hope all of you will remember that all of you are mystical Sky Mansion's disciples and must stick together. Wang Pai said solemnly as he led Duan Lingtian and the others up into the air. Duan Lingtian and the others nodded their heads to show they understood. Under Wang Pai's lead, they quickly collected their identity tokens. After collecting their identity tokens, Wang Pai brought Duan Lingtian and the others to their residence. It was a row of independent courtyards halfway up the mountain. There was a house in each courtyard and an empty space outside the house. It was more than enough for them to cultivate their martial techniques. Lingtian, the next opening of the spirit pool will be in 10 days. At that time, I'll come and look for you. After making arrangements for Wang Fei Xian and the others and Duan Lingtian, Wang Pai said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian replied before sending Wang Pai off with his eyes. When Wang Pai's silhouette disappeared from his sight, he turned around and entered his room in the courtyard. As soon as he entered his room, before he could even close the door, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched slightly as he heard footsteps coming from behind him. He could tell who the person was just by the sound of the footsteps. Such light footsteps, it was obvious it belonged to a woman. The woman who came to look for him at this time could only be the Great Miss of the tyrannical Saber Mansion, Wang Fei Xian. Great Miss Wang, are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Wang Fei Xian with a frown on his face. Although Wang Fei Xian was a beauty, he was annoyed by how she kept sticking to him. Name a price. Wang Fei Xian reached out and brushed her long hair behind her back before she said to Duan Lingtian. What price? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The spirit pool. Wang Fei Xian reminded him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian finally understood. It turned out this great Miss Wang was still thinking about the spirit pool. She was even willing to ask him to name a price as long as he was willing to let her have the spirit pool. Great Miss Wang, I must go to the spirit pool myself. If there's nothing else, please leave. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he sent her off. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so difficult to talk to. She had already said so much, but he still did not give her any face. She instantly became angry. Lingtian, you bastard. As soon as Wang Fei Xian finished speaking, she turned around and left in a huff. Bastard? When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fei Xian's words, he could not help but smile. He was a bastard just because he did not give the spirit pool to her. Then, what was her attitude of forcing him to give her the spirit pool? Duan Lingtian shook his head and no longer bothered with Wang Fei Xian. He closed the door and entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 days in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Almost 2 months was enough for Duan Lingtian to raise his cultivation base to the next level. In that case, it would be helpful for him to undergo a qualitative change in the spirit pool. With the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, as long as my current cultivation base improves, it's not impossible for me to break through to the refined saint stage with the help of the spirit pool's energy. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, did not know the news of him obtaining the opportunity to enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool in 10 days had already spread throughout the entire Heaven Palace. The spirit pool was a very sensitive place in the Heaven Palace. This was because all of the Heaven Palace's disciples below the eminent saint stage wanted to enter the spirit pool. Due to this reason, the opportunity to enter the spirit pool would be decided through competition every 6 months. This time, many people were eager to compete for the opportunity to enter the spirit pool in 10 days. However, it did not cross their minds that someone would appear out of nowhere and forcefully snatch the opportunity to enter the spirit pool away. Moreover, it was a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion. For a time, complaints could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. He's just a disciple who has just entered the Heaven Palace. What did he do to obtain the opportunity to enter the spirit pool? Many of the Heaven Palace's disciples sounded jealous. It said that he's the most outstanding among the 37 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 who joined our mystical sky mansion this time. Since he chose our Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Xiao gave him the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. So it's Vice Palace Master Xiao's decision. Humph. So what if it's Vice Palace Master Xiao's decision? He's just a rookie who has just entered the mystical sky mansion. He doesn't even know how strong he is and whether he's qualified to enter the spirit pool or not. What? Don't tell me you want to snatch the opportunity to enter the spirit pool? Let me tell you, that's Vice Palace Master Xiao's decision. It's impossible to change it unless he gives up the spirit pool on his own accord. Otherwise, whoever dares to snatch the opportunity will definitely infuriate Vice Palace Master Xiao. It's not a good thing to infuriate Vice Palace Master Xiao. He. Since Vice Palace Master Xiao has already spoken, naturally, I don't dare to think about snatching the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. However, since we're curious about the strength of this genius who's treated so well by Vice Palace Master Xiao, it shouldn't be a problem for us to spar with him, right? You can even think of something like this. You're too ruthless. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. Some of the Heaven Palace's disciples at the Mastery Refined Saint stage and the peak of the Refined Saint stage were even eager to see the strength of the genius martial cultivator, Ling Tian, who had snatched the spirit pool away. However, after cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a month, Duan Ling Tian woke up when he felt his cultivation base had improved slightly. "Who's there?" The commotion outside was so loud that even Duan Ling Tian, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, could hear some of it. "In my opinion, we should just break down the door and enter. It's not a good idea to just wait here." "That's right. In a few days, senior brother Wang Pai will be here to bring him to the spirit pool. At that time, what's done can't be undone. Even if we teach him a lesson, it won't be enough to vent the anger in my heart." "That's right. If we teach him a lesson after he enjoys the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, he won't feel any pain at all. In fact, he might become even more arrogant." The voices clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another. Duan Lingtian instantly understood what was going on. It was none other than those refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciples who were unhappy that he had obtained the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. They were blocking his door and wanted to teach him a lesson. "Teach me a lesson?" This was because only martial and Tao cultivators below the eminent saint stage would be able to improve their strength after entering the spirit pool. For this reason, those who wanted to stop him and teach him a lesson were definitely below the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Since he knew what was going on, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and opened his door. Chapter 1722. Senior brothers, is there anything I can help you with? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on his face as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people who had taken a few steps back. "He's that Ling Tian?" At the same time, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples outside Duan Lingtian's room also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. "He's actually so young. It's not a big deal that he's young. The most important thing is that he's not even 40 years old yet. He's suspected to have entered the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. How strong is his innate talent? In fact, there are only a few people in the mystical sky mansion who have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. Those few people are the most outstanding people among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Now, there's another one. Humph. He's given the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. Vice Palace Master Xiao thinks highly of him." The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves, but their eyes never left Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious that they were interested in Duan Ling Tian, the saint stage genius who had obtained the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. "You're Ling Tian?" The three Heaven Palace's disciples who initially wanted to break in and took a few steps back when Duan Ling Tian opened the door regained their senses at this moment. They looked at Duan Ling Tian with hostility in their eyes. "That's right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the depth of his eyes. These few fellows actually wanted to break in earlier. In his opinion, this was extremely rude. "Ling Tian, I heard you're the most outstanding saint stage genius who has entered the mystical sky mansion this time. I'm here today because I want to spar with you. What do you think? Do you dare to accept my challenge?" One of the three men stepped forward and stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. This was a middle-aged man with a medium build. There seemed to be a haze between his eyebrows at all times. His eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian, and his fighting spirit soared. Of course, behind this rising battle intent was provocation, naked provocation. "Spar?" Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. "Not bad. The middle-aged man nodded and continued to say, "Don't worry, my cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage as well. I heard that you're also at the intermediate refined saint stage, so you won't be at a disadvantage if we fight." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples turned strange. The middle-aged man was no stranger to them. Although the middle-aged man was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he had been at the intermediate refined saint stage for many years. He could break through to the mastery refined saint stage at any time. His strength could be considered as above average among the intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. It was precisely because of this that the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples became so strange upon hearing his words. After all, in their opinion, even if both of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage, this was not a fair fight since the middle-aged man had a greater advantage. At a corner where nobody noticed, a charming figure stood there. This woman had a devilish figure and an angelic face. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Lingtian, who was facing off against the three Heaven Palace's disciples from afar. A faint smile could be seen on the corner of her mouth. "Humph! Who told you not to transfer the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to me? Do you like this gift from me?" Based on her muttering, it was obvious she was Wang Fei Xian. She was also the most beloved granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Originally, although Duan Lingtian had obtained the opportunity to enter the spirit pool, most people did not dare to voice their displeasure since it was Vice Palace Master Xiao who had spoken up. However, with Wang Fei Xian's secret encouragement, many people began to make a move. This was how a group of refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciples blocked Duan Lingtian's entrance. "You're right." Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the strange gazes from the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. However, he did not care about it. As the saying went, everyone is the only one awake. Currently, this was exactly what he felt. In fact, when he had just left the spirit pool, he had already activated the secret tactic, the divine eye, that Huolao had passed to him. Before the three Heaven Palace's disciples could react, he had already probed their cultivation bases. All three of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. Let alone three, Duan Lingtian was not afraid even if there were 30 or even 300 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, when he heard the words of the Heaven Palace's disciple, he also said that he was not at a disadvantage. "In that case, please make your move, junior brother Lingtian." The Heaven Palace's disciple standing in front of Duan Lingtian said confidently. It was obvious he felt it was not a big deal even if Duan Lingtian made his move first. He would definitely win in the end. "Senior brother, are you sure you want me to make my move first?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes when he heard the provocation from the Heaven Palace's disciple. "Of course. I, Huang Ji, am a man of my word," the Heaven Palace's disciple said matter-of-factly. "In that case, please enlighten me, senior brother." Duan Lingtian cupped his hands slightly before his eyes narrowed. His body suddenly moved. At this moment, a faint golden radiance appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body as he pounced toward Huang Ji like an agile leopard. Naturally, it was impossible for him to unleash his full strength now. If he unleashed his full strength, he would definitely be able to defeat and kill Huang Ji before anyone could react. However, if he did that, he would appear to be too high profile. Moreover, if he did that, he would expose his son's true origin. At that time, someone would definitely link him to Li Feng. Even if his disguising secret skill was flawless, and no one would think he was Li Feng, the trouble that Li Feng caused would definitely fall on him. Although he was not afraid, he would still choose to avoid it if he could. Even if he would still be exposed in the end, that would be a matter for the future. As for the fact that he told Wang Fei Xian that he was Li Feng's friend, he did not expect anyone to believe him. In fact, it was true that no one believed him. However, if he used the same true origin as Li Feng, there would definitely be people who would link him to Li Feng. After all, his true origin was too rare. It was different from an ordinary person's true origin. An ordinary person's true origin was a very common true origin. Good timing. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him like a leopard, Huang Ji narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, the true origin in his body began to stir and appeared on the surface of his body. It was a flame-like true origin. It was none other than the fire attribute true origin. Blazing flame heaven-covering palm. Huang Ji suddenly shouted as he raised his hand. His true origin surged and transformed into a gigantic palm print that was the size of a cattail leaf fan. He slapped it at Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him. The moment he slapped his palm out, the air trembled. It was as though a blazing flame had broken through the sky, blotting out the sun. Wherever the palm passed, the air would be scorching hot due to the friction. At the same time, a sneer appeared on the corner of Huang Ji's mouth. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being flustered. Although he did not use his full strength, he had used 80% of his strength. An ordinary refined saint stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his palm strike at all. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's age, even if he was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he must have just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage not long ago. His strength was limited. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure had disappeared and his palm strike had missed, the smile on Huang Ji's face froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. How's this possible? Huang Ji, be careful. He's behind you. At the same time, a voice rang behind Huang Ji. Huang Ji shuddered and was about to turn around when he felt a chill on his head. It was as though a sharp weapon was pressed against his head, causing his body to stiffen. He did not dare to move at all. At the same time, Huang Ji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat. From the beginning until the end, he did not even notice how the other party had appeared behind him. In other words, the other party's speed was so fast that he could not catch up to him at all. How's this possible? Don't tell me a young man who's not even 40 years old is a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. The moment Huang Ji thought of this, he found it hard to believe. In fact, before this, there was no mastery refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the mystical sky mansion. If he's not a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse, how can he be so fast? Huang Ji could not figure it out. Pfft! Huang Ji only regained his senses when he heard a laughter that sounded like a silver bell. At this time, he also noticed that the sharp weapon that was pressing against his head was no longer there. However, for some reason, he still felt a chill on his head. At the same time, Huang Ji turned around and saw Ling Tian standing near him. He was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Huang Ji's face turned grave immediately. Although he was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was not a match for the other party. Soon after, Huang Ji noticed the atmosphere was a little strange. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples was looking at him strangely. Moreover, these people's gazes were all fixed on his head. Huang Ji subconsciously raised his hand to touch his head. In an instant, his face turned completely pale, deathly pale. At this moment, Huang Ji discovered the hair on his head had completely disappeared. He had no idea where it had gone. No wonder he felt a chill on his head earlier. As it turned out, he had become bald. Huang Ji was not angry or humiliated by the fact that he had become bald. Instead, he felt lucky. If the other party had moved a little lower, would his head not have been cut open like a watermelon? Thank you for showing mercy. Huang Ji's face turned pale as he cupped his hands together at Duan Lingtian. Feeling ashamed, he soared into the sky and left. What a useless fellow. Chapter 1723. When the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples saw the bald Huang Ji leaving with a gloomy face, they could not help but feel embarrassed. Naturally, most of the Heaven Palace's disciples knew their limits. For example, the two Sky Palace's disciples who wanted to break through the door with Huang Ji earlier knew that their strength was at most on par with Huang Ji's. Even Huang Ji had been oppressed just now. If they went up, they would definitely end up in the same situation. I just remembered that I have something to do. One of them slapped the back of his head and left in a hurry. It was as though he really had something important to do. When the other Heaven Palace's disciple saw the person beside him leaving with an excuse, it was naturally inappropriate for him to leave as well. However, he still retreated to the side with a flushed face and stood with the other Heaven Palace's disciples. This Ling Tian is so strong. Earlier, I didn't notice any changes in his true origin, but his speed suddenly soared. I wonder how he did it. I'm afraid this Ling Tian is not just an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. He's most likely at the mastery refined saint stage. Mastery refined saint stage? Is that possible? He's not even 40 years old yet. I find it unbelievable as well. However, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves. When most of them looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of respect in their eyes. A mastery refined saint stage powerhouse who was not even 40 years old. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a few people like this. Those few people, without exception, had all become influential figures in the Debussy subterranean. In the end, they all went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where there were many powerhouses. Mastery refined saint stage. Wang Fei Xian, who was walking over from afar, regained her senses. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Is there any other senior brother who wants to spar with me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He looked very polite, causing many of the Heaven Palace's disciples to have a good impression of him. After all, there weren't many people who could still be so good-tempered when their doorstep was blocked. Through his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered the strongest among the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene was only at the mastery refined saint stage, and there were only 4 of them. As for the Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage, there was not even one of them. It was not that the Heaven Palace's disciple at the peak of the refined saint stage did not want to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. It was just that he felt it would be akin to bullying the weak. If news of this reached Vice Palace Master Zhao's ears, he would definitely offend him. With his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, even if he defeated Ling Tian, the saint stage genius who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion, there was nothing to be proud of. Instead, he would be mocked for bullying the weak. Due to this reason, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who came to stop Duan Ling Tian were all at the intermediate and mastery refined saint stage. Now that they saw Duan Ling Tian asking if there was anyone else who wanted to give them some pointers, all of the Heavenly Palace's disciples focused their gazes on one person. This person was a young man with an ordinary appearance. He had a solemn expression. With just one look, one could tell he was an old-fashioned person. It seems like this person is the strongest one among them. When Duan Ling Tian noticed the group of Heaven Palace's disciples were looking at this person, it was easy for him to figure this out. However, he was not afraid since this person was only at the mastery refined saint stage. His name is Guo Lu. His strength is ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. The owner of this voice was none other than Wang Fei Xian. why are you so kind as to remind me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as he glanced at Wang Fei Xian indifferently. When Wang Fei Xian laughed earlier, he had already noticed her. He also knew she had been watching the show from the side. Unfortunately, it was destined that she would not be able to watch the show. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Wang Fei Xian must be disappointed that he had defeated Wang Fei Xian. However, he did not expect Wang Fei Xian would take the initiative to remind him of Guolu's background at this moment. Humph. Do I look like such a narrow-minded person? Wang Fei Xian said snappily. You don't? Duan Lingtian shook his head. At least you have good taste. Wang Fei Xian smiled. What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking. You don't look like one because you are. Duan Lingtian added, causing Wang Fei Xian to explode. Hey! Ling, I'm reminding you out of goodwill, and this is how you treat me? I'd like to see if you'll end up worse than Huang Ji after you're defeated by Guolu. Huang Ji was the Heavenly Palace's disciple who had challenged Duan Lingtian and was shaved bald by Duan Lingtian. You don't have to worry about that because I won't lose. Duan Lingtian continued to transmit his voice. His tone was calm but filled with confidence. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian did not reply Duan Lingtian. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so calm after knowing Guolu's background. Naturally, the reason she reminded Duan Lingtian about Guolu's background was not out of goodwill. Instead, she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would be frightened to the point of turning pale after knowing Guolu's background. However, she did not expect the outcome to be completely different from what she had imagined. After learning about Guolu's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, he displayed great confidence as though he was not afraid of Guolu at all. Don't tell me he can really defeat Guolu. This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Fei Xian's mind. It was completely out of the blue. Impossible. However, Wang Fei Xian quickly suppressed this thought. She looked at Duan Lingtian and muttered to herself angrily, he's not even 40 years old yet. It's impossible for him to have the strength to defeat Guolu. Otherwise, he's not much weaker than Li Feng. Wang Fei Xian did not know Ling Tian and Li Feng were the same person. Otherwise, she would not have such thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples, Guolu finally walked out. He looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded. Junior brother Ling Tian, it's admirable that you're able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage when you're not even 40 years old. We've underestimated you previously. Now, I finally know why Vice Palace Master Xiao treats you so well. With your innate talent and strength, no matter which palace you join, they'll definitely give you the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Although the opportunity to enter the spirit pool was given to you by Vice Palace Master Xiao without any competition, I think you deserve it. The moment Guolu opened his mouth, he expressed his admiration for Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, he did not think Duan Lingtian's strength would be able to defeat him. However, how old was Duan Lingtian compared to him? He admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart for being able to achieve so much at such a young age. Senior brother Guolu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His impression of Guolu had improved greatly. On the other hand, Wang Fei Xian who was standing at the side was slightly displeased. Not only did the hostility she expected did not appear, but the scene seemed to be very harmonious instead. However, as everyone expects, I still want to spar with you, junior brother Ling Tian. Of course, we'll stop when it's appropriate. When Guolu looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Faced with a saint stage genius like Duan Lingtian, even he could not help but feel excited. He believed as long as the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage before the age of 40 spread out, he would definitely be crowned as the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, he would be excited to spar with such a genius. Senior brother Guolu, please. Duan Lingtian nodded and gestured for Guolu to make the first move. Upon seeing this, Wang Fei Xian could not help but snort softly. This fellow is really arrogant. He actually asked Guolu to make the first move. Guolu's strength is not something that useless fellow can compare to. In fact, it was not only Wang Fei Xian who felt Duan Lingtian was arrogant, even the other Heaven Palace's disciples felt the same way as well. Who was Guolu? He was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. He was one of the best among the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses. It would be difficult for an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse to survive more than 10 moves from him. However, this new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion a few days ago actually asked Guolu to make the first move. Was he not looking for a beating? Although the group of Heaven Palace's disciples knew Duan Lingtian was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Guolu. Guolu's reputation in the Heaven Palace was built from his punches and kicks. It was not an undeserved reputation. However, to their surprise, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. When Guolu first interacted with Duan Lingtian, he did not feel anything. However, when he was facing Duan Lingtian, he did not know where to start. Although the person in front of him was young, the feeling he gave off was much more terrifying than the opponents he had faced before. I really wonder how he cultivates. Guolu sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. Due to this reason, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. Instead, his expression was solemn as he made his move step by step. What happened next stunned everyone present on the scene. This was because Duan Lingtian actually managed to deal with Guolu's attacks with ease. In the end, he was evenly matched with Guolu. Half an hour later, both of them stopped and ended up in a draw. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had intended for this to happen. He had a good impression of Guolu, so he did not embarrass him in front of everyone. They actually ended up in a draw. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples, including Wang Fei Xian, were dumbfounded. It did not cross their minds that this would happen. This result was completely out of their expectations. Compared to the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who were shocked, Guolu was even more shocked. This was because he could feel his opponent was still able to deal with his attacks with ease even when he had unleashed his full strength. Moreover, he could feel his opponent was holding back most of the time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Chapter 1724. Junior brother Ling Tian, your strength is truly admirable. Naturally, Guolu knew Duan Lingtian did not want to embarrass him in public. That was why he fought to a draw with him. Due to this reason, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. Senior brother Guolu, you're very strong as well. We can spar more in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled in a refined and courteous manner. The farce had come to an end along with Duan Lingtian and Guolu ending in a tie. Although this was the result of Duan Lingtian holding back, apart from Guolu, nobody knew the truth. Even so, this news still shocked the entire Heaven Palace and the entire mystical sky mansion. A mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people like this. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian in the mystical sky mansion, it also meant that such a peerless genius had appeared in the current generation. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with respect in their eyes before they left with Guo Lu in an orderly manner. When they came, they were still filled with resentment. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to be baptized in the spirit pool in a few days since Vice Palace Master Xiao took care of him. However, now that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they were completely convinced and felt that the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool should be given to Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a young man who was not even 40 years old yet. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base had already entered the mastery refined saint stage. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical sky mansion in the future. As long as his innate talent did not diminish, it was not impossible for him to become the supreme mansion master of the mystical sky mansion. After the group of Heaven Palace's disciples left, only 2 people were left on the scene. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian was there as well. Wang Fei Xian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time without shifting her gaze. The young man in front of her had given her a huge shock. Even Guo Lu, who was ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace, could not defeat him and ended in a draw with him. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's heart was filled with a sense of defeat. In the past, she thought that Li Feng was the only person in the younger generation whom she could look up to. However, it seemed like there was another person like her. Perhaps this man was not as strong as Li Feng, but compared to her, he was much stronger. "Are you done looking at me?" Wang Fei Xian only regained her senses when a voice resonated in the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who frowned when he realized Wang Fei Xian was staring at him. "Bah! Who's looking at you?" Wang Fei Xian snapped back to her senses. Her beautiful face flushed red as she spat on the ground. "I'm just asking if you're done looking at me. I didn't say you were looking at me, did I? Are you admitting that you're looking at me?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he tried to hold back the smile on his face. He did not expect this great young Miss Wang, who had always been rude and unreasonable in front of him, would have such a shy side to her. Compared to before, she was much cuter now. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian's face was turning redder, he turned around and returned to his room before closing the door behind him. Bang! Wang Fei Xian only snapped back to her senses when she heard the sound of the door closing. She clenched her fists angrily and muttered, "What an unromantic fellow." Unromantic? Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the room, naturally heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could naturally feel Wang Fei Xian's interest in him. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian's current interest in him was only limited to his innate talent and strength, but who knew if it would change into something else as time passed. Putting aside the fact that he already had 2 fiancées and a confidant, his fiancée, Ke, was still in danger. He was not in the mood to flirt with other women. Therefore, whenever he faced Wang Fei Xian, he would try his best to avoid her. "I can't afford to offend her, but can't I just avoid her? There are still a few days left. Hopefully, I can make further progress." With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and continued to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that news of him defeating Huang Ji, an intermediate refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciple, and coming to a draw with Guo Lu, a mastery refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciple, had already spread like wildfire in the Heaven Palace, shocking everyone. He's not even 40 years old, but his strength is actually on par with Guo Lu. Guo Lu's strength can be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators in the Heaven Palace. Even so, he's only on par with Ling Tian. Where did this freak come from, Ling Tian? His strength and innate talent are almost on par with Li Feng, who was the talk of the town. A mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 has only appeared a few times in the history of our mystical sky mansion. I can't believe it's happening again. Don't tell me the golden age of our mystical sky mansion is about to arrive? If Ling Tian can maintain his current innate talent and progress, he might be able to lead our mystical sky mansion to the peak of the Debussy subterranean just like the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. There were even some who linked Duan Ling Tian to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, it was only after Duan Ling Tian became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to stand at the peak of the Debussy subterranean and rival the Mountainshade Black Market. However, they did not know the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Ling Tian's father. Naturally, even Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have come to the mystical sky mansion. Good lad. He actually managed to defeat Huang Ji and come to a draw with Guo Lu. When Xiao Yi, the vice mansion master of Heaven Palace, heard about this, he was also shocked. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian was actually a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, his strength was not something an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse could compare to. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to come to a draw with Guo Lu. However, even in his dreams, Xiao Yi would never have thought that the reason why the person who had fought Guo Lu to a draw was because he had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Guo Lu in just one move. At the same time, the news of Duan Ling Tian coming to a draw with Guo Lu had also spread to the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Although Guo Lu was only an ordinary disciple in the Heaven Palace, many people from the other three palaces knew about him due to his strength being at the peak of the mastery refined saint stage. This was especially true for the disciples from the other three palaces who were also at the mastery refined saint stage. Guo Lu is ranked in the top 3 among the Heaven Palace's mastery refined saint stage disciples. Such a person actually came to a draw with Ling Tian? My goodness! Ling Tian is actually so strong. Originally, I thought his cultivation base being at the intermediate refined saint stage was already ridiculous enough. I didn't expect him to be so freakish. Speaking of freakish, I think Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district is even more ridiculous. Li Feng has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage when he's not even 40 years old yet. Compared to Ling Tian, there's still a huge gap between them. Indeed, Li Feng is even more freakish. The disciples from the three palaces could not help but compare Duan Ling Tian to Li Feng. If Duan Ling Tian heard their words, he would definitely smile wryly. Li Feng was merely him from a year ago. Currently, his strength was on a completely different level compared to a year ago. Naturally, even if Duan Ling Tian heard their words, he would only smile wryly and would not explain himself. After all, he was no longer Li Feng but Ling Tian. No matter what, the news of Duan Ling Tian coming to a draw with Guo Lu still swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a hurricane. Even many of the important figures in the mystical sky mansion were shocked by this news. Many of them even wanted to take him in as their disciple. No matter how the undercurrent was stirring, Duan Ling Tian still stayed obediently in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. He only came out of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda when the day of the Spirit Pool's opening arrived. He opened the door and walked out before he sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard. With a raise of his hand, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. Duan Ling Tian took a sip from it. He was waiting. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian heard a light gust of wind. He raised his head immediately. Initially, he thought Wang Pai had come. He did not expect the person who came was Wang Fei Xian. For some reason, Duan Lingtian felt a headache whenever he saw Wang Fei Xian. He could neither scold nor hit this woman. After all, other than her temper, she did not do anything out of line to him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Wang Fei Xian was the one who had instigated the group of Heaven Palace's disciples a few days ago. Otherwise, his opinion of Wang Fei Xian would have changed. Ling fellow, you actually came out on time so early in the morning. I was thinking if you didn't come out, I would have told senior brother Wang Pai that you gave me the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool. Wang Fei Xian walked in casually and sat opposite Duan Lingtian without any trace of politeness before she said to Duan Lingtian. Do you think senior brother Wang Pai will believe you? Duan Lingtian replied calmly as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. Humph. Wang Fei Xian snorted softly. Her light eyebrows were slightly knitted together. It was a beautiful sight. The instant he saw Wang Fei Xian frowning, Duan Lingtian, who was inadvertently glancing at Wang Fei Xian, froze as though his acupuncture points had been pressed. The reason for this was because when Wang Fei Xian frowned, she looked a little similar to his fiancée, Ke. As the saying went, the sight of a beautiful sight makes one sad. When Duan Lingtian saw the resemblance between Wang Fei Xian and Ke, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this fellow has been enlightened? Chapter 1725. Wang Fei Xian didn't know why Duan Lingtian was staring at her in a daze. Otherwise, she would have slapped him. After all, it was extremely humiliating for a woman to be thinking about another woman while looking at her. If it was any other man who stared at her like this, Wang Fei Xian would have already exploded. However, Wang Fei Xian was not repulsed by the man before her. It was so much so that when she discovered that he was looking at her, not only was she not angry, she even felt slightly proud of herself. Who asked you to pretend to be so serious earlier? Aren't you still subdued by my charm now? Huh? Suddenly, Wang Fei Xian realized that the man in front of her had retracted his gaze. This wasn't a big deal, but she realized that the man in front of her had a sad expression on his face after he retracted his gaze. Especially his originally sparkling eyes, at this moment, they seemed to have experienced a lot of vicissitudes. Seeing this scene, even Wang Fei Xian didn't know why, but her heart actually hurt. You. What's wrong? The pride on Wang Fei Xian's face disappeared, and she asked worriedly. I'm sorry, I was a little rude. It's just that when you frowned, you looked a little like my fiancée, and I thought of her. When he heard Wang Fei Xian's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and apologized. When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian's pretty face suddenly darkened. You. When you saw me, you thought of your fiancé? As mentioned before, this kind of thing was definitely a humiliation to a woman. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian naturally understood this, so he straightforwardly apologized, and looked very sincere. When she heard Duan Lingtian's apology and saw Duan Lingtian's gloomy face, Wang Fei Xian's anger subsided a lot. I say, surnamed Ling, shouldn't you be happy when you think of your fiancé? Why are you pulling a long face? My fiancé. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Duan Lingtian subconsciously opened his mouth, but halfway through, he changed the topic and did not continue. What do you mean I won't understand even if you tell me? Wang Fei Xian said angrily, you didn't say it, so I don't know. How do you know that I don't understand even if you say it? There's nothing to say. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The matter of Ke was undoubtedly painful for him. If he brought it up again, it would be tantamount to reopening his scars. Hey! I say, why are you like this? You whet my appetite, but you don't say anything. No. You have to tell me. If you don't, I'll pester you every day and make it impossible for you to cultivate. Wang Fei Xian was enraged as she threatened. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Wang Fei Xian to be so difficult to deal with. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought up the matter of his fiancée. The reason he had brought up his fiancée earlier was to let Wang Fei Xian know that he had a fiancée so that she would back off. Who would have thought that after Wang Fei Xian found out that he had a fiancée, not only did she not show any strange emotions, but she was also very curious about his fiancée's current situation. When Duan Lingtian saw the determination in Wang Fei Xian's eyes, he knew that she was not joking. For a moment, he could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had really shot himself in the foot. I can tell you. However, you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else, not even your family. Don't think that I'm joking. Once you spread this matter, it won't do you any good. Even you and the tyrannical saber mansion behind you might face a disaster. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression, don't think that I'm exaggerating. I'm serious. He thought that Wang Fei Xian would be nervous when she heard him speak so seriously. However, he did not expect that after hearing his words, Wang Fei Xian was not nervous at all. Instead, her eyes lit up and she said with a curious expression, hearing you say that, it seems very interesting. I'm really getting more and more curious now. As for you asking me not to spread this matter, naturally, that's not a problem. I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath right now. After saying that, Wang Fei Xian swore on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Lingtian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He wanted to stop her because he felt that there was no need to swear on the lightning penalty oath for such a small matter. It would be fine as long as she promised him verbally. Although he had not known Wang Fei Xian for long, he could tell that this woman with a devilish figure and angelic face was more manly than most men in many aspects even though she was a woman. He believed that she would be able to keep her word. Boom. 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 Accompanied by 9 claps of thunder, Wang Fei Xian's lightning penalty oath was considered to have come true. Under Wang Fei Xian's curious gaze, Duan Lingtian told her about Ke. Of course, he emphasized that Ke's twin sister was very strong. Duan Lingtian also told Wang Fei Xian about how Zoroastrianism's twin sister was. Zoroastrianism? After listening to Duan Lingtian's nonsense, Wang Fei Xian could not help but narrow her eyes in shock. As a member of the fourth-rate force, the tyrannic saber mansion, and the most beloved granddaughter of the current mansion master of tyrannic saber mansion, Wang Fei Xian had more or less dabbled in some of the secrets and records in the tyrannic saber mansion that had been passed down since ancient times. Due to this reason, she was not unfamiliar with Zoroastrianism. A long time ago, before the Dao martial saint land was divided into the upper province and lower province, it was the golden age of the Dao martial saint land. During that era, there were 3 great sects that towered above the Dao martial saint land. They were also the 3 greatest forces in the Dao martial saint land. In the Dao martial saint land, the division of forces was simplified in 4 words. 3 religions and 9 schools. 3 religions referred to the 3 great sections, 9 schools referred to the forces from the 9th rate to the 1st rate. The 3 great sects were the 3 great forces that towered above the first-rate forces. They were the 3 great behemoths in the Dao martial saint land. They had existed for a long time, but their status had never wavered. This was enough to show how powerful and exaggerated their foundation was. Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great sections. Your fiancé's sister is actually a member of Zoroastrianism? Moreover, based on her tone, it seems like Zoroastrianism has sent many people to look for your fiancé, but she beat them to it? After a long while, Wang Feixiang finally regained her senses. After inhaling a breath of cold air, she asked with a shocked expression. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Zoroastrianism has sent people to look for your fiancé, it's enough to show that your fiancée is not simple. At the very least, she's not simple to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been looking for someone who has been missing for more than 30 years. Wang Fei Xian deduced. Her deduction was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier deduction. However, since the person who took your fiancée away is her twin sister, I'm sure she won't harm her. Don't worry, your fiancée must have gone to the upper province. She should be fine. Wang Fei Xian comforted him. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian finally understood the sadness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turned out, he had experienced something like this before. Wang Fei Xian could understand Duan Lingtian's pain when she put herself in his shoes. Helplessly watching his fiancée being taken away without being able to do anything, no one would feel good about that kind of feeling. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he sighed. However, what I'm most worried about is the child in her stomach. After her twin sister found out about our relationship, she was furious. I don't know if she'll do something to our child. Both of you have a child? Wang Fei Xian stared at him. Yes. They should have been born by now. Duan Lingtian nodded. A hint of fondness could be seen in his eyes. Both of his children should have been born by now. However, up until now, he had yet to see his children. He only knew Li Fei had given birth to a son for him. I can't believe you're so young, but you're already such a playboy. I really don't know how you usually cultivate. I've been cultivating tirelessly, and until now, I'm only at the early refined saint stage. You, on the other hand, have a fiancé and a child. How much time did you spend? You actually managed to break through to the mastery refined saint stage at such a young age. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, a hint of jealousy could be heard in her tone. In terms of innate talent, the most important thing in cultivation was time. It was apparent the time she spent cultivating was much more than the young man in front of her. However, her strength was 2 stages lower than his. This caused Wang Fei Xian to feel extremely unbalanced. You only have one woman? Wang Fei Xian asked as she stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was reminded of something. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have 2 fiancées and a confidante. If there's no accident, all 3 of them will be my wives in the future. When he thought of Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, a rare happy smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3. That's not a lot. Wang Fei Xian nodded solemnly, causing Duan Lingtian to feel speechless. 3 isn't a lot. In fact, in Duan Lingtian's previous life, apart from a few ethnic minorities, the rest of the people in his country practiced monogamy. Although it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world, he also felt 3 women was a lot for a man. Who would have thought that Wang Fei Xian would be so valiant? As a woman, she even said that having 3 women was not a lot. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian looking at him again, he was at a loss for words. Junior brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated from afar. After a while, Wang Pai landed in Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Senior brother Wang Pai. When he saw Wang Pai, Duan Lingtian immediately stood up as though he had seen his savior. Are we going to the spirit pool? Hee hee. Looks like junior brother Ling Tian can't wait any longer. In that case, let's go. Chapter 1726. Wang Pai's sudden appearance naturally displeased Wang Fei Xian. However, even though she was displeased, she did not dare to show it. No matter what, Wang Pai was still the direct disciple of the Heaven Palace's Vice Palace Master. Although she was the biological granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, if she were to go out, in terms of status, other people would definitely be more wary of Wang Pai. Moreover, this was the Heaven Palace. If it was not necessary, she was, naturally, unwilling to offend Wang Pai. I'll go and have a look as well. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Ling Tian was preparing to leave with Wang Pai, she immediately soared up into the air and followed them. However, she stayed next to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could vaguely sense Wang Pai's ambiguous gaze. Junior brother Ling Tian, this great young Miss Wang seems to be very interested in you. Why don't you take her in? As long as you take her in, you'll be the son-in-law of the tyrannic Saber Mansion. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Senior brother Wang Pai, please don't joke around. I already have 2 fiancés and 1 confidant. Although Duan Ling Tian could tell Wang Pai was teasing him, he quickly explained to avoid any misunderstandings. That's only 3 women. With your innate talent, your future will be limitless when you grow up. At that time, let alone 3 women, even 30 women won't be considered a lot. In this world where the strong are respected, as long as a strong man has enough energy, he can have many women and make those women fall head over heels for him. Wang Pai continued. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he was speechless. Why did he feel that Wang Pai was even more valiant than Wang Fei Xian? Soon after, under the guidance of Wang Pai, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian entered the canyon on the side of the steep mountain where the Heavenly Palace was located. The entrance to the canyon was a thin line that could only accommodate 1 person. After entering, he was greeted by a sea of emerald green. Within the gorge, hundreds of grasses grew, and tens of thousands of flowers vied for beauty, giving people a feeling of tranquility and peace. The end of the canyon was shrouded by a dense fog. Due to the existence of the fog, one could not see what was behind it. Array formation? As soon as he entered the canyon, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the fog was the effect of a formation. In front of the formation, there was an old man guarding it. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and he looked very old. His hair and eyebrows were white, and he was dressed in gray robes. One of his arms was missing, and he stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell that this old man was not simple. Senior. Wang Pai brought Duan Ling Tian and Li Wuyo to descend before the one-armed old man and bowed respectfully. The space between his brows was filled with respect. Senior. Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian quickly followed suit and bowed. The one-armed old man nodded calmly. There was no expression on his face, and he was very calm from the beginning until the end. After responding, he casually glanced at Wang Pai. Why did you come here personally? Could it be that little Xiao has obtained a rare saint stage genius for the Heavenly Palace and gave him the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool? Yes. Wang Pai nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian next to him. This is junior brother Ling Tian. He's also the saint stage genius that Master has obtained for the Heavenly Palace. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the mastery refined saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the mastery refined saint stage. One must admit that Wang Pai's words had shocked the one-armed old man. At the very least, the one-armed old man who was originally calm raised an eyebrow when he heard Wang Pai's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was dull, but when it landed on Duan Ling Tian, it seemed as though it could see through everything. Duan Ling Tian had nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was not on this at all. Let alone Duan Ling Tian, even Wang Fei Xian's attention was not on this. Little Xiao? Earlier, they had clearly heard the one-armed old man before them address the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace as Xiao Yi. This was clearly how a senior addressed a junior. It was apparent that as Xiao Yi's direct disciple, Wang Pai did not react to the old man addressing him as master. It was as though it was normal. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Wang Fei Xian. Coincidentally, Wang Fei Xian was also looking at him. "Senior, could it be that you're a powerhouse from the older generation in the mystical sky mansion?" Wang Fei Xian asked through voice transmission. "I think so." Duan Lingtian was not certain, so he immediately asked Wang Pai through voice transmission. Wang Pai quickly replied, "This is the previous vice palace master of our heaven palace. In terms of seniority, he's my master's junior uncle." This junior ancestral uncle had lost an arm back then, and his strength was greatly reduced. That's why he didn't go to the upper province with Grand Master and the others. Originally, I should have addressed him as senior granduncle. However, since he doesn't want too many people to know his identity, I've only addressed him as senior. More than 90% of the other Heaven Palace's disciples don't know his true identity. Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at the old man's severed arm. As far as he knew, even the medicinal pills in the Dao Martial Saint land could not regrow a severed arm. The only thing he knew about that could regrow a severed arm was the legendary immortal spirit herb. He had obtained one before, but he had used it in the end. Senior. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Wang Pai pass a token that was emitting a green light to the old man. The word "spirit" was carved on it. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the old man looked at him after receiving the token and said, "Go on in." After the old man finished speaking, he glanced behind him. The moment the old man opened his mouth, the mist behind him suddenly trembled. In the end, it twisted and formed a vortex, like a door to the void. Duan Lingtian knew it was the old man who had opened the formation. "Junior brother Lingtian, go on in. You can come out after you've finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy inside." Wang Pai looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced at Wang Fei Xian. He nodded lightly at her before he walked into the giant whirlpool formed by the mist. The moment he stepped into the whirlpool, Duan Lingtian felt a huge force sucking him in. After he was sucked in, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black before it lit up again. When it lit up again, a scenery painting that looked like a paradise appeared before his eyes. Naturally, it was not a scenery painting but a real thing. The environment in front of him was a corner of the canyon. It was shrouded by a formation, and it was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. However, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate just like that. Since it was called a spirit pool, it was definitely not that simple. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was rich, it was only comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was not very attractive to Duan Lingtian. As he continued to walk forward, Duan Lingtian saw a small lake through the misty heaven and earth spirit energy. The lake was filled with a milky white liquid that emitted waves of heaven and earth spirit energy. No wonder it's called a spirit pool. The heaven and earth spirit energy here has already been liquefied. When Duan Lingtian saw the small lake in front of him, he finally understood the origin of the spirit pool's name. Although the lake was not big, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the form of a liquid was extremely rich. At the very least, it was much more rich than Duan Lingtian had imagined. With such a good cultivation environment, if I still can't break through to the early refined saint stage, I might as well just kill myself. Duan Lingtian was not confident he would be able to make a breakthrough in the spirit pool before he came here. However, now that he had seen the large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, he was almost 100% confident he would be able to successfully break through to the early refined saint stage. Once I've broken through to the early refined saint stage, my strength will be greatly elevated as well. At that time, I'll be stronger than the top young geniuses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian knew very well that due to the uniqueness of the Sun true origin and his powerful body, it would not be difficult for him to defeat ordinary eminent saint stage martial and Tao cultivators once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage. Moreover, once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage and activated the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, not many powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage would be able to block his sword. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and leaped into the spirit pool. Splash! When Duan Lingtian leaped into the spirit pool, it was like a huge rock falling into the water, breaking the tranquility of the lake. However, the spirit pool soon regained its tranquility. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the bottom of the spirit pool. He sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy as he cultivated using the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9 dragons carried the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy and circulated it once before it finally transformed into the Sun true origin. As he cultivated in the spirit pool, Duan Lingtian felt as though his entire body was covered by something. This feeling was extremely comfortable. It was as though he had returned to his mother's womb. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Wang Pai brought Wang Fei Xian out of the valley where the spirit pool was located. The spirit pool would only open once every 6 months, and only one person could enter at a time. Senior brother Wang Pai, will I have a chance to enter the spirit pool the next time the Heaven Palace opens? After they came out, Wang Fei Xian immediately asked. It was obvious she was very concerned about this. The spirit pool. The reason she entered the mystical sky mansion this time was not only for the Saint Martial secret zone, but also for the spirit pool. Sometimes, she even regretted coming to the Heaven Palace in the first place. If she could go to the other 3 palaces, perhaps she would be cultivating in the spirit pool as well. With the help of the spirit pool, she was confident she would be able to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before entering the Saint Martial secret zone. However, without the help of the spirit pool, although there was still hope for her to break through, the chances were slim. You'll have to fight for this yourself. Chapter 1727. That's as good as not saying anything. Wang Fei Xian was obviously satisfied with Wang Pai's reply. Naturally, she knew it was not up to Wang Pai to decide who would be given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Humph. That fellow's strength will definitely improve after he enters the spirit pool. Based on the cultivation base he displayed earlier, it's probably not as simple as just breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. In other words, it's very likely that he'll break through to the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the spirit pool. The peak of the refined saint stage. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, her heart began to beat faster. Li Feng was only at the peak of the refined saint stage. If that fellow has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he'll be so proud of himself. It seems like I'll have to treat him better when he comes out. If I can form an alliance with him in the Saint Martial secret zone, how would the others be able to compete with us? The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she became slightly excited. Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not know Wang Fei Xian had her eyes on him. Currently, he was fully immersed in his cultivation. Although he was cultivating outside and did not have as much time as inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, due to the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy, his cultivation speed here was more than 10 times faster than when he was on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, due to the 99 saint veins in his body, his speed of absorbing the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster. It was ridiculously fast. Ridiculously fast. The one-armed old man who was guarding outside seemed to have sensed the rapid absorption of the heaven and earth spirit energy. This little fellow is really not simple. A rare smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. He's not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the mastery refined saint stage. If he can break through to the mastery refined saint stage through the spirit pool, it'll definitely be a great surprise to our mystical sky mansion. At that time, he'll be on par with Li Feng. Although the old man usually stayed here, he had heard rumors about Li Feng. He knew there was an outstanding young genius in the Debussy subterranean who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. At the same time, in the distant Azure Cloud Mansion, a small matter also happened. The reason it was called a small matter was because it was just a small matter among the subordinates. It did not involve the decision-makers in the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. Yun Dong was one of the people in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's outpost outside. At the same time, he was also an old man who was over 100 years old. He could be considered a veteran in the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the eyes of the people in the outer circle of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yun Dong could be considered as a high-ranking person. Many of the people at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion would want to curry favor with him. The person in charge of the stronghold was usually rotated between two people, and they would rotate every half a year. Recently, it was Yundong's turn to rest. "Old Zhang, I'll leave this to you. I'll head back first." After handing over the affairs in his hands, Yundong said to the person who had come to replace him, "Go on. You must be in a hurry to see Yun Kun." However, when I left the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, I heard he seemed to have gone on a long journey. I don't know if he's back yet. You might not be able to see him when you return this time. The old man who was addressed as Old Zhang said with a smile. He went on a long journey. Upon hearing Old Zhang's words, Yun Dong could not help but be stunned. Then, he frowned. He actually didn't tell me he went on a long journey. Looks like he's really grown up now. Yun Kun was his younger brother. He was also his biological younger brother, his only biological younger brother. The two brothers had lost their family since they were young, and they relied on each other for survival. Due to the fact that he was older, he took on the role of both father and mother. He single-handedly raised his younger brother. Later on, both of them joined the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did they have a place to stay, but they also rose rapidly and made their own achievements. Now that he had become the person in charge of a stronghold in the Azure Cloud Mansion, although it was just a small stronghold, it was enough for him to be proud. After all, the Azure Cloud Mansion stood at the peak of the Debussy subterranean. It was a quasi-third-rate force. In the Debussy subterranean, only the mountainshade black market could be mentioned in the same breath as the Azure Cloud Mansion. Huh. Say, how old is your younger brother already? Why do you still act as if he's still young? I think he didn't tell you this time because he's worried you won't let him go out alone. Old Zhang laughed. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go back first to see if he's back. For some reason, after Yundong found out his younger brother had left the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long journey, he felt a sense of panic. He was eager to return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Go on. Naturally, Old Zhang could understand Yundong's feelings. In fact, he had watched Yundong and Yunkun grow up together. Although Yunkun was Yundong's younger brother, Yunkun was more like Yundong's son in many aspects. In front of Yunkun, Yundong was both a brother and a father. Yundong left and returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to the panic in his heart, he did not make any stops along the way. As soon as he returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yundong discovered he was even more panicked. He went to look for his younger brother, but he discovered his younger brother had not returned yet. When he returned to his residence in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he discovered his younger brother's soul pearl had shattered. Who's that? When Yundong saw Yunkun's soul pearl that had shattered, his eyes turned red immediately. He let out a low growl as his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. However, Yundong had lived for more than 100 years, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. This was because he knew it was useless no matter how sad he felt. The most important thing now was to calm down and find out where his younger brother had gone after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion. After spending an hour, Yundong asked his younger brother's friends and finally obtained the answer he wanted. He went to Windfall Nation. The place where the Devil Seal tablet appeared before? Naturally, Yundong had heard about the news of the Devil Seal tablet appearing in Windfall Nation. Moreover, when he first heard about it, he was tempted and wondered if he should make a trip there to try his luck and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, when he thought about it again, he felt the probability of that happening was too low. Moreover, he would not be able to leave, so he dismissed that thought. However, it did not cross his mind that his younger brother had actually gone to Windfall Nation and never returned. Currently, his soul pearl had shattered. The strongest person in Windfall Nation, or even a sixth-rate saint nation, is an ordinary refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. Little Kun is a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. The person who killed him is definitely not from Windfall Nation. Yundong took a deep breath as his eyes burned with rage. No matter who it is, I'll kill you for killing my younger brother. Yundong's throat moved as he growled. Naturally, Yundong did not go to Windfall Nation just like that. Instead, he reported his younger brother's death to the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, the death of someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion was a blatant provocation to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as he reported this matter, the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help Yundong. After Yundong reported Yun Kun's death, the Azure Cloud Mansion quickly sent someone over. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who was dressed in a fiery red robe with gold embroidery. Revered Elder Hua. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, even Yundong could not help but gasp. Although he knew as the person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's stronghold, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely take his death seriously and send a powerhouse to help him. However, it did not cross his mind that the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help him. Jin Hua was a revered elder of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be ranked in the top 10 powerhouses in the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. I already know about what happened to you. In the near future, I will go with you to investigate Yun Kun's death. As long as we find the murderer, if you are no match for him, I will act. If you're not strong enough, you'll be defeated, Jin Hua said as he glanced at Yundong indifferently. He only glanced at Yundong briefly before he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He appeared extremely arrogant. Yundong was not unhappy about this. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, revered Elder Hua. With Jin Hua by his side, he was no longer worried about encountering someone he was no match for. After Yundong and Jin Hua left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they went directly to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. The Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was a fifth-rate force while the Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate saint nation. When they arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Yundong heard that his younger brother was treated as an honored guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. For this reason, he immediately went to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. Why, your Master Yun's elder brother? Facing Yundong, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past, when Yun Kun was still in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace, he had mentioned his elder brother more than once. The person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's stronghold was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. It was not that Zhu Yuan had not seen an eminent saint stage powerhouse before, but he had only seen them from afar. This was undoubtedly his first time meeting an eminent saint stage powerhouse at such a close distance in his life. Who killed my brother? Yundong did not waste his breath on Zhu Yuan and asked directly. When Zhu Yuan heard this, he no longer dared to change the topic. He quickly told Yundong what had happened that day. After he finished speaking, he said, that powerhouse didn't report his origin. Perhaps, he's worried about the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge. No origin? When Yundong heard Zhu Yuan's words, he could not help but frown. Then, do you still remember his appearance? Can you confirm if he's wearing a disguise or not? Although I don't dare to probe him, I'm certain he's not wearing a disguise. On this point, Zhu Yuan was still certain. Since he was wearing a disguise, even if he did not probe him intentionally, his divine consciousness would definitely be able to detect this. In that case, you and those who have seen that person draw a portrait of him for me, Yundong said bluntly. Yes, Yundong said bluntly. Apart from Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, there was also Bai Li Hong who had seen the person who killed Yun Kun. Chapter 1728. In the Situ clan's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation. Bai Li Hong was already prepared for the arrival of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion. He cooperated and drew Duan Ling Tian's appearance after he had disguised himself. Then, he passed the portrait to Yundong. Although the three portraits were drawn by three different people, they were all drawn by the same person. I heard that Duan Ling Tian who possesses the Devil Seal tablet is your junior brother? After Yundong put the portrait away, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. Everyone knew about this, so there was no need for him to hide it. Do you know where he is now? Yundong asked in a low voice. Although the main reason he came this time was to find the murderer of his younger brother, if it was possible, he also wanted to know the whereabouts of the Devil Seal tablet. I don't know. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Just as Yundong was about to say something, a cold snort entered his ears. Do you think the person who killed Yun Kun will let him go if he knows something? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. This cold snort naturally came from Jin Hua, the powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes, revered Elder Hua. When Yundong heard Jin Hua's impatient tone, he did not dare to stay any longer. After glancing at Bai Li Hong indifferently, he left. However, Yundong did not know Jin Hua had interjected not because he was impatient, but because if Yundong continued to ask, it would involve Duan Ling Tian. His adoptive father was a subordinate of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be said to be the Mansion Master's right-hand man. Rong Yuan, Elder Rong, was his adoptive father. Previously, when news of the Devil Seal tablet had spread to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he wanted to join in the fun and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, he was stopped by his adoptive father in the end. At that time, he finally found out Duan Ling Tian who possessed the Devil Seal tablet was none other than the only son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As for why the Vice Mansion Master was wandering outside, he had also asked his foster father about it. In the end, the answer he got was that the Mansion Master wanted the Vice Mansion Master to go out and gain experience. After learning that Duan Ling Tian was the young Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion, Jin Hua, naturally, would not allow Yundong to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was their young Mansion Master's senior brother. Of course, Yundong was destined not to know about this. Jin Hua didn't plan to tell him either. However, even Jin Hua did not expect the powerhouse who killed Yun Kun, Yundong's younger brother, was none other than the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. If he had known, not only would he not have followed Yundong out this time, but he would also denounce Yundong. He would even ask Yundong why his younger brother, Yun Kun, had provoked the Vice Mansion Master. If necessary, he would kill Yundong. Although Yundong was also an official in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was merely the person in charge of a small foothold. In Jin Hua's opinion, he was no different from an ordinary disciple at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Yundong and Jin Hua had come to Windfall Nation. At this moment, he was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. At this moment, more than half of the spirit pool that looked like a small lake had disappeared. One could vaguely see Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy had also reached his neck. One could see the heaven and earth spirit energy was being depleted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was enough to show how fast Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was. After all, how could Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed not be fast since he had 99 saint veins? When the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy continued to be depleted until it reached Duan Lingtian's abdomen, Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble for no reason. In the end, the trembling became more and more intense. At this moment, the Sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body had almost filled his Naiwen palace. Only saint stage powerhouses had the Naiwen palace. It was formed from the transformation of the Qi Sea. The true origin was usually stored in the Naiwen palace. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on the verge of a breakthrough. In his body, the true origin was rapidly moving like dragons. It was extremely frenzied. Every movement of the true origin was hitting the saint veins in his body viciously. The 99 saint veins were vibrating, and the feeling of pain was clearly transmitted to Duan Lingtian's nerves. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble violently. Although he could endure the intense pain all over his body, he could not help but tremble violently. Crack! All of a sudden, the hairband on Duan Lingtian's head broke, and his long hair fluttered without any wind. One could vaguely see a faint golden halo flowing in his long hair. It was Duan Lingtian's Sun true origin. At the same time, a faint golden halo appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. The golden halo continued to solidify and expand until it enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body. It was as though it had turned into a cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. This was a large cocoon that shone with a golden halo. It expanded to a diameter of about 2 meters before it stopped expanding. Coo! 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 At this moment, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Lingtian's abdomen in the spiritual pool began to surge as though it was being boiled. In just a few breaths of time, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth disappeared. Naturally, it did not really disappear. Instead, it was devoured by the large golden cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. The large golden cocoon was like a gluttonous child. It only took a few breaths before it completely absorbed the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spiritual pool. Huolao, what should I do now? Inside the golden cocoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged. However, his eyes had already opened. At this moment, he was mumbling to himself. It was obvious he was talking to the three-legged golden crow, Elder Hua, inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In fact, with the thickness of his true origin, he could have made a breakthrough earlier. However, just as he was about to make a breakthrough, Huolao stopped him. After I teach you the golden crow's wings, the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan, you'll complete the breakthrough. In this way, when you break through to the eminent saint stage, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially. Of course, before that, you'll have to consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. It's the best time to do it now since there's still a surplus of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy. This was what Huolao had told him to stop him. When he heard Huolao's words, he was, naturally, confused. It was his first time hearing about the golden crow's wings. However, after listening to Huolao's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood what the golden crow's wings was. It was the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan that could be mastered by other clans as well. Once it was cast, a pair of wings similar to the golden crow's would appear on one's back. With just a flap of the wings, one would be thousands of miles away in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, this was the effect of the golden crow's wings when one's strength had reached a certain stage. As long as you can consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings and build a good foundation before you break through to the refined saint stage, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially when you break through to the eminent saint stage. At that time, your speed will undergo a qualitative change. An increase in speed means an increase in strength as well. Speed was the only unbeatable martial tactic in the world. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited when he heard Hualao's words. Due to this reason, he was not in a hurry to break through the final barrier of the peak of the pristine saint stage to the refined saint stage. Everything would have to wait until he had consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. The appearance of the golden cocoon was also due to Hualao's guidance to Duan Lingtian. It was also due to Hualao's guidance that the golden cocoon absorbed all the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just a dozen breaths. Subsequently, under Hualao's guidance, as time passed by, a ferocious crack appeared on the golden cocoon outside of Duan Lingtian's body before it split into two. After it split into two, the separated golden cocoon transformed into two lumps of golden liquid. Subsequently, a pair of golden wings appeared in the air. It was none other than the wings of the three-legged golden crow. Now's the time. When Hualao shouted, Duan Lingtian jolted and regained his senses. He immediately closed his eyes and circulated the sun true origin in his body to guide the pair of wings into his body. To be more precise, it was fusing into his back. After the fusion, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the two lumps of heat on his back. It was only after half an hour had passed that the two lumps of heat gradually disappeared. All right. You can complete the breakthrough now. Hualao's voice resonated in a timely manner as he reminded Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately calmed his qi and circulated the true origin in his body to complete the breakthrough. Previously, he had already touched the threshold of the breakthrough and was only one step away. However, due to Hualao's interference, he had stopped. Now that he had started cultivating again, it was naturally very smooth. As an invisible airwave swept out, the true origin in Duan Lingtian's body began to undergo an earth-shattering change. His Naiwan palace was still the same size as before. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. It seemed to have become even more dazzling and golden. Compared to the sun true origin before his breakthrough, it was like a concentrated essence. I've made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian clenched his fist slightly as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Although he had only broken through to the early refined saint stage, due to the uniqueness of the sun true origin, the sun true origin at the early refined saint stage was comparable to the true origin at the early eminent saint stage. In other words, with his extraordinary physical body, he could easily deal with ordinary early eminent saint stage martial and Tao cultivators without using the Jasper celestial sword. As for those below the eminent saint stage, they were on a completely different level compared to him now. I wonder how long I've been cultivating. It's time for me to leave. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian leaped up and left the empty spirit pool. At this moment, not even a drop of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy could be seen in the spirit pool. All of it had been absorbed by Duan Lingtian. Senior, how long have I been cultivating in there? Chapter 1729. When the one-armed old man saw Duan Lingtian coming out, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he regained his senses, he realized his eyes were not playing tricks on him. This little fellow who had entered the spirit pool 20 days ago had indeed come out. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the old man was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he entered the spirit pool immediately. When he saw the empty spirit pool, even though he had lived for almost 200 years and had seen many things, he still could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Senior, when Duan Lingtian saw the old man did not answer him and entered the spirit pool instead, he was puzzled. When he saw the old man coming out of the spirit pool, he could not help but feel puzzled. How did you do it? The old man who walked out of the spirit pool looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Is there something wrong? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man making a fuss about nothing, he was puzzled as well. Why did he not notice this side of his senior before this? I've been guarding the Heaven Palace's spirit pool for many years. After entering, the fastest person to come out took 1.5 months. Most of them took 2 months. However, you only took 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. How did you do it? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian. 20 days? Duan Lingtian did not expect he had actually stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days. However, based on the old man's words, the others had spent at least 1.5 months in there. Most of them had spent more than 2 months in there. At once, Duan Lingtian realized his performance was a little too monstrous. It must be because the cultivation method I cultivate is different. Duan Lingtian brushed it off perfunctorily. As for whether the old man believed him or not, he could not be bothered. After bidding farewell to the old man, he swiftly slipped away, leaving only the silhouette of his back to the old man. It seems like this little fellow has many secrets. However, no matter how many secrets he has, as long as he doesn't do anything that will harm the mystical sky mansion, I'll just let him be. With his innate talent and strength, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical sky mansion when he grew stronger. In the future, it's not impossible for him to lead the mystical sky mansion to the peak like how the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak of the Debussy Subterranean. As the old man muttered to himself, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. On the way back, Duan Lingtian came across many Heavenly Hall's disciples. When they saw him, their gazes were the same as the one-armed old man's, filled with astonishment. Although they didn't go to the spirit pool with Duan Lingtian, they knew when the Duan Lingtian went to the spirit pool. The opening time of the spiritual pool was fixed. With a simple calculation in his heart, he could calculate that the last time the spiritual pool opened was exactly 20 days ago. It seems a little too high profile. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and muttered to himself awkwardly. However, since he had already come out, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide. He swaggered all the way back to his residence. There's still 2 months before the opening of the mystical sky mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. In these 2 months, I'll study and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for the rest of my time, I'll go to the mystical sky mansion's library to have a look. As a quasi-third-rate force, the books in the mystical sky mansion's library must have recorded many things that I didn't know before. Duan Lingtian planned for the next 2 months. Naturally, during this time, he would still have to compete with the Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace for the spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heaven Palace, other than the privilege of entering the spirit pool to cultivate, he did not have any other privileges. However, to him, competing for the spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone was just a formality. With his current strength, let alone the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the Debussy Subterranean, even the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be a match for him. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence about his strength, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. The appearance of the beautiful figure was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to shudder. The owner of the beautiful figure was a woman. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the appearance of the woman since she looked exactly the same as his fiancée, Ker. Ker's sister is a member of Zoroastrianism. I wonder how strong she is compared to the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Although Ker's sister did not make a move that day, Duan Lingtian was certain that Ker's sister had most likely surpassed the eminent saint stage. After all, even Di Ju, the five-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan, had to tuck his tail between his legs when he faced her. Di Ju must have surpassed the eminent saint stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that his father, Duan Rufeng, had already set a wager for him. The wager was between him and Di Ju. If he won, he would be able to enter the Saint Land of Dragons, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. That wager was less than 3 years away from now. After he had broken through to the refined saint stage, Duan Lingtian's confidence had increased greatly when he thought about all the things he could rely on. He felt as though he was invincible among the younger generation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, when he thought about Ker's sister, he regained his senses. If Ker's sister was here, he might not be a match for Ker's sister even if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. Zoroastrianism, due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart felt even heavier. If a young disciple of Zoroastrianism was already so powerful, how powerful would the high-ranking officials be? Duan Lingtian instantly felt the pressure on him increase. Naturally, even if the pressure increased, it did not change his determination to go to Zoroastrianism to look for Ker. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he still wanted to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and go to Zoroastrianism to rescue Ker and his child so that they could reunite. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally shifted his attention away from the Jasper Celestial Sword. Through the Jasper Celestial Sword, he continued to study and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian's goal was to reach the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of things. However, after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he devoted all his attention to it. As for the other martial tactics, they were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Perhaps the martial arts techniques that he had cultivated in the past were of great help to him in the past, but after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, those martial arts techniques became somewhat useless. As the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the profundity contained in the Sovereign Heart Sword could not only be used for offense, but it could also be used for defense and speed. Duan Lingtian sat quietly in his room as he comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword. He was unaware that the outside had become lively again because of him. Lingtian entered the spirit pool 20 days ago, and he came out today. Impossible, right? It's only been 20 days. Don't tell me he has already absorbed all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool? If it was in the past, I would think it's impossible as well. However, the problem is I saw him coming back from the direction of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool with my own eyes. When I saw him, I seriously calculated the time when the spirit pool opened. It was exactly 20 days ago. He only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Isn't Lingtian's cultivation speed a little too exaggerated? No wonder he already has a cultivation base at the Mastery Refined Saint stage when he's not even 40 years old. As it turns out, his innate talent is already so exaggerated. I wonder if he has already broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage after coming out of the spirit pool. It was very lively in the Heaven Palace. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples were discussing Duan Lingtian. They felt it was too exaggerated that Duan Lingtian had only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Naturally, some people felt it was exaggerated while others felt it was impossible. Impossible. No matter how high his innate talent is, it's impossible for him to only spend 20 days to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. In my opinion, he must have come out before he finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy. That's possible. However, if it were you, would you come out before you finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool? That's right. If it were you, would you come out? No matter what, most of the people were more inclined to believe that Duan Ling Tian had indeed only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Although his performance was monstrous and heaven-defying, other than that, it was not plausible at all. Naturally, they did not know that if he cultivated normally, even if Duan Ling Tian had 99 saint veins, he would still need a month's time to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, after Duan Ling Tian had spent 20 days to absorb enough heaven and earth spirit energy to break through, he had used a special method to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings because of Huo Lao's guidance. In order to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings, Duan Ling Tian had swallowed the remaining heaven and earth spirit energy in just a few breaths. For this reason, in the eyes of others, Duan Ling Tian had only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Naturally, the truth was only known to Duan Ling Tian and Huo Lao. The others would not have thought of this at all. He came out. Chapter 1730. Wang Fei Xian remembered it clearly. 20 days ago was the day she followed Ling Tian to the spirit pool. Naturally, she only took a stroll outside. Only Ling Tian who had obtained permission could enter the spirit pool. She had also learned about the mystical Sky Mansion's spirit pool. There were a total of 4 spirit pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. Among them, the Heaven Palace's spirit pool was the best. However, even if it was the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, ordinary people would need about 2 months to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Those with monstrous innate talent would need at least 1.5 months to do so. However, Ling Tian only took 20 days to come out. Don't tell me he came out before he finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy? Naturally, Wang Fei Xian dispelled this thought as soon as it popped up in her mind. It made sense when she thought about it. The opportunity to enter the spirit pool was so rare. Moreover, there was no time limit, and there was still some time before the Saint Martial secret zone opened. As long as one was not an idiot, one would not be in a hurry to come out of the spirit pool. Was Ling Tian an idiot? Wang Fei Xian dismissed this possibility. Forget it, I'll just ask him. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she left her residence and went to look for Duan Ling Tian. However, when she arrived at Duan Ling Tian's residence, she discovered he was not there at all. It was as though he had gone into hiding. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. That damn fellow. He hid so quickly. However, does he think I won't be able to find him just because he's hiding? Duan Ling Tian did not see this. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. Today, he had the heart to study and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, due to the fact that he had just broken through to the refined saint stage, it was difficult for him to suppress his excitement. Due to this reason, he could not calm down. Due to this reason, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of the Sovereign Heart Sword and went to the Mystical Sky Mansion's library. The Mystical Sky Mansion's book collection pavilion was divided into 5 places. The Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces each had one. There was also the library on the floating island in the middle of the 4 palaces. That library was the biggest library in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It contained all sorts of books and records. Apart from some of the secrets of the Mystical Sky Mansion, everything that could be learned at the Mystical Sky Mansion's level was recorded in there. Duan Ling Tian wanted to learn more about things that he didn't know before, and the library on the floating island was undoubtedly the best choice. Apart from being the resting place of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the floating island was also filled with outstanding disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion. As long as one could enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking, one would be able to stand on the floating island and obtain a place to cultivate. Generally, those who could enter the Mystical Sky ranking were existences at the Eminent Saint stage or above. Generally, there was no existence above the Great Sage realm in a sixth-rate force. Even in a fifth-rate force, such an existence would be a high-level figure. In a fourth-rate force, although their position was not high, they still had a certain amount of status. However, it was not enough when placed in a quasi-third-rate force. This was because there were many powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in quasi-third-rate forces. Some outstanding disciples would be able to make a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage as long as they reached the age limit. Due to this reason, eminent saint stage powerhouses were nothing in a quasi-third-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from those on the Mystical Sky ranking, Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples can only enter the main mansion once every 3 months. The main mansion was the floating island in the middle of the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. This time, Duan Ling Tian planned to use the opportunity that would only come once every 3 months to enter the main mansion's library and broaden his horizons. As for the other things in the main mansion, they were not very tempting to him. Only the cultivation environment in the main mansion was better. The cultivation environment in his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much better than the main mansion in the Mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, it was not important to Duan Ling Tian whether he could enter the main mansion or not. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the wind, a ghostly figure approached the floating island in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Whoosh! 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 However, before this figure could get close to the floating island, he was blocked by several swift figures. The owners of these figures were none other than Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were wearing special uniforms. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, only the disciples on duty would wear the special uniforms. Ordinary disciples would only need to carry their identity tokens. You're a Heaven Palace's disciple? The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who appeared swiftly were none other than the patrolling disciples of the Mystical Sky Mansion. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. His piercing gaze shifted from the newcomer to the identity token hanging on his waist. The word Tian was carved on the identity token. I'm Ling Tian, a Heaven Palace's disciple. Greetings, senior brothers. The newcomer was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who came from the Heaven Palace. Duan Ling Tian smiled and greeted the group of patrolling disciples in front of him. I'm here because I want to go to the library in the main mansion. Ling Tian. However, the group of patrolling disciples did not hear the last part of Duan Ling Tian's words. This was because their attention was completely focused on the first part of Duan Ling Tian's words. Ling Tian. This name was not unfamiliar to them. It was to the extent that it had twice carried shocking news into their ears. Ling Tian was a new disciple of the Mystical Sky Mansion and a Heaven Palace's disciple. As soon as he entered the Heaven Palace, he came to a draw with Guo Lu, a mastery-refined saint stage disciple from the Heaven Palace. Guo Lu's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This was the first time they had heard of the name Ling Tian. At that time, their hearts were filled with shock. A saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old already possessed such shocking strength. How strong would he be when he grew stronger in the future? As for the second time hearing Ling Tian's name, it was today. Ling Tian had entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool 20 days ago and came out early this morning. It seemed like he had only spent 20 days to completely absorb the liquid heaven and earth spirit weapon in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. Perhaps, for those who had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion, this news was insignificant. However, as long as one was a veteran in the Mystical Sky Mansion, all of them knew how shocking this news was. In the history of the Mystical Sky Mansion, there had never been a disciple below the eminent saint stage who was able to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just 20 days, let alone the Heaven Palace's spirit pool that was the best among the 4 spirit pools in the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion's past record, someone had spent 1 month and 3 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, that was the Yellow Palace's spirit pool. There was still a certain difference between it and the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, this time, a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion had actually only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. To them and the entire mystical sky mansion, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering news. "You're Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace." The middle-aged man who was the leader was the first to regain his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Huh. Originally, it was not a big deal to be stared at. However, Duan Ling Tian noticed when the middle-aged man stared at him, apart from a hint of shock, there was also a hint of hostility in the depths of his eyes. This caused him to feel slightly puzzled. This is my first time meeting him, why is he looking at me with such hostility? At the same time, the group of patrolling disciples behind the middle-aged man had also regained their senses. They also noticed the hostility between the middle-aged man and Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, they began to whisper among themselves. I almost forgot. Senior brother Huang Tong's younger brother went into closed-door cultivation not long ago because he was humiliated by Duan Ling Tian. It's said that he even said he won't come out until he has broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. I heard that Huang Ji went to challenge Duan Ling Tian, but he was shaved bald instead. Not only has this matter spread out in the Heaven Palace, but it has also spread out in the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace as well. Huang Ji has become a laughingstock. He's senior brother Huang Tong's only biological younger brother. How can senior brother Huang Tong not be angry when he was humiliated like this? That's right. It's fine if Ling Tian doesn't appear in front of senior brother Huang Tong. Senior brother Huang Tong can't take the initiative to seek revenge due to reason. But now, this Ling Tian has walked right into the muzzle of the spear himself. If senior brother Huang Tong doesn't do anything, others might say that he's as cowardly as a mouse, not even daring to stand up for his younger brother. The group of patrolling disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Huang Tong? Huang Ji's brother? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Huang Tong would be so hostile toward him. As it turned out, he was Huang Ji's biological brother. As for Huang Ji, naturally, Duan Lingtian had an impression of him. Nearly a month ago, a group of Heaven Palace's disciples refused to accept the fact that he was given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool and blocked his door. Huang Ji and 2 other people even wanted to break in, but they did not succeed because he appeared in time. Although they did not succeed, they still provoked him with words. Subsequently, Huang Ji even took the initiative to challenge him. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Ji's rudeness, he was so angry that he shaved all of his hair. In his opinion, he was already being merciful. He had always been a person who would return kindness tenfold. Just like Guo Lu, who was polite to him and gave him a peach, he returned the favor. Although he could easily defeat Guo Lu, he purposely fought him to a draw because Guo Lu was not a bad person, so he managed to save Guo Lu's face. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian learned Huang Tong was Huang Ji's biological brother, he only looked at Huang Tong calmly. He was only slightly surprised, but he did not feel anything else. He was not worried Huang Tong would seek revenge. With his current strength, he was not even afraid of the ordinary high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion, let alone Huang Tong, who was just a patrolling disciple. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill more than 90% of eminent saint stage powerhouses if he wielded the Jasper celestial sword with all his might. Did you hear what they said? Chapter 1731. Yes, I heard that. Duan Lingtian nodded his head nonchalantly when he heard Huang Tong's question. It was as though he was not bothered by this matter at all. In fact, he was not bothered by this matter at all. You're much stronger than my brother, but you don't have the bearing of a powerhouse and humiliated my brother. Don't you think you've gone too far? Huang Tong asked as his expression turned grave. Gone too far? Duan Lingtian smiled. You keep saying that I've gone too far, but do you know that your brother tried to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation? When he saw me coming out, he kept provoking me and even challenged me. If you were me, what would you do? Tolerate? Tell him you're stronger than him so he'll back off. Duan Lingtian explained the ins and outs of the matter to Bai Luochu. In fact, Huang Tong also knew what had happened. He knew his brother was in the wrong. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so politely to Duan Lingtian after finding out his identity. However, even though Huang Tong knew what had happened, it did not mean that the other patrolling disciples knew as well. At this moment, their gazes were a little strange. They only knew Huang Tong's brother, Huang Ji, was shaved bald, but they did not know Huang Ji had brought this upon himself. My brother has indeed gone too far, but don't you think you've gone too far? How do you expect him to face others in the future if you treat him that way in front of so many people? Huang Tong asked in a questioning tone after he took a deep breath. I don't think I've gone too far. Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently, it's only because we're in the mystical sky mansion. If it was outside and he still dared to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation, he'd be crippled even if he didn't die. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He was not a kind person to begin with. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy to Huang Ji, and the matter had already passed. However, now that someone had brought this matter up, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. You. Huang Tong did not expect the Duan Lingtian to be so extreme. In the face of the Duan Lingtian's rudeness, his face became completely gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. Senior Huang Tong. Seeing that the situation had become somewhat hostile in an instant, the group of patrolling disciples behind Huang Tong became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade Huang Tong. What a joke! At the end of the day, Ling Tian was still in the right. If a conflict really broke out, even if this Ling Tian was at a disadvantage, Huang Tong would definitely be punished in the end. With the innate talent and strength that Ling Tian had displayed, he would definitely become the pillar of the mystical sky mansion in the future. It was not impossible for him to become the next mansion master of the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, putting aside the future, it was likely that not only had the palace master of Heaven Palace heard about Ling Tian's deeds, but even the mansion master of the mystical sky mansion had also begun to pay attention to him. After all, the strength and innate talent that he had displayed since he came to the mystical sky mansion was too shocking. In terms of strength, he was able to come to a draw with the elite mastery refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This meant his strength was at the mastery refined saint stage or even close to the peak of the refined saint stage. Most importantly, he was not even 40 years old yet. Even in the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were not many people who were at the mastery refined saint stage below the age of 40. Moreover, those few people were not as monstrous as him. In terms of innate talent, he only used 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. After all, the higher one's innate talent was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. Naturally, the speed at which one absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy would be faster as well. From the matter of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, one could see that Ling Tian's innate talent was absolutely monstrous. Such innate talent was enough to shake the entire mystical sky mansion. How could Huang Tong not think of this when the other patrolling disciples could think of this? Under the persuasion of the others, he finally calmed down. After glancing at Duan Lingtian indifferently, he brought his men and left. However, when he left, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of coldness that flashed in his eyes. However, Duan Lingtian was not bothered by it at all. He did not take Huang Tong seriously at all. After entering the suspended island in the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian was stopped again. This time, the person who stopped him was the disciple guarding the suspended island. "You're that Lingtian from the Heaven Palace?" When the disciple guarding the island was helping Duan Lingtian to register, he looked at his identity token and saw the two words Lingtian carved on the back. He could not help but be shocked. Perhaps, Lingtian from the Heaven Palace had just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago, but in the mystical sky mansion, his name was like thunder to the ears of the people from the mystical sky mansion. Recently, if one were to ask who was the most popular person in the mystical sky mansion, it would undoubtedly be Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. When the disciple guarding the island saw his smile, it made him feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. His impression of Duan Lingtian improved greatly. "Junior brother Lingtian, I've already registered you. Since you're not a disciple on the mystical sky ranking, you can only stay in the main mansion for a month at most. Within a month, you must come and register with me again before you leave." "Thank you, senior brother." After receiving his identity token, Duan Lingtian quickly thanked the disciple guarding the island. "Junior brother Lingtian, take this jade token with you. It records the things to take note of when you enter the main mansion. There are also some places that you can't simply barge into." The disciple guarding the island took out a jade token and passed it to Duan Lingtian as he kindly reminded him. After Duan Lingtian received the jade token, he thanked the disciple again before he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's disappearing silhouette, the disciple guarding the island who helped him register sighed emotionally. "This junior brother Lingtian has both strength and innate talent, but he's not arrogant at all. How rare." "That's right. Compared to him, the few young geniuses in our mystical sky mansion are far inferior. Not only can their innate talent and strength not be compared to junior brother Lingtian, but their conduct can't even catch up to junior brother Lingtian." Another disciple guarding the island chimed in. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not know that he would be able to establish such a good reputation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was reading the contents of the jade token. Soon after, he found out where he could go and where he could not go in the main mansion. The main mansion was an island that was suspended high up in the sky. It was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a paradise. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could vaguely see a few silhouettes scattered around. Some of them were the patrolling disciples of the main mansion, some of them were the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials who were cultivating in the main mansion, and some of them were disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Duan Lingtian did not forget the purpose of his visit to the main mansion. Due to this reason, the moment he arrived at the main mansion, he immediately went to the library. The library contained all kinds of books that had been passed down in the mystical sky mansion since ancient times. Moreover, they were all original copies. As for the books in the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces libraries, they were all rubbings. Since the library only contained books that recorded miscellaneous matters and did not contain any cultivation methods or martial tactics, the security was not that strict. After Duan Lingtian registered his name, he entered the library. After he entered, all he could see were bookshelves of varying heights. They were arranged in an orderly manner. There are so many books. How long will it take me to read all of them? When Duan Lingtian saw the huge pile of books on the bookshelves, he could not help but click his tongue. There's only a month's time. Due to this reason, I can only pick and choose. Duan Lingtian's purpose of coming to the library was to understand the powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian did not know much about these powerhouses. Naturally, this was also because the place he stayed at in the past was not at that level. However, it was different now. He had come to the mystical sky mansion, and the mystical sky mansion was one of the top forces in the Wuxia subterranean. Here, He would be able to learn many things that he did not know in the past. I'll take my time. A month's time should be enough. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to look through the books in the library. He only flipped through the books that he did not want to read before he closed them again. He did not have much time to waste on these books. As he continued to read the books, the world after the eminent saint stage began to open a door to Duan Lingtian. After the eminent saint stage is the divine saint stage. Once one has broken through to the divine saint stage, one will be able to come into contact with divine abilities. For example, a divine saint stage Tao cultivator would be able to cast the duplicated embodiment divine ability. One can attach the divine ability to an object. Once someone activates the object, the Tao cultivator's duplicated embodiment will appear. However, this duplicated embodiment can only protect the juniors. It has no effect on the main body. When Duan Lingtian read about the divine ability, he immediately thought of his golden crow's wings. According to Huolao, he had already consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings. As long as he made another step forward and entered the eminent saint stage, he would be able to cast the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. The golden crow's wings was a speed-type divine ability. Huolao. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but call out to Huolao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. From these books, I read that in the Tao Martial Saint Land, only those at the divine saint stage and above can master divine abilities. Previously, you said I'll be able to master the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, once I break through to the eminent saint stage. Is that true? Of course, it's true. Huolao replied, don't forget that the true origin flowing in your body is not an ordinary true origin. It's the sun true origin. You're currently at the early refined saint stage, but the power of your sun true origin is comparable to the true origin of an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once you break through to the eminent saint stage, your sun true origin will naturally be comparable to the power of a divine saint stage powerhouse. The divine ability relies on the energy in the user's body. Do you understand what I'm saying? Huolao asked. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. It would be unreasonable if he still did not understand at this moment. The divine ability relied on the Russian energy in the user's body. Ordinary martial, Tao, and devil cultivators would only be able to cast the divine ability at the divine saint stage. Chapter 1732. Just like how there was a divide between the non-saint stage and the saint stage, there was also a divide between the eminent saint stage and the divine saint stage. The strength of a divine saint stage powerhouse was so powerful that they had come into contact with divine abilities. Divine abilities were different from martial tactics, true origin consolidated weapon, true origin consolidated beast, and true origin consolidated territory. They were completely independent techniques. The divine abilities that ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses mastered were basically rudimentary divine abilities. For example, as long as a divine saint stage Tao cultivator's cultivation base had reached a certain level, they would be able to easily master the duplicated embodiment divine ability through the experiences left behind by their predecessors. This was because it was a very simple and common divine ability. As for divine saint stage martial cultivators, they also had their own rudimentary divine abilities. Naturally, similar to the duplicated embodiment divine ability of Tao cultivators, the divine ability that they mastered was not powerful and was not useful in a real battle. Where did the divine abilities come from? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He was puzzled by the origin of the divine abilities. Puzzled, he asked Huolao again. The divine abilities are different from the martial tactics in the Tao Martial Saint Land. They're above the martial tactics in the Tao Martial Saint Land. There are many ways to master the divine abilities. The most common way is to pass it down. The second way is to master the divine ability through the relics left behind by the predecessors. It's similar to passing it down. For example, the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that I passed on to you through this method. Huo Lao said in an orderly manner, there are also some divine abilities that are instinctive. For example, my golden crow's wings is a divine ability that I was born with. When my cultivation base reached the point where I could cast it, it would naturally appear in my mind. It's similar to an inherited memory. Naturally, there are also some almighty beings who created their own divine abilities and left them behind. Huo Lao continued. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. In fact, the true origin consolidated beast, true origin consolidated weapon, and true origin consolidated territory that you've mastered can also be considered as divine abilities. Of course, these divine abilities are just some ordinary divine abilities. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can be easily grasped. Therefore, no one in this world calls them divine abilities. Huo Lao continued. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He now had a certain understanding of the word divine ability. However, it was precisely because of this that he was filled with anticipation for the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Huo Lao had imparted to him. This was because it was not an ordinary divine ability, but a powerful and practical divine ability. However, if I want to use the golden crow's wings, I'll have to wait until I've broken through to the eminent saint stage. With my current progress, even with the help of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid I'll need at least 2 years to complete the breakthrough. After all, I've just broken through to the refined saint stage not too long ago. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had just broken through to the refined saint stage not too long ago, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The enthusiasm in his heart faded away. After retracting his attention, Duan Lingtian continued to understand the world of powerhouses above the eminent saint stage. The divine saint stage was not the end of one's cultivation. After the divine saint stage, there was still the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage. Naturally, according to the records that Duan Lingtian had read, there were no quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean. The most powerful one was only at the exemplary saint stage. Exemplary saint stage powerhouses usually only existed in quasi-third-rate and fourth-rate forces. Naturally, in terms of quantity, the exemplary saint stage powerhouses in fourth-rate forces could not be compared to the exemplary saint stage powerhouses in quasi-third-rate forces. Not only in terms of quantity, but in terms of strength as well. Divine saint stage, exemplary saint stage, quintessential saint stage. The strongest powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean are at the exemplary saint stage. Compared to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Debussy subterranean is like a remote village. The quasi-third-rate forces that dominate the Debussy subterranean are as numerous as the hairs on a cow in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They're not even worth mentioning at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he took a deep breath. In other words, not only are there powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage and above in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, but there are also powerhouses who have surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Since divine saint stage powerhouses are able to come into contact with divine abilities, exemplary saint stage powerhouses must be even more powerful. Since quintessential saint stage powerhouses are above the exemplary saint stage, they must be even more powerful. Powerhouses who have surpassed the quintessential saint stage, Duan Lingtian did not dare to continue thinking about it. Naturally, even if he thought about it, he did not know how powerful such powerhouses were. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how strong such a powerhouse was, he knew the strength of such a powerhouse was definitely beyond his imagination. Zoroastrianism was once one of the 3 great forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the end, they moved to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ker's twin sister is so powerful that she's at the divine saint stage at the very least. She's a disciple of Zoroastrianism, but she managed to break through to the divine saint stage at such a young age. There must be someone who has surpassed the quintessential saint stage among the high-ranking powerhouses in Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. And because he was sure of it, his heart felt heavy. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how terrifying the powerhouses of Zoroastrianism are, Duan Lingtian will definitely save Ker and our child. The strength of Zoroastrianism did not destroy Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Instead, it strengthened Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had always been strong. His will and belief were indestructible. It would be no exception this time as well. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was a mysterious place. To be more precise, it was an ancient and mysterious barren land. There were mountains and rivers in this barren land, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flame. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land were the flame that humans relied on to survive. In this barren land, the flame was like a veil of mystery. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers as a scorching aura swept out and turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flame that rose from the braziers. If one looked closely, one could see the sincerity in their eyes when they looked at the flame. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flame, and the flame was their religion. That was the truth. In this land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, one of the three great transcendental forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, everyone believed in the flame. They were the most devout believers of the flame. In their eyes, the flame was everything. Only with the flame would there be a world. In this ancient and mysterious barren land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, there were many active volcanoes in the south. The peaks of the volcanoes were constantly spewing out scorching flames. Every time they spewed out flames, it would be like red clouds soaring into the sky, causing the surroundings to be extremely bright. In this place, there was no night. Perhaps, night would only truly descend when these active volcanoes stopped spewing out flames. The active volcanoes surrounded a gigantic volcano like stars surrounding the moon. This gigantic volcano was also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spewing was not high. It would only spit out flames once a month. However, every time it spat out flames, it would cause the surrounding active volcanoes to tremble, causing the ground to shake. In the sky above this gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparsely scattered buildings. The floating islands surrounded a gigantic floating island in the middle. Of course, the position of this huge floating island was much higher than the other floating islands. Obviously, it was the main island. One could vaguely see people flying past these floating islands from time to time. Most of these people were wearing white hooded robes. There was a fiery red flame embroidered on the chest of their white hooded robes. It was obvious it was some kind of seal. The hoods on their robes were placed on their heads, leaving only their faces exposed. If there were knowledgeable people who saw the special robes on their bodies, they would be able to tell these people were from Zoroastrianism with just a glance. On one of the inconspicuous floating islands, there was a mansion that occupied a large area. However, it was extremely quiet. In the spacious backyard, a devastatingly beautiful woman was sitting quietly in the pavilion. The brush in her hand kept moving as she drew portraits that were almost identical. Upon closer inspection, these portraits were of the same young man. It was just that their expressions were different. "Young master. Kerr misses you so much," the woman muttered to herself. Her eyes were filled with reminiscence and concern. "Mother. Mother." The woman only returned to her senses when a childish voice sounded. At the same time, she looked in the direction of the voice. "Mother. Look, does my portrait look like father?" You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.